at the Pegues at Madison Square Garden yesterday. Today we're down in Asheville. Jeff, you almost made us miss our flight. It was close. It was dangerous. We had to run. We had to sprint through the airport because you do not know the schedule and how difficult it is to change trains when you're in New York City. But thanks to my my quick thinking and my ability to get through turnstiles, well, we were able to get here. We're here, Socon Media Day. We are live. We're going to be talking to every single coach. We're going to be talking to most of the Socon all-conference team, preseason all-conference team. Before we get into all that, we're waiting on Andrew Wilson, VMI head coach right now. Let's talk about
this is our last media day.
Last media day. I'm upset, man.
I'm excited. I'm actually excited, but I'm disappointed that we're not spending more time in Asheville. I've never been to Asheville.
Yeah, I know.
This arena is awesome.
I want to talk to you about that, by the way.
Harrah's Cherokee Center in Asheville and holds about 6,000 people. First time I've been here, and I hear this place gets crazy during SoCon tournament.
It gets loud. Because if you look at it, there's seats that go all the way up to the ceiling. The ceilings are low. It's compact. It's one of these old school buildings with a lot of cement around it, like Mackey Arena, like Gamble Pavilion. So it gets nice and loud in here. I'm a little bit upset at you, though.
For what?
You could have booked the earlier flight, and we could have gotten down here. We could have had a great night in Asheville. We could have hung out. We could have drank some microbrews. We could have tested out some IPAs.
I had some stuff to do. I had a big meeting yesterday afternoon. So
You've never had a big meeting,
and we got in okay, and we're here and excited to, talk to the coaches and players coming through here in a league that I think is one of the most underrated and best mid-major leagues in the country. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at who this league has produced.
Well, let's talk about the preseason poll because obviously last year Furman was they won to share the conference title. Yeah. They won the Socon tournament title, and then they had that memorable game-winning shot from JP Pegues to beat Virginia in the first round as a 13 seed. They lost Mike Bothwell. They lost Jalen Slauson, and they still found a way to get 8 of the 10 first-place votes in this conference. You think that's right?
Yeah, I mean, Pegues is pretty damn good, and Furman's got it rolling, right? Even when you lose 2 guys like that, and you have other guys ready to step in, and that's what I think Pegues is going to be here. He'll be an all-league guy. He might be a player of the year candidate. And they've established themselves now. They've done it for a few years. Furman's been kind of the class of this league here. But there's some other teams that are going to challenge. Mm-hmm. Again, there's still some unknowns. Is Pegues going to be that alpha dog? Is he going to be that guy? We're going to talk to Bob Richey about that later. And Pegues, what has he done in the offseason to kind of prepare him to take on that type of role, leadership-wise and obviously production-wise, to be able to win this league.
Yeah, one of the things that we have seen Furman be able to do is withstand the loss of players like that. Bob's done a really good job, and Nico before him turning that team into a program. And it's just, it's a revolving door of great players coming through. Who else excites you here? I'm excited to talk to Bucky McMillan.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I made a deal with Bucky when he got hired that we would leave one topic alone till he won. He is now coming off a hell of a season at Samford, and Martin Newton hiring Bucky. His story is amazing. High school guy. Gets a high school head coaching job at 25 years old. By the way, there's also some uncertainty with his age. I don't think he's ever disclosed how old he is now. So we're going to try to get him to actually disclose his age.
Some hard-hitting Big J journalism here.
That's what I do. I mean, we did it yesterday.
We did.
Right?
We did, yeah. All right, so Vonterius Woolbright, preseason SoCon Player of the Year. We're going to be joined by him later on, I think about 12:45 today.
12:47.
12:47. I was close, man.
Yes,
I was close. You got to round up.
You were close.
You got to round up.
We get some really interesting stories here, too. I mean, that's the fun part of this league, right? You've got VMI and Citadel, who are completely different, obviously, as military academies. And we'll talk to their players and their coaches what it's like to coach and play in a military academy. There's some haves and have-nots here, right? There's some schools that don't even take grad transfers. How hard is that for those coaches to try to navigate, the what's going on in college basketball right now, where it's so prevalent to have these grad transfers and you need veterans to win, right? Citadel still has grad transfers as a military academy. what type of an advantage is that for Ed Conroy 2.0, by the way, in his second stint at Citadel, compared to a VMI and Andrew Wilson? They don't have that ability.
Yeah, if this is going to be a nice little tease here, but you want to make sure that you're here for our Ed Conroy interview, which is coming at 10:17, because one of the people sitting at this table right now fired Ed Conroy at halftime of a conference game.
Yeah, conference tournament
when he was at Tulane.
That's true.
So we were going to ask him about that. We're going to allow him to kind of get back at Goodman and get a little bit of revenge. So we have Andrew Wilson heading over here now, getting ready to join
us. We're live.
So
how are you, man?
Mike's hot.
Everything good?
Don't say anything too mean about Goodman. What's going on, man? Good to see you, Coach.
Good to see you. How's everything?
Great to see you guys, man. Excited to be here.
Excited to be here, too. I've never been to Asheville.
There you go. It's a great town.
Yeah, I hear there's a lot of good breweries here.
Yeah, right? There's some stuff going on.
Here,
I've been here quite a few times. Yeah. I was in the Southern Conference for 6 years when I worked for Bobby Cremins at College of Charleston, and they played the tournament here a couple times. And the town does a great job with it.
Atmosphere really good in here.
It is really good. Yeah,
that's what I hear. So what's it been like for you? Now you had your first off season last year. Like you get the job and it's throw together a roster, right?
Yeah.
Not easy at that point. And you've got, when we'll talk about kind of some of the challenges.
Yeah.
Your job. I mean, I've said it. It might be the toughest job in America.
Yeah.
D1 job.
Yeah, it might be.
Right? I mean, you don't have grad transfers.
Yep.
You've got kids that, and I was talking to Taeshaud earlier about some of the challenges they have of trying to balance the military obligations they have with, you want them on the court.
Yep.
You want them on the court as much as you can to be able to get them. And you had a young team last year. You got a young team again this year.
Yeah.
What's this been like for you, I guess, overall?
Yeah, it's a unique experience coming to VMI. It's more than a basketball decision. As you mentioned, we don't have grad school, so we can't take grad transfers. We really can't take transfers overall. And so this year, we're going to be the youngest team in the country. 9 of my 13 scholarship players are freshmen. And
when everybody says get older, right?
That's right.
That's the mantra now is get older.
That's right. So VMI is a unique place in that sense where it's a lot more than a basketball decision. VMI has one of the highest average graduate salaries in the country. 99% of our graduates have a job within 6 months. And so these are things that we sell during the recruiting process. I've been in a unique situation where I can go out and sell playing time to freshmen early on in my tenure at VMI. Being able to play as a freshman at the Division I level is a really rare experience. And so that's something that I'm able to sell right now. I think because of the majority of college coaches, once the season ends in the spring semester, being in the transfer portal and focusing all their attention there, it's enabled myself and my coaching staff to be able to go out and to find a really talented high school kid who's maybe being overlooked. And 5 or 10 years ago, these kids were being heavily recruited. So it is providing an opportunity for us. And I think when you're at a unique institution like VMI, you have to find your opportunities to where you can take advantage of certain rules. And I think that's an area that we've done a good job of.
Andrew, you had one of my favorite quotes from the Almanac when we put it out. You said, to be honest with you, you could just put who knows for our preview and you'd be telling the story. You have 9 freshmen. You ranked 350th last year on Ken Palm in Division I experience. Do you have a feel for this team yet?
Not yet.
When do you think you'll have a feel for this team?
It's very cliche to say as a coach, but we're in the developmental stages of the program right now. And I'm learning my team every single day that we take the court. When you have 9 freshmen, they're learning how to become successful college basketball players. They're learning how to go about their business every single day. And so there's ups and downs. Even during the preseason with us right now, when we haven't played our first official game, there's ups and downs. And they're learning right now how to have a competitive excellence about them, how to go about their business every single day, how to approach practice every single day. I've only had 4 upperclassmen in the program. My 4 upperclassmen, 2 of them didn't play last year because they were injured. And so even though the Ken Palm numbers may have said we were the 350th youngest team in the country, we were the youngest team. All of my experienced guys last year were out. we had 6 guys out for the season with injury last year, and they were all upperclassmen. And so we started 5 freshmen last year. The good news is my upperclassmen have been really, really good. They're doing a great job leading our program. They've been the most consistent guys in our program. And so that's a good thing. I'm really excited about this group, but we're going to have growing pains. You know, anytime you have the amount of youth that we have, the amount of inexperience that we have, we're going to go through growing pains.
Do you feel like you're running a daycare right now?
You know what? When you come to VMI, you don't have any choice but to act in a mature way every single day. Our kids are challenged every single day with everything that they do. The way that they go to class, the challenges they face on the hill every day. When they come down to practice, it's the best 3 hours of their day every single day. And so VMI is a challenging place, but it's a place where you can really set yourself up for success in life. And that's what I try to sell during the recruiting process.
Hear that? 3-hour practices.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you have when you were a player?
We have a 3-hour window
you don't use
that,
all of it,
that we can work in. So that includes their time to come down and change and to go to the training room and to get their fill of that.
3-hour practices nowadays.
Yeah,
I'm not sure you're going to hold their attention that long.
No, that's right.
What has Taeshaud been like so far? I spoke to him earlier, and what an incredible young man. Really impressive. And, you know, telling me his story that he had no thought of going to a military school, but he goes, and the adjustment, it takes time, doesn't it, for these kids?
Yeah. Tay is one of the most special kids that I've ever been around. And he really doesn't have any interest per se in the military. He's not planning to commission, but he loves the structure that VMI provides for him. He comes from a family that really appreciates and values the education that he's receiving at VMI. And when you start selling the opportunity of one of the highest average graduate salaries in the entire country, if you stick it out and earn a degree from VMI, the fact that you know you're going to be set up for the rest of your life if you can get a degree from this place. And Tay has bought into that. And he is a major selling point. He's a focal point of our program right now. I'm really proud that he's made the decision to come back to VMI and to help me build this program.
Just know I tried to get some dirt on you from him. He didn't give me anything. So give him credit. Like, I don't really mature.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate it.
I had to go back to your playing days probably to get some real good
dirt.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good dirt out there, and I appreciate Tay covering up for me. Maybe if you talk to Leonard Hamilton or Bobby Crimmins.
I'm sure I should have went to Leonard. I definitely should have went to Leonard. I don't know if Leonard would remember back that far.
Yeah, he can remember. Coach Ham's got a great memory. He might lead you on otherwise.
What were you like, honestly, when you first got there and as a freshman for Leonard? What were you like?
Well, that might be a better question for Coach Ham to answer. I think probably in a lot of ways I probably was difficult to coach just because I was really stubborn. I was not the most talented guy in the world, but I was really lucky because actually I was not recruited by Coach Ham. I was one of the players that he inherited at Florida State. And so I came there under Steve Robinson. But Coach Ham came in, and I was really lucky that I think the qualities that he was looking for in players, I think were really important to me on the court. And so I'm still really close with Coach Hamilton. He was instrumental in me getting this job at VMI. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to have played for him.
How tough is it being a program where you can see all of these guys that are leaving, right? It's a one-way street when it comes to transfers, and it's out the door. In an era where guys got immediate eligibility, are you just bracing for having a lot of turnover on your roster? Is it just kind of what it's going to end up being?
Well, we're not unique to the transfer portal at VMI. If you look around the country last year, on average, with all 362 Division I teams, there was an average of 5 transfers per roster. So we were right on average. We were no different. And I think every school is battling this right now. I think that every school has their own issues. And we're not unique to that particular issue right now.
You're just unique that you can't take them in.
Yeah, that's right. And we're unique that it's a one-way door for us right now. But I think the biggest thing, and this is for any school, you have to find kids who are a good fit outside of the basketball court, kids who value the things that your university can offer to them. And that's one thing that we're looking for during the recruiting process.
NIL, how do you navigate that? Because again, in every way, you've got to try to figure out ways to retain these guys.
Yep.
That's one of them. It is. I mean, for better or worse, that's one of them for you guys. And I don't know, you're kind of the haves and the have-nots right now in college basketball.
Well, I think you might be assuming that we're not doing NIL.
I'm not assuming you're not. I just don't know what level you're doing.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Look, I mean, the difference between the Power 5 and the mid-major level is probably growing, largely because of the football dollars coming in. But I can tell you this, we have a great situation at VMI. One of the things that we are really fortunate with at VMI is the resources that we have. There's a lot of resources at VMI. We only have 20,000 living alumni around the country, which is not a large number at VMI, but we have an endowment of almost $1 billion with a B. So we have resources at VMI. And
you gotta have some dinners.
Well,
you need to have some
good. He said with a B.
Billion.
Yeah, with a B.
Make sure they know that.
And one of the really unique things, honestly, at being at VMI, our president right now was a former great basketball player at VMI, and so he went out into the military. He was in the Army, became a 2-star general, and has come back to VMI to serve. He's been there for a couple of years, but was a great basketball player at VMI.
So he wants to help.
So he's invested. Yeah. He wants to see us do well, and it's a really cool experience.
That's great. I mean, you need that. Like if you, your AD, your president are all on the same page, that's rare.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's important.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Coach Wilson, it's been great to catch up with you. Best of luck this season.
Yeah, great to see you guys
great
too.
To be here.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on.
I can't wait to talk to this guy.
Yeah, enjoy Asheville tonight.
All right,
we will.
That was VMI head coach Andrew Wilson. We're going to cut to a quick break. We will be right back with Citadel head coach Ed Conroy. Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fate.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands broke up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Tasker.
You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal.
Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors.
This is Field of 68 after dark.
We are back live. Socon Media Day. Apologies about that. We need to put a camera in focus real quick. Goodman. I am the star of the show.
You screwed up.
And also the guy doing all of the equipment. You know what? I will take the blame on this one. I'm not going to put it on our producers who are doing this remotely, who told me that the camera was in focus when it wasn't in focus.
All right.
And look, it's been a rough 2 days.
It has been a rough 2 days.
We can give him a break on this one. We're waiting on Citadel head coach Ed Conroy, who is
Here he comes.
He's on the way.
Ed doesn't move that quick. All right. Ed, we're live. How are you? Good to see you, man.
All the bad things that you're going to say about Goodman now are going to be on the record and streamed
That's
out
right.
live. So
we're ready to go.
How you doing, man?
Only thing we have in common is we both love Charleston. That's it.
No doubt. He offered last year the golf cart, right?
Yeah,
I never
absolutely.
took you up on that. We're going to have to do it.
You have to.
We're coming back
There you
December 7th. through January 24th.
That's the biggest change coming back to Charleston this time for me is it's the explosion of golf carts on the peninsula. Everybody has one.
Listen, I saw a huge win last year.
Yes,
right?
You did.
I was there for a big one. They beat Chattanooga and did a great job. And obviously last year was a little different for you, right? You come back, it's Ed Conroy 2.0. First year, you're trying to get this thing back on track. And you knew there were going to be some growing pains last year. Now you go in the offseason and you load up. You get some grad transfers, some guys that you have connections with. How good do you think this team can be within the league?
Well, we did. We were very, very, very happy with our recruiting and exciting about it. The freshman class is going to be terrific, but it's going to take them a little bit of time. And then we have some grad transfers. A little different for Citadel. We have some experience up front, which we normally, we have some size and experience there. It's going to be really a case of, I think, early in the year, if we can win a couple close games, get a little confidence because we've got a young backcourt. Can they mature? They definitely have the ability, but can they grow up and learn what it takes to win college basketball games?
How difficult was it taking over that program? Like Citadel had kind of an identity when Duger Balcom was there. It's a military academy, and you're walking in there, and it's something where people kind of assume that this is what the program was going to be, kind of moving forward. How hard was I don't want to say like rebrand it, but people thought of it a certain way.
Well, and you take over, a coach that had been, successful at military schools and had a certain way that he wanted to play. And there's no right or wrong way to play, but it transcends into everything from what you do in the weight room to how you prepare conditioning wise to, what practices are like, all those kind of things. And so it was a change in first years. Sometimes you follow, I've been at 12 programs. So sometimes you follow a coach where you're pretty closely aligned with how you want to play and run your program. And sometimes, like I said, no right or wrong way, but sometimes there's some bigger differences. And I think, just everything, like I said, from weight room to just how we want to practice, how we want to play, the balance we want to have on both ends. I mean, it makes it a little tougher.
Did you notice that we had the two military academies back to back to start things off? Are you guys just better at operating early on in the morning than everybody else?
We seem to get lumped together a lot, but
you're different in a way, right? I mean, fortunately for you, I'm sure you love you can take grad transfers.
Correct.
I can.
Correct.
That's a significant advantage, right? And not so much an advantage, but just the fact that you're on the same playing field as just about everybody else.
We are. I mean, it does help to be able to open up a little bit of a pool of players. And when things in this day and age, where you can lose a player unexpectedly at any time for a lot of different reasons. I did coach at VMI as well. I was an assistant there back in the day. And I actually, I would tell you, the one thing about VMI that I thought was terrific, obviously you have a great product to sell. And obviously I believe in the military, school. But I love the fact that when I got out of practice every day, I was within a short drive of some of the best talent in America. And I could get to D.C., and I had all the military prep schools in Virginia, and I can get to the Richmond area, which is very, so there was, and I could get down to find that hidden gem in the Tidewater area. There's always somebody down there. So I thought from an efficiency and being close to some really good players, it was great. If I go east from Charleston, I'm in the ocean, and so
Not a bad thing.
so no, but there's not a lot of 7-footers running around there. They're not out there surfing. So, all schools have their distinct advantages and things like that. And I think both schools are I wouldn't be back to Citadel, but I didn't think the military schools could win and be successful.
How good have your two grad transfers been so far, Quentin and Winston?
They've been terrific as far as they're what I thought they'd be as far as players. But it's never easy putting in this day and age at any institution, putting a roster together and finding the chemistry and getting that locker room right. They have been as good of leaders as I've been around at any school I've been at. And the way they've jumped into the Citadel and tried to learn what the Citadel's all about and embody what it is about. I tell everybody all the time, and you alluded to it earlier. So I have 3 grad transfers on the roster, but then we have no seniors on scholarship and no juniors on scholarship. So we get really young in a hurry.
Yep.
But so those 3 guys are older, and they have to relate to this younger locker room, which I've seen a lot of grad transfers, a lot of older guys have a hard time with that. Different eras. They didn't go through high school and COVID and things like that. But these guys have just absolutely, and I tell everybody, Elijah Morgan, Winston Hill, and Quentin Millora-Brown, if they had been recruited they would have been terrific cadets, student athletes if they had come from the very beginning. They are great representatives of our institution. I'm thrilled that they're all going to get a really good graduate degree, and they'll be a part of our program institution forever because they really embody what it's all about.
You brought in six freshmen as well. In an era where everybody's trying to get older and where you see schools at this level lose players that you kind of develop 2, 3, 4 years, how do you kind of balance that when you are trying to build a roster and build the program?
Well, and people say like Ed Conroy 2.0, and I tell them all the time, this is not going to be a redo. Times have changed; things are a little bit different. There's some nuances to.
You're going to win 20 games.
To getting it done today.
What do you mean?
I hope so. Yeah, we hope we get to that level, but I do want to build it with those young guys, and not as fast. Last time, I started 5 freshmen and brought 5 more off the bench my second year. And that's what 6 and 7 wins felt like those first couple of years getting it built. Fortunately, we don't have to do that this time, but I still want to build it with those guys, and we are young, and those freshmen, those 6 freshmen, they're going to have to contribute if we're going to be good this year. They're going to have to contribute at a high level. And not only are they freshmen, this kind of scared me the other day, but I found out 3 of them are actually 18 and won't turn 19 until the spring. So they're like young freshmen. So
if I see them on King Street, I need to call you?
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, yeah, just don't call the commandant. Call me first. But no, those guys, they're talented. We're gonna build this program around them, and we were very fortunate. So we had 4 sophomores on scholarship last year, and all 4 scholarship sophomores returned, which does not happen very often, especially at the military schools right now. They had a hard time with that retention part. So I think it says a lot about our program, where we're going. If we can do that again with this class, I think there's some bright days ahead.
Ed told me I got to come out in the morning. I didn't do this last year when I was there, but I'm going to come in the morning. Tell me what goes on if I come take that walk.
I'll tell you what, the activity starts and the energy starts really early, but they're up like 5:30. They're doing that.
I got to get up at 5:30.
You got to be out there. You got to be out there. You'll see everybody from freshmen all the way through seniors, with whether they have physical training, PT, things going on. But that campus starts to hum. We'll hit the weight room a lot of times at the 6:15.
If you're open to it, I would love to do a story of kind of what these kids do every day, what it's like, not for the grad transfers because I know that's different, but for the freshmen, for the younger guys, what that adjustment's like, what life is like, because I think too many people don't understand how different it is at a military academy, and juggling. Again, you want them on the court, well, they got other obligations too.
No question. I've been very fortunate. I've coached in Big Ten, the SEC, the ACC.
Yeah.
I don't care what level you go to in college basketball. That is a stretch. Like, to find your way to be a rotation player, to find your way to be a starter, to play major minutes, it takes everything you have emotionally and physically to play at that level. And then you throw on top of that an elite academic institution where you are really going to be challenged in every day. No one misses a class at the Citadel, so you're competing against people that are there every single class. Nobody's taking this thing. You're allowed to take that easy. And then the military aspect of it and the leadership training we try to provide, that's going to be a new concept to everybody, and going through that. So you are really being challenged, on 3 levels that it takes everything you have. And so, our guys are going through it right now. Pacing our guys through a year is probably the most important thing I try to consider every day on where we're at and what they need.
How you made it as a player. How'd you get
There's a lot of questions about how I made that. Hey, and I'll tell you what.
Were you crying at the end of the day?
Let me tell you something. I questioned it, and
everybody does, probably, right?
Tomorrow I'm going down to Beaufort to speak to the Pat Conroy Literary Festival's kicking off, and I think back and that the movie Lords of Discipline came out in '83. I came in 85, so I came in. It wasn't the right time to be a Conroy at the Citadel. So it wasn't long after I was there. I was starting to quite like, what the heck decisions? I'm supposed to be a point guard. I make decisions, right? Like, no, I'm not sure about this one, but no, the people there, they've always taken care of me. They've been tremendous, and that's the number one thing I sell to our guys is when you get on campus, you get around there's people here, when they say they're going to take care of for life, they are.
Can we ask him the big question now?
Yeah, go ahead, hit him. He's been waiting.
I've been waiting for probably 5, 6, 7 years to ask you about this. Halftime, Tulane conference tournament. He puts out.
I know where we're going. I know where we're going.
And Conroy explained it part of the way. You still got a second half to play.
Yeah.
Just how did you find out about that, and what do you have to say to him now? Let's go.
No, we
made up.
We have talked it out. That night would not have been a good night for us too. But
man, I
you know,
felt horrible.
And part of it was like our guys. We were really young. We had a group. Dylan Oskowski ended up going to Texas and playing overseas. Cameron Reynolds made it in the NBA. Melvin Frazier NBA. Like I thought we had put together a really good young team, and
they had already made up their minds though before that conference tournament. Wouldn't you say?
Well, I'm not sure who made it up first. You, the school. There's a lot of the timeline. The timeline is still an issue. However, it did provide me. I will say, like out of adversity comes some great stuff. I did find out, in the second half, a guy was, kind of heckling me a little bit back there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and and then we have a timeout, and we're down, and I'm like, fellas, you think I'm going down like this? Let's go. And then we kind of rallied. We hit a game-winning shot, beat Kelvin Sampson's Houston team. We beat Taco Fall and Central Florida the night before that. So we went further than Tulane had gone in the tournament with this young team, that they had gone a long time, and so we had a great moment after we got back to the hotel.
So can I take credit for that?
You can, because Dylan Osikowski threw me in the pool. Like we had a great moment, and at least I was able to celebrate my last couple of games down there. But no, I loved what we were building, and then that was the tough part about this. To see that kind of short circuited a little bit, if you will. But I said we were the madness of March starting right away.
No doubt.
And the one part of the story, you've probably never heard me say this, but I actually went to my press conference the night before that happened. And I'd seen Taco fall in the hallway, and he had tears in his eyes. I said, "Man, what's I thought it was the game." And I said, "Man, you had a great year." I said, "No, coach, they just fired my coach, and Donnie Jones has just been let go." And the tournament was in Orlando, and I kind of made a statement about how we bring the tournament to Orlando. Probably not the time to do it. Can you wait till Monday? We kind of upstage the tournament now by the home team firing a coach, whatever. I made a big deal about it. 24 hours later, guess who the joke is on? Hey, you want to make a statement? We'll got one for you to make the next night. So.
All right. So where are we going for dinner? When I come down this time, we didn't do it. My wife, your wife, the four of us. Where are we going?
I've heard you say it, and
where's your spot?
Halls is one of my spots. I know everybody knows that. I know that.
Well, where's your off the radar? You got to have another spot here that maybe isn't as much of everybody knows Halls.
I got
another one.
You know me, I got a bunch of those kind of spots, but right near campus, like everybody knows, I hit Moe's Crosstown Tavern a lot. It's right there.
We didn't do
That's always been a spot, So there's several like that that I
can't wait.
Like
I said, December 7th. I'm counting down the days. I don't know how many it is, but he's going to get tired of hearing me. I mean, all I do is talk about Charleston.
Yeah,
it's true. Well, listen, if you get down there, you'll realize
he's the worst ambassador for the city.
No,
the worst ambassador because he talks about Charleston so much. Everyone's like, I don't want.
But next time, Ed and I
did the walk. Goodman's there. I'm going somewhere else.
He came to watch Chattanooga. Yeah. We just happened to ruin it. We happened to ruin his night that night.
Big win. You held Jake Stevens. You did a hell of a job in Jake Stevens.
Our guys were moving that night. Yeah, we gave them. They did a good job. We were moving.
What we're gonna do is. I did that walk around downtown with Pat Kelsey last year. We're going to do that with you this year.
There you go. Let's do it.
All right.
That'd be great.
Great seeing you.
Great seeing you guys.
You too.
Good seeing you, man.
Come on.
There he is. Ed Conroy, Citadel head coach. 2.0.
2.0.
Got to get that 20-win season again.
Yep. Coming up now, we have East Tennessee State head coach Brooks Savage.
Wow. Look at him. He looks like he might even be 21 years old at this point.
I thought we were getting the coach.
Unbelievable. What's up, man?
How we doing, guys?
How are you? Good to
Brooks,
see you.
What's going on, man? We are live, so all the bad things you have to say about Jeff, just know they're going to be on the record.
Yeah, you can't say them. How are you? What's
doing good.
Rookie head coach?
Yeah.
So you ready? You ready for this?
We'll see.
We're from Steve Forbes.
Yeah, I've been real fortunate. I learned from Ed Conroy, who was just on here.
Is learning from Steve Forbes fortunate?
Oh, of course. You know that.
You got a lot of stories.
Yes, I do.
What did you the biggest thing again coming up? Bruce Pearl, Steve Forbes, Conroy. You've learned from a lot of different types of people. What's the biggest thing you've taken going into your shot here at being a D1 head coach?
Sure. Now, that's the thing I'm probably most grateful for was, I was able to start at the bottom and work my way up, and I've done all the jobs, but I worked for some incredible coaches, Coach Pearl and Coach Forbes and Coach Conroy and all of them really. I think the thing that I've taken away from those guys is, I've been exposed to a lot of different styles of play and a lot of different philosophies, and it doesn't. But the stuff that goes into winning is, I think, has been consistent regardless of how we played, and so that's what we've been trying to instill in our team so far: how hard you have to play, how sharp you have to be with execution. Yeah,
it's effort, right?
Yeah,
it starts with effort and toughness.
That's the price of admission.
Yeah,
and so that's what we've been trying to instill, in the summer and in the preseason, just how getting them to understand how hard you have to play all the time. And I think the guys have really responded well. They've been really coachable, and we're getting there. So I'm really pleased with where we're at so far.
You were at East Tennessee State from, I believe, 2015 to 2020 as an assistant with Forbes. 2020 to now, it feels like college basketball world has been
totally different,
entirely on its head.
Yeah,
everything is totally different. What has been the biggest change that you've seen in how East Tennessee State can operate from when you left to when you're back there now?
I think when we were there before, we were getting a lot of grad transfers, and we were really in the waiver game. Obviously the one-time transfers changed that. NIL, of course, is new, and so it's different about maybe some of the guys you have access to that maybe you had access to before, but maybe you can't get now maybe in certain circumstances. But it's just different, and so we're just trying to figure out who we're going to be in that space and navigate. And I think Johnson City loves basketball, so I think it's an area that we can be really competitive in, and then it's a very transfer friendly place. And so we've always had a good mix of high school, JUCO transfers, international players, whatever. But we'll always be really competitive in the transfer market, and I think we can be really competitive in NIL moving forward.
Which is huge, especially for a young guy like you. I think. How old are you now? How old are you?
38.
38. Okay. 38.
Yeah,
you look like you're 28.
Well, you know me a long time.
That's good. Yeah, I've known you, and I can tell some stories that you might not want being told right now.
Likewise.
But it's true. I think it's a young man's game right now because of NIL, because of the portal, because of the fact that the team's going to flip over every single year for the most part. You're not bringing everybody. You know that every year. You're probably going to have 4 or 5 guys that flip out and bring in 4 or 5 new faces. Older dudes who've been doing this for a long time are complaining over and over and over. How do you look at it, how it's changed? I mean, are you just like, hey, you know what, I signed up for this.
Yeah.
I'm good for the next 20 years?
Change is hard. I think anytime. I've always been one of those people that just try to, adapt or die. Just try to figure – I don't try to figure out how it should be. I just try to figure out how to operate. And but I think it is. There's more challenges now. You got more roster turnover, so you have to navigate that. But you also,
how much time are you doing NIL? Like, if I said to you right now of coaching, recruiting, NIL, I'm trying to think what I'm forgetting about. Coaching, recruiting, NIL, which also goes into like speaking engagements,
sure.
Probably.
Yeah,
how would you break it down of the time you spent percentage-wise since you've gotten to ETSU, gotten back?
Yeah, I mean, it's all of my time's been spent either on the roster or scheduling or being in the community, and really just trying to spend a lot of time with the players on the floor, off the floor, because we've got 11 new guys. And so, we're trying to, I've called it a race to relationship. Like, we got to build these relationships quickly so we can get moving. But I think it's just become more year round. Like, you can have them 8 weeks in the summer. Recruiting's going longer into May, and then there's no downtime. So you're going right into, July recruiting. So I think that's the calendar is, I think, probably the biggest challenge for maybe some of maybe older coaches.
Yeah.
Maybe,
no, it is. It is, because again, they're used to having. Everybody wanted that time to be able to work with your players in the summer. And now I think some of them are almost like, we don't need all this. What do we ask for? Because we have recruiting every weekend. There's something. The portal goes
every
late.
week, yeah.
So there should be a dead period. There should be a full dead period.
Be awesome.
Right.
I wish the entire month of May was dead.
No, they need to do something like
that. You've said our identity is taken from Pat Riley. What does that mean?
it's just the kind of the Heat culture, hardest playing, best condition, most connected, toughest team. That they have more of them. It'd be just kind of his philosophy. Now I changed some of the words and kind of made it, more us, simplified it a little bit. But it's kind of come back in vogue every few years when the Heat goes to the finals or makes a deep run. That kind of comes back in vogue. But I just think it's like what I was talking about earlier, just the things that go into winning. It's timeless. That worked for the Knicks in the 90s, and it's working for the Heat today, and I think it works. It is about being hard playing. Conditioning is a premium. The most connected, toughest team, those are the teams that usually win and have success. So that's kind of just who we want to be, how we want to play and practice and stay true to that.
When you have 11 new guys, how hard is it to instill that? Like, that's going to take time to develop that culture.
That's been all our time. It was all the time in the summer, and that was on and off the floor. Like we eat together, we do all that stuff. We did kind of a life skills thing, but it was more team building as much as it was life skill. We're just trying to get to know one another quickly so that we can start to make progress on the floor. And the entire preseason has been about learning how hard you have to play, the type of shape you have to be in, being connected, helping each other, and then just building toughness and then defining what toughness is, because it's a really, overused word. But what does toughness look like and mean to us?
A lot of good former managers.
There are, yeah.
A lot of them.
A lot of
Dusty May, Pasternak was one.
Bruce Pearl,
former manager. So you were a manager at Tennessee, what year? 04?
04 to 08, and that was a GA to 2010. Yeah, so there's 6 years.
All right, so give me your favorite Bruce Pearl story from when you were a manager.
Oh, man, there's so many good ones.
You got a good one you can actually tell?
Probably not. The good stories.
I was going to ask you for a Forbes one.
Good stories you can't ever tell.
I know. The great ones.
The best stories. Yes. But I think what stuck with me the most about Coach Pearl was just the investment level in the players, getting them to play with extreme confidence, really convicted with what he believes and how he wants to play. I think the conviction is important. Everyone's kind of told me that. Is their advice to a first-year head coach, and the conviction, and then just being able to motivate and get a fan base excited. He's done it everywhere he's been. He did it in Milwaukee, Tennessee, and Auburn.
He's unbelievable.
Unbelievable at that.
Connecting and energy,
yeah.
And
just convicted
sales.
In what he believes. And
like,
he believes it. It's not really sales. It is, but he believes it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think that comes to it. It comes to as authentic because it's not fake. It's who he is. He believes it. He's passionate. And
are you going to be?
Are you going to take your shirt off?
I'm not taking my shirt off. I'm not built for that. But no, I do think, I would try to do some of that. I've tried to do some of that because we have an incredible fan base.
But the community too. That's the beauty of going back is the people there, and it's so important now. Again, when we talk about NIL and portal and keeping guys, retaining them. You've already got a lot of those relationships with the key people in the city, in Johnson City, where it helps.
That has made the learning curve, and it's kind of fast tracked some of that stuff. You kind of know who's who, and those relationships have been important. BP he just does a great job of getting you excited and making you feel like you're part of it. And so hopefully some of that's rubbed off on me over the years.
Kamari Peterson, junior college All-American. What have you seen from him so far? I mean, the point guard position, we beat this to death on the show, but it's the most important position.
That's right.
Win without it.
Nope. No, he's been tremendous. I think a lot of times it takes JUCO guys some time, but because he comes from such a great program at Logan, and he was at Indiana State before, he's been coached. And so he's been able to kind of come in from day one, really, and be an impact guy for us. And he'll play a lot. And he's been really good. And, that was a big one for us because we needed to. That was a big need in recruiting in the spring, and so he's filled that better than we probably would have hoped.
So the guy you've brought here is Jaden Seymour, right? Returning, 1 or 2 returnings on the roster. What are you looking for, kind of out of leadership from those guys?
He's been 2 feet in since the day I got there, and I think anytime you take over a program, because I have some history, some experience with being a year one staff, you have to have those returning guys, at least and it helps when it's your best player.
They need to have your back.
They
too,
do, and
right?
he's been incredible
because they control the locker room. In a way.
and it's just leading by example. He's vocal at times, but when your best player is your hardest worker, you have a chance, and he is that, and he's been all in, coachable. He's got a lot of sweat equity and blood, sweat, and tears in the program. He wants to win at ETSU, and so he's been all in, and he's been tremendous, and we expect big things from him.
What are realistic expectations in year one? Because it's hard because this fan base
depends on your definition of reality.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is this fan base thinks you come back, you get all these new dudes. All right, we're going to compete for the league title year one. Is that realistic, or is this going to take a?
Yeah, why not?
Even know yet?
Why not? Isn't that realistic? That's always going to be our goal. That is the expectation at ETSU. That's what we signed up for.
Sure.
And we're not running from that. And
do you have a feel for whether this team
sure.
can? Yeah,
I think we're talented enough. Okay. It'll be about all the other stuff.
Chemistry.
Can we stay together when things don't go well, and can we stay healthy, and that sort of stuff. But this team's definitely talented enough, I think. And but like I said, that's the expectation, and the expectation is to play in this building on Monday night, and that's where we're trying to get back to. And like I said, we're not running from it.
What is this building like on those
this
nights?
Freedom Hall South?
Yeah,
is that what they call
we're
it?
like, it's like Kentucky. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever been here, but we take this place
haven't.
over. We take this place over. It's like a home game, and that's what we got to get back to. We got to get them. Get the program back to where people are excited, where they're going to make the trip 45 minutes over the mountain and come fill this place up in blue and gold. And that's how we had it. It makes the hair on your arm stand up when introductions, and it's like a home game. It's like Kentucky.
I want to get here.
Taking over Nashville. It's big time. And so, but that's where we have to get it back to. And that doesn't happen overnight. It's a process. But I think that we can be competitive this year. I think we can put ourselves in position to compete for a championship.
Well, listen, it's good to see you all grown up.
Yeah, likewise.
It's crazy, man.
My man.
It is.
Appreciate it. We go way back.
Listen, Rob doesn't know, you were how old when we first met?
Like 18, 19 years
18,
old.
19
Yeah.
years old.
Yeah.
You're mature now. Family
I don't
man.
know. I don't know about
coach.
that. I'm older, but I don't know.
Look at this.
Look
at this.
It's been
cool.
fun. It's been fun, and it's the relationships and the
Yeah.
experiences you have along the way that make it worthwhile. So appreciate you guys being here. This is awesome for our league.
Great
This is
to
an
be
incredible
here.
basketball league. You can look at the tradition, the players and the coaches that have been in here. So appreciate you guys being here.
Dick Grote. You know Dick Grote.
I know Mr. Jennings.
You do.
Steph Curry.
That's right.
Jerry
there's
West.
some
No, it's a
dudes.
great league.
There's some dudes on this. And again, it's fun to be here because this is what it's all about. To me, it's about great basketball. And this league, they care.
They love it.
Right.
They love it.
All right.
It's a good one. Thanks,
great
guys.
seeing you, man.
Appreciate
As
you.
always.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Good luck this season.
That was Brooks Savage, East Tennessee State head coach. They were picked 5th in the Socon.
They're a little bit of a mystery.
They are.
Obviously. You bring
Everybody,
in 11 new guys.
everybody at this level is a little bit of a mystery. We have Bob Richey here coming up. I just saw him, and I just saw him run away down the hall, so I'm not sure where he's going.
No, we have a different schedule for both. We'll get every track, basically. Get the updated schedule.
Well, I had this. That's next week. I have you. You want both players?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, so we are waiting
Getting some
on
clarification here.
Yeah, we are waiting on Bob Richey. We're going to break down his state cooking schedule.
I know you love that. You love talking about grilling, don't you?
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about how nice it was for Field of 68 to make it to Greenville last year and not have Goodman there. He's going to be able to talk a little bit about how Greenville is a better city than Charleston, which I think I totally back that idea.
You know what? It's a hell of a city. I don't know if I'd say it's better than Charleston.
You know what the single biggest selling point is?
That one street.
You know what the biggest selling point is?
No.
The single biggest selling point
is what?
On why Greenville is better than Charleston is that you don't have 7 weeks of Jeff Goodman in Greenville. That's it.
It's smaller. It's smaller.
That's the single
That's
biggest
what I would
selling
say
point.
is to me, Greenville's awesome. I've been down there a couple times. NCAA tournament, you were down there. The halls there is awesome.
Yes.
I mean, the whole that whole street is just so cool and great place to live. And I think Terrence Oglesby, did he move to Greenville or right outside of?
Somewhere down there,
right?
I mean, T.O.'s always on the move. I feel like T.O. buys a house every other week.
Yeah.
I feel like he is in a new city every other week. I don't know.
There he is.
Here's
Bob
the man.
Richey, look at him. He moves quick.
Bob Richey. He's running
late. He's
trying to
running
get
a little
that
bit
sprint
late. We are live. How are you? Good to see you.
All right,
We're
Bob, I
live.
got a question for you. If a player shows up 3 minutes late to a practice, what's
What
the
do you
lateness
do?
rule that you
That's
have?
right. What do you do to him?
What are we doing?
Making him run.
Yeah, that
Let's go. Can we have you do a suicide?
Get the mic. Bob, get the mic.
Yeah, I can run a suicide real quick. That'd be pure entertainment.
It might be.
Probably better than anything we're about to discuss
We
here,
don't
right?
need to see that. How are you do?
I'm good, man.
Yeah?
I'm good.
You lose two dudes.
I do. Yeah.
I mean,
there's no doubt.
But it's funny because I saw you. Obviously, we're in the Bahamas, and we're in the Bahamas, so you were obviously in a good mood. But most guys, when you lose two dudes who took you to the tournament win, they've been a part of this program for so long, they'd be like, oh, man, what are we going to do? How are we going to deal with the loss of these two dudes? You feel pretty good, don't you?
Well, I think it goes – I don't want to act like we're minimizing the loss of that. I think that it goes to our development in terms of those two players were a product of our development. And I think you could stack our development up against really anybody in the country from a numerical standpoint of growth of us being more of a developmental program. We've had 15 all-conference guys in 6 years, which I think is in the top 10 in the country. And those two are a product of that. And I think they'd be the first to tell you Jalen Slauson had 19 points and 31 fouls his freshman year. And so what we've tried to do in this era of a lot of transitional components is really just focus on retention, focus on development, focus on being different. And the good news is for us, yes, we lost a lot, but I think we also returned the second most in the league.
That's crazy.
And I think that's been
your top 9.
That's been a little bit not discussed as much, right?
Yeah.
And it's just in the day and age that we were able to retain a JP Pegues. We were able to retain a Marcus Foster.
Well, how do you do that? Because I'm sure that JP and Marcus both had people calling them and saying, hey, one-time transfer, let's go.
Well, I think
Mike and Jalen probably had the same thing, right?
And I'm speaking pretty candidly here, and I think all of these players would be okay with me saying this, but I think that there's a lot of good in the portal. There's no doubt about it. I'm not against the portal. You know, people have said that before. We've taken 3 portal guys the last 3 years, but I also think it's so celebrated that there's not enough discussed on the downside of it.
Sure.
And I think for our program, we experienced, a player that decided to make a change a couple years back. It didn't go quite as he thought it was going to. And, he had a great experience. He got a master's degree at an SEC place. He still comes around. He stayed at my house this summer, and he was able to communicate to our guys that, hey, like, Furman, our program's different, and don't take for granted some of these elements. And I think Jalen and Mike, watching that, they decided to stay, okay? Didn't agree to a dollar figure. It wasn't some deal. It was, hey, look, we're different. This is the development. This is Furman. This is what we're building to. Well, then all of a sudden they got rewarded for it, right? Like, we get the first draft pick since 84. We got the first tournament appearance in 40 years. We got the second tournament win. And I thought, it's like, I said this in Orlando, everybody's asking, why didn't they leave? I wish there was more discussion on why did they stay?
Yeah.
Because I think that would showcase a little bit on what makes us different. And I think now JP and Marcus and some others saw that, and they're seeing Slaw tonight on the bench in the Utah Jazz game. And they're like, hey, you know what? There are benefits of staying.
Of course.
There are benefits of staying.
You need that.
And I think you have to be able, as coaches, we have to provide an ROI, a return on investment for why would you stay? And it can't just be monetary, but it's got to be the culture. It's got to be the degree. It's got to be that, hey, we build this through development. We're going to develop you. And I think we've been able to get a locker room to buy into that.
It's the rewards on the back end, too.
And
It's you come back and maybe you get a bigger NIL figure if, Jalen Slauson goes to an SEC school. Is he getting drafted if he goes to an SEC school?
That's right. And I think
in Greenville, they're going to be set up for life.
That's right.
Those two kids are going to get whatever they want.
And I think for us as a program, one of the founding principles of what we always make, we want to be long-term greedy. And that's through development, but that's also through retention, and that's also through the decision of why you come to Furman. And it is the network. It is the degree. And look, you've been to Greenville. Okay. Like that's also a little bit of a not as much of a like smaller secret now. People are starting to figure it out, like how nice it is. Yeah. But there's a lot of 40-year incentive to this. And that's what we've had to say, hey, this is a lifetime decision. And right now, right, it's like drive through or dine in. You know, like hey, there's benefits of the drive through, right? Of quick, hey, fast, let's make this money. But there's also like you and I, when you came, we want to sit down and enjoy a nice steak. Well, hey, that takes a little time, you know, like, and so I think those are different components that I think have worked to our advantage, but we've been pretty convicted in our differences. And I think that, you know, I think our players have seen the reward of it. I'll tell you this, you know, one of the reasons, Jeff, I was so optimistic when I saw you there, it's the hardest we've had a team work.
Really?
I mean, it's our guys have always worked hard. I mean, it's our guys have always worked. But like when they saw the payoff of the tournament win and the draft pick, and they're like, and Slauson would be the first to sit here if he was sitting here right now with us. I mean, Marcus is looking at it like, hey, hold up, I guard this guy in practice. Like, yeah, he's a really, really good player, but like this is doable, right? And then you look at the league. Well, half these guys are now international. They're getting drafted, right? You look at Ja, Murray State. You look at Dame. You look at Steph. Like you look at like the answer's not to go high major all the time. Right?
That's
Does that make sense?
You got to find the right fit where you can showcase what you can do.
And that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I want to ask you about JP. How many times have you pulled up YouTube, searched in JP Pegues, and watched the highlight of that shot?
They just showed it last night. We had our Hoops Night event on campus, and I mean, just you ask me about it, you get chills. I mean, I was watching it last night on the big screen. I was like, this just will never get old. I mean, it's just like one of those things where you just keep watching it, and you know, it
got me in trouble. You know that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
So I was in my house. I was in my office, and I watched the shot, and I started going nuts. I was like, oh, because it's the first big shot of the tournament. And I heard my wife upstairs be like, I'm on a fucking call. And I'm like, whoops.
Well, I think like it's one of those things, just being human for a second. Like you almost hope that you realize how good it was. Sometimes it's always for us as competitors. What's next? Can we do it again? Can we be an FAU? Can we go further? And I think sometimes for me, like you also want to make sure that, you know, as you're climbing up the mountain, sometimes you got to take a few peaks and you got to look off.
Hell yeah.
And I don't think
Tony Bennett.
I don't think sometimes like we embrace that, you know, like because it's like, well, can we go to the Sweet 16?
Right,
you know, well, I mean, that's a great thought, but hold up. Like,
what did we just do?
What did we just do? Yeah. You know, and I think sometimes that's where coaching can be hard, if I'm just being honest, is like you set that bar, and as competitors, you want to always stretch it. But also,
because there is an FAU, and that's the problem now. You're getting compared to that.
That's right.
Why can't you do that?
That's right.
Like, you know how hard that is?
It's hard
to do.
It's hard.
Like you caught some lightning in a bottle.
But you know that, though. Like, think about how long – there was a point where we were saying, like, when is Furman actually going to get to the tournament? Is this the year where they can get over the hump? But that felt like we were saying that for like 2 or 3 years. And you got there.
You
got to celebrate that.
You felt the pressure going in last year?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's
with those
real.
Two coming back,
that's real.
Right?
Like we lose to Penn State in the Charleston Classic, and we got people ready to jump off the Charleston Bridge. You know, we lose by 3, and like they ended up being pretty good, right? And so, you know, I would say I probably mismanaged some of that early. You know, I think it was the pressure of, hey, we got these 2 coming back. Well, nobody wants to talk about Alex Hunter and Conley Garrison getting paid in Europe that were the starting 1 and 2 the year before. Yeah. Nobody cares about that. It's just like when you have 2 fifth-years coming back, all of a sudden everybody's coming back. Right. And so I had to really – I don't know if the word relax is the term, but I had to really get our guys to purpose, you know, like perspective. Like, hey, guys, like we're playing basketball here. You know, like, yes, they picked you to win it because they think you're the best team in the league. Like, just relax and go play. And I think it took us a little while to find that, but probably early January, we lost a tough one at home to Greensboro. We were up 13, and we lost it in overtime. And it was one of those moments where we just had to kind of, hey, look, like, this ain't going to be the end of the world, guys. Like you get one crack at this. Like, we got to embrace this a little bit and just enjoy it. And that's when we kind of termed that joy plus urgency of like, yes, there's an urgent element that I always want to have in our program. And there's an urgency to grow and to get better. But I felt like we had lost a little perspective from the joy part. Really? And we really started kind of coining that, like, you know, connected urgent joy. And And then we win 15-16, and we start having some fun again. And we started, we kind of found a rhythm, and that ended up carrying us into March.
Last one I got for you. Carter Witt, former top 75 guy, played in the ACC. I remember talking with you last year before we did the game down there in Greenville, and you could see some flashes, but it wasn't quite there. What have you seen from him this offseason? Has he taken a step? I feel like he could be an X factor for you guys.
He's definitely taken a step. He's definitely worked really, really hard this offseason. He had an inter-squad game. He had 25 and 10, which was nice to see. Our first scrimmage, he had 7 assists in the first half. Carter's going to be a very valuable piece of this team. This team is going to be unique. And what I really like about this team is, yes, we definitely acknowledge we're losing 2 really, really good players. But this team is actually deeper, because all the guys that stayed are a year older. It's like we took a D2 transfer that's going to be a starter for us. We got really fortunate in a high school 6'11" kid he's going to play.
Can we talk? I saw Cooper Bowser a little bit. You told me about him. He's like a young deer.
It's unbelievable.
Am I wrong?
No,
he's like correct. A young deer.
You're correct.
In the Bahamas, you watch him and you're like, this kid has no idea what he's doing, but holy crap, he's going to be. So how far has he come? And do you envision him making an impact this year?
Yes, 100%.
You do.
Yeah, he'll make
he's
an
just going to have to play through some mistakes.
That's right. And we're going to have to stick with him November, December, and just trust him.
This kid, I'm telling you, like Bob told me about him. I'm watching him. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Like this kid, he stays.
6'11", 7'5" wingspan. And he's just hungry. I mean, and some of it for us, as y'all know, there's a knowledge component to how we play and the cerebral decision making. Sure. That he's gotten better at, and I love his work ethic, but he's massive, and so we're hoping to get him 15 minutes a game at least.
Yeah. And by league play,
but at league play that might start to go up a little bit because there's just not many in the league that look like him.
He can go, man.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, we've got a 9 that when you look at it, there's multiple guys coming off the bench that could start at a lot of places.
Great.
And I think that we're going to have to convince, Carter Witt is a starter. Mm-hmm. Okay. Does that make sense? Well, we can't, the league's not going to let us start 6-7 guys, right? Can we convince a couple guys off the bench that, hey, instead of last year, we played 4 guys 30 minutes, 2 guys in the 20s, 3 in the teens. I think this is going to look more 2 in the 30s,
and then
5 in the 20s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a big clump that's all in the 20s. That some night it might be 25, some night it might be 21, some night it might be 27, it might be 19, just depending on the game and the challenge. But I think that's going to be the fun of it. I think it's going to give us an opportunity to really showcase some real depth.
You look excited. I mean, honestly, it's funny because I could see
talking to us. That's why.
Summer. No, he doesn't want to talk to you. But you look excited about this team. You can tell that you're picked first, and you're like, all right, we're good with this. We're good.
Well, I mean, we went through that last year a little bit, Jeff. It was the first time we'd been picked first, and there's a lot of talk about, hey, when's Furman going to get over the hump? Well, in 2015, we were still in the 300s in the RPI as we were turning it when I was an assistant when Nico was here. And there's a build. Sure. And I think that now it's, can we keep retaining? Can we keep competing for championships? But it is exciting. I think we've learned a lot last year going through a lot of that, of how to, everybody's like, well, the target's on your back. Well, we just went through all that. Yeah. So now it's, hey, not only embrace it, but aim to exceed the expectation, right? Aim, you've earned it. You know what I mean? And I think that's what our program has really had to come to grips with is it's a little bit in football, next man up, but if you look through, we're not just guessing here. We lost Matt Rafferty, and then all of a sudden we won 25 again. We lost Jordan Lyons. We lost Clay Mounts. We lost Noah Gurley. And I think the program's been understanding that, hey, this is why we have to work. This is why we have to stay connected. This is why we have to stay true to our identity. And we're excited.
Yeah. Awesome. Great seeing you, my man.
Hey, good to see you.
Great being here.
I didn't ask you one question about food, so I just want to get that out
there.
I'm a little disappointed. Little coffee rub steak. We found one in Asheville tonight.
We're gonna get that.
Look, I'm going to need you to send me another one because I went through that in about a week and a half.
Oh, we can get you more. We can get you more.
That's the good stuff.
Great seeing you.
Great to see y'all.
It's always a pleasure, Bob. Bob Richey, Furman head coach. For what feels like the 27th year in a row, Furman Paladins are predicted to win the Southern Conference.
It's always good to catch up. It feels like it, but like he said, it's actually fairly new to these guys.
It's always good to catch up with them. I do believe that we are a Furman show at this point. We have a little Furman bias. Coming up next,
there he is.
Samford head coach.
You are live.
Bucky McMillan.
Bucky,
How you
Rob
doing, man?
Dauster.
Good to see you.
Good to meet y'all.
How are you?
Y'all good?
Yeah, good to be here.
Always
Good to
good,
be
man.
here. So, can I hit you with the hardest hitting question right away?
Let's hear it.
My illegitimate brother, Joseph Goodman, wrote a big story about you this past offseason.
Y'all have no relation.
No relation.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Zero.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
like that, though,
yeah.
right? So, he tweets something out that he's got some breaking news about you. And then I'm like, what's going on here? Big story, big like is some investigation going on? Well, there was a little investigation. It's into this dude's age. Nobody knows how old and when his birthday is. Now, we know you were hired as a high school head coach at 25. That's accurate? Is that accurate?
I think I was 24, but maybe 24.
So
25.
that even isn't right.
I don't even know.
So can we break news here of how old you actually are?
Man, I'm 40, man.
Okay, you're gonna.
I'm giving it away.
All right.
But no one knew when my birthday was. Because
why?
I don't know. I just didn't like all the text. So
40. Congrats.
I'll
tell you this: when I turned 40, which is a while ago,
yeah,
I woke up the next day, my back hurt like
dude,
hell.
my neck's been hurting. I can't even
It
swing
sucks,
a golf club,
doesn't
dude.
it?
It's real. It's real.
Yeah,
So,
it's bad. How you doing?
I'm
How's
all
the
good,
team?
man.
I mean, I know obviously you guys coming off a hell of a year last year. What you've been able to do, and when Martin Newton first hired you, I'm like, who is this dude? Who is this dude? Bucky ball? I don't know what this is. Anything? You've done a hell of a job getting this program to where now 21 wins, I think last year, 15-3 in the league. How do you keep this thing going in an age when it's difficult to do that because of the portal, because of obviously retention's not easy?
Yeah, we got to have good players, man. I mean, it's what it is. And I think that if you can have good players and then you're able to retain as much as you can. You look at the mid-major teams that have been good, you see a lot of retention through the years. These teams that have won 20-plus games year after year after year, you'll notice some. They don't just come in with the new 12 guys every year, new 13 guys. So we've retained a good bit of ours, key pieces, added some good pieces, and we've stayed old. It's kind of a good recipe.
Have to do that. You
have to. And so I like our chances this year. I think we're going to have a good team. I think we got some players that not a lot of people have talked about that are going to surprise some people. So,
like who? Who are a couple of those guys?
I think Ryland Jones is a really dang good player.
I loved him.
Yeah.
You know, freshman year, he was really good at UT. Dealt with some injuries over the course of his career.
Yeah.
But like veteran point guard, right?
He can play on and off the ball, but he's healthy and he can shoot it. He can lead. He's smart, knows what he's doing. So he's great. You know, we got just different guys. I could talk about our freshmen. Had some good freshmen we signed, and Josh Holloway and Lucas Walls and Riley Allen spot. But some of the transfers that have played D1 ball, and Garrett Hicks, right out of Alabama A&M, double-figure scorer. He'll be great. Dallas Graziani, who led Nova Southeastern. Everybody, that's the player I get asked the most about. How's
Because
Dallas?
nobody knows who he is.
Yeah, D2, but lost one game in 2 years, won a national championship. He's a 5'7" point guard who led all of D2 in assists. And then we got some great returners. You're going to talk to one later, Jermaine Marshall.
I can't wait.
Yeah, you're gonna love
awesome.
Maine the GOAT, baby. Maine, that's his Twitter handle.
What is it?
Maine the GOAT.
Maine the GOAT.
Yeah, get Jermaine the GOAT. Jermaine Marshall, Maine the GOAT.
I like it.
I've known this kid since he's a Birmingham kid. Since he's
came back home.
15, 16 years old. I told the story just when I watched him play in a fall league I ran. He was terrible, but he was my favorite player ever. Like, he played so hard. He picked up Trendon Watford, who played for me.
Yeah, sure.
Full court, 94 feet, headbutting him the whole way up the floor. And I mean, terrible. He wasn't a basketball player yet, but he was effective. And I said, dude, keep hooping. You're going to be really good one day. And so when I say terrible, I don't mean not effective, but now he's got the skill to go with the toughness. And so, like, he shot 38% from three last year.
He went from 2 years ago, he shot like 28% from three.
Yep.
So the skill level, is that just work being in the gym?
In the gym, man. He works harder than everybody.
Really?
So, yeah. And he's
That's
just got to he's like just believes in himself, you know. So he's been great. Chore's made big jumps. Player of ours who didn't get as much playing time last year behind Logan Dye, but he'll surprise some people as well. So I'm excited about our group.
How would you define Bucky ball? Everybody knows Bucky ball. How do you define it?
You know, I think that basically I'm from Birmingham, and so when I coached high school ball back then, like, they didn't think the suburban teams they thought they had to play in like the 30s. this was 15 years ago. And so I was like, I played. And so I was that kid, and they were like, you got to play slow. So I was like, whatever, coach, dude, we're going to shoot so many threes. We're going to press and trap and play super fast. Yeah. So we were like playing in the 90s when they were playing in the 30s and bombing threes and pressing and all that. And then we had a great run. We became like a top 5 team in the country and all that. So that was probably it back then. Now everybody's playing faster. Yeah. But that was probably it. We played full court pressure.
And you were 25. Of course, you wanted to do that because you had just gotten done playing, right?
Exactly.
So it's like that's the way you wanted to play. I'm a coach that way.
Yeah, it's a fun way to win.
Yeah.
You know how it is. I mean, but
as long as you win.
Yeah, as long as you win.
Right.
As long as you win. So that's just probably up tempo, probably shoot a lot of threes, press, play a lot of guys.
Do you remember when you got hired, we made a deal? Mm-hmm. Do you remember the deal?
I know.
Am I allowed to go there?
I don't know if you can go there.
I can't go there. I can't go there.
I don't know who listens to this.
I was going to bring a deck of cards.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go there later. We'll go there later. You've won. That was part of our deal.
Yep.
Part of our deal is after we win.
Yeah, after we win.
We'll do it off camera. How's that?
Listen,
it'll be a hell of a story. Listen, to anybody watching, when I write this story, which I think hopefully we'll do this year.
Save it for the book, man.
All right.
Save it for the book.
All
right. It'll be a bestseller.
It sure will.
It will be a bestseller.
It sure will.
So when you play this pressing style, you have a 5'7" point guard in Graziano. You got a 6-foot point guard in Riley Jones. You got another 6-foot point guard. Is that intentional? Are you looking for smaller guards that can kind of climb up under people, or is that just the guys that you ended up with that you recruited this year?
Great question, because we played last year with Quez Glover before he got hurt and Bubba Parham. They're both under 6 feet.
Yep.
And we were really good when they were both healthy. I've never thought, look, I was a point guard, and the last thing I wanted to do was see some little dude on my kneecap. So I think you can play small at the 1 and the 2. I really do. And if you
Fairleigh Dickinson agrees.
No doubt. And if you look at the league, I mean, even at the 4s and 5s, they're playing small right now. It's just can you move and can you play? But if you're going to pick up 94 feet, I don't think the size matters that much at the 1 and the 2. If you look at maybe the greatest, in my opinion, the best strategist of probably all time is Patino. Yeah. And
you look way ahead of that one.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
And you look at the guards he had, playing together with through the years that were incredible at their pressure. Right.
Look who he won a title with.
Yeah.
Peyton Siva and Russ Smith.
Exactly right. Gary's before that it was Jerry Smith and McGahee, and they just always had those guys. So
that's true. I didn't think about that. Expectations this year. I mean, obviously you got Jermaine, so you know you got a dude there. You like you said, you like your guards at this point. What needs to happen?
Yeah.
If I said, like, what's an X factor? What needs to happen for you guys to be in the hunt again?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, I think with every team, you got to be as healthy as possible.
Sure.
And I mean that when you look at our level in mid-majors,
you can't lose a dude.
You can't lose a dude, man. You just can't. You can't lose one of those main guys.
An all-league guy, right? Like Jermaine's got to be healthy.
So you got to be healthy. You need to be, and that's every team. Every team that has their guys need to be as healthy as possible. And then from there, in our league, if you notice, it's a great three-point shooting league. So you obviously need to make threes, but you got to be able to guard the three, because that's the problem with the tournament here, is that you're going through a 3 or 4 game setting, and you're in the best three-point shooting league in the country, by statistics usually every year. So last year we played Chat here. Quest couldn't play. He's hurt. Jake Stevens is back, and it's a 2-7 game. We're right there. We lose in a tight 2-point game or whatever it was, but they make 15 threes on us. We got to do a better job of that. Can't give up 15 threes in a conference tournament game. So I think that's everybody. You got to guard the three.
You mentioned Ashore. He was one guy that you talked about when we spoke with you for the Almanac. What have you seen from him this summer? What have you seen from the fall? Is he going to have the kind of breakout year that you expected?
Yeah, he's going to be great. Like he can move, he can run. He's one of the fastest players on our team, and he's the tallest player on our team. He can make threes now. Hard worker, tough. He played for Donnie Tyndall at Chipola, so he's been coached. Donnie didn't let him shoot any threes because he had him rolling that basket.
So he must like walking into Samford.
Yeah, well, so he's improved his three-point shooting dramatically. But a lot of what he's done is just because he was coached by Donnie before. He's tough. He didn't come into D1 basketball not understanding a practice.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's just improved tremendously. So I think you'll see that, and his ball handling has gotten better. He'll be a true stretch 5 and fits in our system, just how we like to play defense. So
what does someone like him have to do to prove themselves as a shooter, to be allowed to have the green light and let it fly?
Yeah, so our guys, they shoot outside of practice 2,000 threes a week. It's not
some shoot more, but we track every one of them. And so it's in there with managers tracking every single one of them. So we know exactly what their statistics are. Then every single shot they ever take in practice is statted. So we give green lights all the way up until the first game. There's no this or that. Then you're going to determine what your deal is based on your percentages that we've seen. So he's proven that he needs to be shooting the ball. So there's no hiding.
If you can shoot it, you'll give him the green light.
Absolutely. And so and I think people give up on it too early.
Call guys non-shooters. Right. You can get better. You can get better with work.
And our bigs do everything our guards do. We don't. They do everything our guards do. So I mean, what are we talking about? Look at that line. Yeah. I mean, we're not talking about a half-court shot.
No. If you work at it,
you'll get it.
Yes,
you'll get it. And
a lot of times, you've never seen him shoot.
That's because I'm working
right now. Hey, take me back to the day when Martin Newton first called you. And were you surprised? Did you have a relationship with him, or was this just something he had done his due diligence, called around and got your name, and he wanted to do something a little bit unique?
Well, we were both in Birmingham. I always liked talking to Martin, but we weren't super tight. It was nothing like that. I think they were gauging interest in both ways and all that. But the reality of it was Samford at that time was not in a great spot at the time. Yeah, not in a great spot. Yeah. And so both ways, I could just tell he really wanted to win. Yeah. That's what I could tell. I couldn't work. Like, I got the best boss in the world.
No, Martin, because he gets it. That's the beautiful part of Martin Newton. He gets it, but he probably leaves you alone as well, which is that balance is hard for an AD.
He leaves you alone, but when you need him on any front, he's there. And if you need something basketball-wise, like, hey, can I talk to this coach about this? He knows them. He knows everybody.
Everybody.
And it's not a coincidence. We just ran through last year, the Southern Conference, won 11. Parker, how many championships we won last year?
We won 11.
Won 11.
Wow, really?
That's nuts. And got his chair in all the majors: football, basketball, and baseball.
It's like you said, because he knows enough people too. He's even if he doesn't know it, he's gonna know who to ask.
Yeah.
Did you think that when you got hired that this style would work at the college level?
It's funny. I had this conversation with someone the other day because people have their deal like zone won't work at the level, or we don't run a ton of zone, or pressing can't work. I'm like, well, I mean, Rick Tann's the greatest strategist ever, and he makes it work.
Right.
So like, and people that say that, I don't think they really research basketball since the '90s. Maybe if you went to one particular style, Arkansas, the Kentuckies, and Louisville over there, I would say that's a pretty effective style. If you look at it, 3-point shooting teams who like to play a full court game. So now people that are going to obviously have their own bias, like, sure, you can say every zone team works, but some teams are really good at zone. So it's just what you're good at.
Got to have the right personnel too, obviously.
Right. Got to have the right personnel.
Can't bring in a bunch of non-shooters and play the way you do.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
All right, well, listen. Great seeing you, man.
Hey, good to see you, bro. We'll save the rest for the book, brother.
Yeah, we will. Might be a story this year.
Good to meet you, man.
We'll see. A book might be too far down the road.
Coming up next, I'm not going to lie to you. The guy that we have coming up, that was Bucky McMillan, Samford head coach, the inventor of Bucky Ball. Coming up next is, I think, the interview that I'm most excited for today. Mercer head coach Greg Gary. There's a couple reasons why.
Yeah.
But for the people that aren't involved in the Field of 68 group chats, there's a little bit of controversy in the ranks of the Field of 68. Terrence Oglesby claims that he won a Naismith golf tournament. Yeah. Greg Gary was in the foursome that beat Terrence actually won it. So we got to get to the bottom of this. We're going to do some Big J investigative journalism right here. We're going to find out exactly what happened from the guy that was involved himself. Greg, we are live.
We're live, so be careful what you say.
The mic is hot, but look, I do have. I was just telling the viewers that I've been looking forward to this interview more than any other interview today because we got to get to the bottom. Huge controversy in the ranks of the Field of 68. Terrence Oglesby claims that he won a Naismith golf outing against you.
Okay.
But he has no trophy.
Well, I think there's proof, though.
Who has the trophy?
I do.
Okay. So you won it.
Yeah, of course.
Fair and square? Was this fair and square or no?
Absolutely.
Was there any cheating involved?
Absolutely not.
All right.
Absolutely not.
Can you talk
we just
through?
Became more clutch down the end than probably they did. It always comes down to the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, T.O. was never really good when he's shooting the ball.
at the end of the games, you couldn't really trust Tio.
When the popcorn was
That's
popping.
right. That's
really
right.
Good.
Exactly. So, how you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah,
doing really good. Yeah.
You got a new team. You and I sat down last year in Charleston.
Yeah.
Little lunch, and you went through a lot of injuries last year. A lot of injuries, and we're banged up, and obviously not any different than most coaches. You got a different team because of the portal and everything else.
Yeah, and injuries. You know how injuries go. The only people that care about it's you and your staff.
Yeah,
and, you know what I mean. No one else cares about it. But we lost our starting 2, 3, 4, and 5 last year, or 2 and 3 the whole year, and then 4 and 5 came in the December.
Yeah,
and so it was a little bit difficult. But hey, that's the good thing about the transfer situation. When you don't have a great year like we did, you can flip it.
Yeah.
You can flip it,
Yes.
and that's again, we haven't played a game yet, but I've been in the business long enough to know, man, our we got some good dudes, and we got some more talent. We got some our chemistry's been really good. So I think we're in a good start right now. Everybody feels good about their team right now, but hey, I could be the other way and not feel good about it.
What do you? Obviously, Jalen coming back is huge. What do you like about this group in terms of what you bring back and maybe the ability to surprise some people this year?
I think we're more physical, like just physically better. And defensively, I thought we've made strides the last 2 years to be good. Top 3 defensive categories. So I think we're good there. Offensive standpoint, man, we had so many guys that were playing extended minutes last year. We weren't very good. So what helps this year, we brought in some really good guards, some good depth, that I think will help our other players create better shots for them, if that makes any sense. Like, we were stuck on the perimeter and not able to get in and make plays for others. Mm-hmm. When in this league, it's a guard game where you got to have some guards that can make some plays.
Jalen Cobb, guard that can make some plays. He's been banged up, missed most of the last 2 years with injuries?
Yeah, we had him back for a scrimmage last year. At this time, he tore his ACL. The second time, he's been full go. Has not had any issues, knock on some wood, but he is the one, you're right. He can play on both ends of the court, but he can also score for us. Just has a knack to score. And I think maybe average 10 a game at Fordham, for his career. If I'm not.
So when he's healthy, when he's healthy, you expect
he can really
impact
score.
guy.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a big plus for us to have him back.
All right, can we move this interview along to the roast portion?
Absolutely. I always like the roast. It's much more entertaining.
We don't get – he knows why. Part of it was the T.O. story, but part of it is –
Is T.O. watching right now?
Yes, he's watching. Part of it is the ammo that I have from a few different people.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, well, you had to. With me, you had to in our relationship. All right, first – true or false? Let's play a little game of like true or false, I guess, would be the deal. And you can expand on this. You grew up on a farm and you once showed a pig or something?
I
Is
did.
that true?
I grew up on a cattle farm.
Okay.
And we also, corn and soybeans is what we harvested.
Okay.
And one of my best friends growing up, he had a pig farm right down probably a couple miles. And so, I did show a pig in the 4-H fair. It was unbelievable, actually. Actually, it was a state fair, and because they had a bunch of pigs, and he just said, "Hey, you want to show one?" I'm like, "Sure." So he gave me a quick tutorial, right? And so I go in the showroom and show the pig, and he does well. So I show like 3 or 4 classes, and there's probably 50 classes. So then later on the day, it's called the Showmanship Award, and that brings back what they think the judges are picking people from each class. Hey, he's a good showman, so we'll bring him back for the Showmanship Award. Well, over the barn's huge like this, and the announce comes over and calling out names. Hey, come back for the Showmanship Class Award. Well, my name gets called, and I'm like,
and you're a rookie at this.
And so the guy that my friend's dad gave me a quick hey, just try to keep it in front of the judge. Don't.
We need video or pictures.
No, it was unbelievable. So anyway,
how old were you?
I was probably about 12. Yeah, maybe even a little less than 12. So it gets down. There's like 50 in there. He cuts him to 25. Then he gets to 10. And I'm still in there.
Still there?
I'm still there. And before I went in, Derek's dad, Phil, actually told me, he goes, "Now, hey, when it gets really close, gets down in the last 10, they're probably going to ask you some questions."
about this. Oh no!
I go, all right.
So, I don't have.
Yeah. So the judge comes up. We're walking around, and he's walking as I'm showing the pig, and he says, "Can you tell me what part?" He gave me some name of what part. Like, where's this on the pig? And I go, "Sir, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is my first day ever showing pigs." And he goes, "Son," he goes, "I just appreciate you being honest." Shook my hand. He goes, "Have a great day," and I was done after that. But it was unbelievable. I was like, "So you can fake it to make it sometimes."
You did it at 12.
That's
12.
right,
man. All right, another one for you. True or false? Your feet are so fat that you back when you played at Tulane, you would just bust through shoes over and over.
Number one, we had a shoe deal with New Balance.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna blame it on New Balance.
Well, I was wearing the shoes they had back then were hard as a rock. All right, it was first. I think Coach Clark, my head coach, I remember right. I think he got a deal with New Balance, and they gave him $6,000. That's how much it was.
Really?
So we got all the shoes we wanted. But anyway, I go to a cross trainer shoe because the other ones were just brutal. And I literally went through probably 25 pairs.
Busting through
them. I just got heavy, fat feet that, bone spurs.
He could shoot. Listen, he could really shoot, and he was tough.
Just had
quickness. And, fat feet, wasn't very quick. And I'm told also, true or false, the 3-mile run was very, very difficult for you. Brutal. Did you ever finish the 3-mile run?
Of course I did.
Within the time.
I don't know about all that. I just know I scored. And I'm going to give you, this is pretty funny because one of the dudes that I play with, I stayed in touch with him to this day. He nicknamed me Fred.
For your feet.
Fred Flintstone. To this day, he'll be like, "Hey, what's up, Fred?" I'm like, "Michael, come on, man. I'm done with those days." I had Fred Flintstone feet, and I'm good enough to
handle it. Yeah, you can play with it.
You know
you can play with it. And
I can make fun
persevere.
of myself. Yeah.
Last one. What would you road games?
Okay.
You would stop, I'm told, on the way to road games to pick up something, something that you needed, and you would sometimes use that in pregame.
Okay.
What would you stop and pick up that you needed to survive?
Oh, well, it was probably some Copenhagen.
There
or
it
Skull.
is. There it is.
Yeah.
Every road game.
Yeah.
And pregame, like we're talking like pregame.
Yeah. No question.
You would be dipping.
I would actually. Yeah.
You only basketball. You and Thad Mata probably get him.
It's not a great thing, but
hold on. Where are you spitting? Are you just gutting it?
Yeah, gutting it.
You were.
Oh man.
Oh man, your stomach must be a mess right now.
Not now. It's okay.
It's all right.
Yeah.
You
good
survived
thing
it.
I survived it, so I'm good. But yeah, I don't acknowledge it. Like I don't want.
You don't want too many people to know.
Well, they're gonna know, but I don't. It's not something that.
All right.
That I should probably. Hey, go try it. You know what I mean?
Last thing.
That just calmed my nerves. Just like I did grow up on a farm.
That's great. I had some good stuff there, right?
I will say this, and this is fun. This is another funny story. I think it might have been the first time I ever tried. I was showing cattle, and we had a buddy of mine. Actually, he's a friend of my dad's, who, man, he was always instigating me. All right, and so he gave me my first tobacco at literally when I was maybe 8 years old.
Really?
And not the kind you put in the kind that chew.
Mm-hmm. Burnt.
Oh man, I put that in, and about 3 seconds later I had to throw it out because I just started throwing up. And
surprised you did it again.
No, it was I know I shouldn't have, but anyway. But yeah, that's a story.
You got a good Hummel story for us while we're on? I mean, you saw that we continued the search for the Hummel statue the other day. This was big.
That was one of the best. That was absolutely the best. It really was.
How much money would you give? How much money would you put in for the Hummel statue right now?
He probably him being on the team probably helped me get this job a little bit.
We don't want to
admit
that.
We
do not need to admit that.
I have to acknowledge that.
All right.
You know what I mean? And him and Coach Painter. But not that it was all Robbie. But I give him $1.
You give him $1?
Yeah, I'd throw it in.
So I think we're up to $11.
No, somebody, did you see? Girl was ready to give $100. She's ready to give $100. Now she didn't get the go ahead from her mom. Didn't sign off on it.
She was young and impressionable.
I'm going to refrain from any of those stories.
No good Hummel story?
I mean, he plays a lot of golf now.
A lot?
Yeah, he does.
Every day. And then he'll complain how hard he works starting next week. And it's like, yeah, well, you didn't work for 6 months.
I did help. He has probably some good stories on, because when I was at Purdue at the time, I was helping with the post players. And so
he's got some good stuff.
Was down in the post play, yeah. So I guess
him and Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy. Yeah,
Sandy kicking his ass.
Sandy. He had a couple of guys that I probably wish he could have mentored better.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And that's probably
he was all about himself.
Yeah,
there was no mentoring there.
A little bit,
he still is.
No question.
Still is all about Hummel.
No question.
Would you have won the title in 2010, the year that he tore his ACL?
No, I was there. I was with him his senior year.
He was there at the end. Yeah, he was there post back brace.
Yeah,
and knee.
Oh, you were so you were there with the broken Hummel.
Yeah,
correct.
Yes. Broken Hummel.
I will say this again. It's kind of being nice to Robbie, but I remember Coach Paint saying, like when I got the job, he just said, "Man, you're gonna love coaching Robbie."
Yeah.
Because the only bad thing is like you're only going to get him for a year. Yeah. Because he's just he was fun to coach, very competitive, and so he was good. And Coach Payne was right. It was kind of sucked. It was only 1 year.
What's the most fun? Again, you've coached at the high major level. You've coached at the mid major level. What's the most fun? Because we enjoy. Honestly, I'd rather be here. We had a blast for the Summit League. I'd rather be at this one than at the Big East Media Day and some of those other deals. I've always said, and I've grown up covering recruiting and I'll go to a lot of mid-major games throughout the course of the year. What's the advantage? What's what you love about coaching these kids at this level?
Well, I think they all want to play beyond, college.
Yeah.
And I to be honest with you, like you got to find the right ones that you want to get the most out of their potential. I know it's kind of a coaching cliche talk, but that's what I love. Like I was an overachiever, so I wasn't very talented. So like for me, I want guys to reach their potential, and like that's what drives me, and that's what excites me. And obviously the competition, like nothing, you can't beat competition out there. So that's what, and I want them to taste the NCAA tournament. I've been there as a player, I've been there as a coach. Like there's nothing like it. So that's another thing that really drives me because, if your team does it, man, that team that did it, you're going to be together for life because you're going to remember those memories. And that's some special stuff right there.
What was the bigger hindrance to a player's career? Your fat feet or Robbie Hummel's ACLs?
Oh, got to be my fat feet. I had bone spurs though. I had bone spurs, and my feet were always bloody when I got done with the game. Yeah, so I did have a level of toughness. All right, I will. Even though I'm
not sure your players are going to agree with this.
They will. They might.
He used to gut Copenhagen during warm-up. So like, I'm never ever going to question your toughness, man. Never.
Big time. Well, listen,
we appreciate you coming out.
No, it's been great. It's been great seeing you. You know that, and
great
hopefully
seeing
I'll see you when you come into Charleston again.
Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll grab some lunch.
No, for sure.
We'll do a better lunch
for sure.
No training.
Make him pay.
Yeah.
Make him pay this time.
No, it's all right. Yeah, we got to go somewhere. We get a good meal.
We'll go somewhere good.
Good deal. Appreciate you
guys.
guys.
Great seeing you.
Good seeing you, man.
Thank you.
Greg Gary, Mercer head coach, Naismith golf tournament champion. Confirmed.
That's right.
Confirmed.
He took down to you. Took him down.
Should have showed the picture of him.
Coming up next, Dan Earl, Chattanooga head coach.
Great.
Get no break.
Yeah,
no break. We'll just go one to the other.
What's going on, Coach? Good to see you.
We are
live.
Oh, okay.
And this is a blast. Like this is, to me, again, you and I saw each other last year. You probably don't want to remember that game.
Yeah.
But
it was a tough one.
But it was good hanging with you beforehand.
Yeah. No, absolutely. In Charleston, Citadel got the best of us. So it's nice of you to come by the hotel and spend some time with us.
Yeah,
and Jake Stevens and all that good stuff. So that was a tough game to say the least. So
and a tough
Jake
year.
is the best. Yeah.
Tough year for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right after seeing him, obviously he goes through I don't know how many games did he end up missing.
Yeah, 12
key games.
Yeah.
Comes back when honestly a lot of kids might not have. They might have
doubt.
packed it in for the year. He comes back and lets you go on a little bit of a run in the tournament. How difficult was last year though? Because again, you thought you were going to have him full go and you're dealing with mean, he's the best player in the league.
Yeah, no doubt. It was like a trying year and very interesting. It was almost like 3 separate seasons, right? So fortunate to get the job from VMI, come over to Chat, excited. We had 8 new guys, which is kind of the new normal in college basketball in many ways, especially with the changing of jobs. But so you're trying to get everybody on the same page, and Jake's healthy and we're playing. So we play, X amount of games. And then the 6th game of the conference, he goes down with a hand injury. So now you got to reinvent yourselves and figure it out without him. And he's a big change.
He was everything.
Yeah, right. Like we play through our center quite a bit, so with the ball's in his hands, and he's, just does so many things: rebounding, passing, defending, shooting the ball, obviously. So you're reinventing yourself. And then to your point, I mean, I'm appreciative of him in so many different ways. Like, came with us from VMI. He's an awesome kid. He's like a son to me in many ways. I was with him for 5 years. But then he's thinking about coming back, and he has like pro aspirations, and he's kind of in the Kings organization now. But most kids, especially nowadays, would be like, hey, shut it down. I'm done. Yeah. And he was like, saw the doctor multiple times, but once he heard like, hey, I'm not going to hurt, or there's not high risk of hurting it again or worse. And I would never put him in that situation, but he's like, I'm giving it a go. So he literally practiced.
Awesome. Yeah. So
he's
loyal.
The best. Yeah.
Just such a good kid.
No doubt, and he literally practiced for 2 days prior to the Southern Conference. So
Did
people
really?
thought we were like, it was 2
they
practices.
Thought you were hiding something.
Yeah, they thought we were hiding something. And I'm like, I don't know if he's playing or not. And then day 1, we played VMI. Excuse me. And he just like played phenomenal. Was right back to himself and gave our other guys, some confidence and a boost. So,
how do you replace a guy like 22 points, 10 boards, 3.5 assists, 2.5 blocks? How do you replace that? How do you even start?
Yeah, so you're pouring salt in my wounds, right? Like that's you're building me up or what? So no, it will be tough to replace, especially he's been with us in our style and system. Again, we play through the center quite a bit. I think 2 things. One, we have this kid Sam Alexis, who the benefit of it. He was a freshman on the all newcomer team, showed flashes of brilliance, right? Played really well, so he's got a chance to be really good. Now obviously for him the next step is consistency, right? So instead of 1 good game, 1 tough game, or half a game or whatever. So he's got a lot of ability, though, and we're super excited about him. He won't be able to shoot like Jake did, certainly. So how do you replace all this is tough, but he's an elite rebounder. Again, doesn't pass as well as Jake now, but so he'll help out. And then we have another kid, Jan Zedek, who transferred in from Pepperdine, who's another kind of skilled big. He's a 5th-year senior. He's strong. He gets it. And again, with our style, putting the ball in his hands, he can stretch the floor, can pass as well. So I'm hoping kind of those two, they'll play together some, but also at that center spot will hopefully, help us a little bit, with Jake leaving.
You got a good backcourt. I mean, if Trey can get, we don't know yet still.
Yeah.
With the 2-time waiver.
Yeah.
Did he get denied on the first one?
Still in the kind of the process. Okay. Yeah. The original.
So you're waiting
process.
on that.
Yeah.
But you got Honor at least in there after last year. I mean, man, last year. Still crazy to me.
Yeah. It's I
don't want to kill the league too
it
much.
Was,
here.
Yeah,
We're doing this for the league, but are we going to get that rule changed?
Yeah, that's a good question as well. So I think we're revisiting it, sometime soon. It comes up with coaches or whatever. But it was a tough situation, for Honor in particular, first and foremost. But and again, he knew going into the transfer, like he didn't think, hey, I'm going to be eligible. Absolutely, he knew there's a good chance.
But he knew every other league.
But that's right. Yeah, exactly. And things, the last couple leagues started changing. Right after he did, or right before he did it, so it was difficult for him. But once he kind of figured out that he could not play, he really used the year to, as you can imagine, get bigger in particular and stronger and just better. Was in the gym constantly and with our strength coach constantly. So it's nice to have him because he's a really good player and can score the ball and can shoot the ball, but also knows, knows us, and knows the way we operate as a program, and then knows our style and system, which is a little bit more intricate than others. And I don't mean to, but we kind of move the ball and run some different actions. So he helps out all these new faces that we have. Again, we have 8 new faces again. So, so it's good to have him back. Yeah. So, and then to your point, Trey, if he can get eligible, it'd be phenomenal. He's a really good player. Again, he knows us and knows our style and system. We're really fortunate that he wanted to come back with us to chat.
Where have you seen Honor improve in that year off?
Yeah, so I think, on the defensive end, and mostly because of his added strength and size, he, I'll give him a hard time because I know him well, but he's still not a, absolute stopper or what have you. He's not the biggest guy, but he's really taken ownership of that, right? And, nowadays everybody thinks they're great or whatever. I guess they always have whatever, but like we said to him, like you got to become a better defender, so we've really seen that. And, again, just with that added strength and size, ability to kind of, again, he's not the strongest kid, but he can drive the lane now and take a little bit more of a bump and kind of finish around the rim better than he once did. And I would say his shooting's even better, and he's really, we call them drillers, guys that can drill shots. He can really make shots. So that, along with the leadership, aspect will really help us.
One of the things that you told us in the almanac was we look at shooting as a measure of toughness.
Yeah.
You just mentioned you got a bunch of drillers. What does that mean?
Yeah. So, as you guys know, there's different ways to skin a cat, right? And there's like, hey, we've played against programs. I've been around the game for a while where they're into defense and rebounding, right? Other teams are more offensive minded. Other teams are pushing transition. There's different ways to do it, right? So I have friends in the business that are great coaches that are just like, look, we talk about defense or rebounding or whatever. And we never mention shooting because hey, like that's something that's uncontrollable. We can control our effort. And I get all that. We try to use it as like, hey, get in the gym, number one, so a level of toughness there. And then just like, hey, you're getting in the gym and you're working on your shot and become a good shooter so that when that ball flies around, like, you can't cheat the game, right? So if you're in the gym a bunch, that ball goes in a heck of a lot more than if you're not, right? And there's nothing worse than seeing a kid miss a shot and put his head down.
He knows this. He made like 200 threes in his college career. So if there's anybody who knows this,
not as many as my brother is.
Your brother did make a few more.
Yeah,
you made plenty.
So, yeah.
You were at a VMI before. Again, we talked to Andrew earlier in the day.
Yeah.
It might be the toughest job in America.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, right now, again, they can't take transfers.
Right.
You know this. Like, imagine if you were there now.
Yeah, sure.
Like, it'd be even harder now with again, the prevalence of the portal. It's even gotten more out of control than it was when you left.
Yeah.
How difficult of a job is that?
Yeah, it is. First off, and I'm not just saying this to say it, but it's a great place, right? And to be a particular first-time head coach, as you know, it's so hard to get a coaching job, number one. And they gave us time to figure it out, which was important too, right? So as long as your administration and the supporting fans and everything understand a little bit, everybody wants to win. Nobody more than Andrew now and myself, but they give us time, and I think it allows you to figure out how to coach, right? Like we're all in this, and it's like, hey, this will be easy. I'll coach my team and I'll run this play with it, and then you get into it, and you're like, holy cow! Like it's there's a little bit more to it than you once thought, so, but to your point, an awesome place. You can target the right kids and hopefully get good kids. You got to figure out who will come and stay, which is difficult. And to your point, it seems with each passing years, the NCAA rules are going to not help that situation, right? Just meaning whether it's NIL and all that kind of stuff, or certainly transfer portal, right? So it has become more challenging. And, it's interesting because, Coach Wilson is a great guy and played college ball and everything, and we're competitors and he wants to beat us and we want to beat them, whatever. But when you're in the off season, like, hey, maybe we talk once in a while. And Duger Balcom, who was at Citadel, was great to me. I'd call him sometimes. Yeah. And I just really appreciated that because
it's such a unique job. Yeah. How many other people can you talk to about it?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Not a lot of people understand. I was fortunate that I was at the Naval Academy prior to VMI. So it wasn't, so I understood a little bit of the military side of things.
Andrew wasn't.
Yeah, he was not.
Right.
Yeah. And it takes some while to figure out. And again, it is an awesome place. You can recruit and coach high character guys, and what they do on a daily basis, right? Getting up for breakfast and wearing a uniform and all, really cool, so, and I truly mean that, but it is challenging. So, Coach Wilson and I will talk here and there and, just either, offering, asking questions or whatever. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because there is a learning curve to it.
How many years?
Yeah, 7 years. 7 years. Yeah. So, and again, Coach Balcom was great to me, and Coach Wilson will figure it out, certainly, so, and there's passionate people there, and he'll figure out how to win games.
I want to expand a little bit on Jan Zedek because he's a guy. 2 years ago, he averaged 13 points in the WCC at Pepperdine. Last year, playing time kind of fell off a little bit. How do you get him back to being the guy that could average numbers like that in the league has Gonzaga, has St. Mary's.
Yeah.
Has Santa Clara put 2 guys in the first round of the draft the last 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Like he had a phenomenal year, as you mentioned, as a junior. As a senior, they brought in some really high-level talent that were freshmen, and I don't know exactly what went on, but his minutes went down a little bit, his production went down. So I think it's just, what we try to sell him on is he's a perfect fit for what we do, right? Some programs, again, nothing wrong about, but take their big guys and put them, 4 feet from the basket and say, develop a jump hook or whatever. Yeah, like we kind of just do it differently. So he's a skilled big. He can stretch the floor and shoot. He can pass the ball. He's pretty good understanding, but he's also physical, which I like. So we talked to him about that coming in, and now it's just a matter of twofold, to be honest with you, but having him adjust to our style and system and figure out where to pick his spots, you know what I mean? And it's all about decision making, so we're kind of working through that. The other thing will be, we typically play in our system like 1 big and then 4 kind of guard forwards, that kind of do the same thing. Well, with Sam Alexis, our other, the now sophomore, who's good, and he is kind of a big for us, we're going to have to play them together. And it's a good problem to have in many ways, but we got to tweak some things going forward. So that'll be an adjustment for us.
All right. So one of the things I'm looking forward to doing this year at the Final Four in Phoenix, and he's tired of me talking about this, is a big pickleball coaches pickleball tournament.
Yeah.
I know this guy's like a tennis extraordinary. Like nobody beats
That's
him
not
in
true,
tennis.
but yeah, I do play some tennis.
The word is you're pretty good at racket sports.
Hopefully I'm.
Do we have if I get this thing going? Now Mark Few might be the favorite.
Is that
he
right?
Plays every day.
Yeah. Wow.
Like every day. Tommy Lloyd plays a lot.
Yeah.
We got a few guys that are probably ringers here.
Yeah.
Are you in?
I'm in.
You're
I'm
in.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's your brother?
He's he'll tell you he's good, but he's he's okay with the racket. Yeah,
You're
he can do it.
You're definitely better.
I would, if I'm competing against him, I'm saying I'm winning no matter
6-0?
what it is. So
it's just
in
like
tennis,
6-0 in tennis. Does he get a game off
handily? Yeah. No.
Does not get a game off.
So interestingly enough, another buddy of ours, Mitch Henderson, who is the head coach at Princeton, is apparently a really good tennis player too, right?
Apparently.
And
never played him.
No, I have not played him, but he's a phenomenal athlete. Like, was in the Yankees organization, hand-eye, like really good. But it's funny because we're all, like confident and cocky or whatever amongst ourselves. So I go up to him and say,
group.
Yeah, in our age group, right? Exactly. I forget I'm getting old, but I go up to him. We're recruiting one morning, whatever, and I go, "Hey, you play tennis?" And he without the normal I'll kill you, whatever. He's like, "Yeah, I play." And I was like intrigued. I'm like, "How are you good?" He's like, "I'm pretty good." So we kind of have a rivalry. Yeah, exactly.
How good? I think I'm good.
Yeah, but it was a great response rather than the normal just yelling at each other. So now I'm ultra intrigued. We have yet to play, but yeah. So, but my brother's pretty good at that tennis as well, and
we'll get your brother
but pickleball.
Right, Mitch, your brother,
no doubt. Yeah, we could round out some guys.
We need 32. We need 32 pairs.
Yeah.
Have you played pickleball?
I like it. I've played just a little bit. Now, I'm not a true tennis guy, but true tennis people are mad that it's coming up. Yeah, they don't like it. It's kind of
like anti-pickleball.
Yeah, right. But it's a cool game. Yeah, so I can hit the ball back a little bit. So I'm in though if you do it. Yeah, so that sounds great.
Listen,
good seeing you guys. Yeah, great
seeing
you as well. Appreciate your time.
Likewise. We'll see you this year.
That was Dan Earl, head coach of Chattanooga, and get your notes off of my notes here. Have some respect for the notes.
I like Dan a lot.
Yes.
I like Dan a lot. Spent a lot of time with him last year when he came in before our game against the Citadel.
Here the only thing I want is you keep talking about pickleball with these guys.
Yeah. You want to see me play?
I just want you to
me
get you
humble.
on camera and just get you lit up because I cannot wait.
Well, you did. You saw Hansbrough kick my ass in ping pong.
Yeah, and you still talk about how good you are at ping pong.
I don't.
You literally said yesterday that you would beat Kim English in ping pong.
After seeing him play, I think I just don't play anymore. Just don't play. Ping pong's a tough sport. If you aren't playing it, sport is probably
the excuses are flowing.
But no,
we are here at Socon Media Day. We're waiting for the Socon commissioner, Michael Cross, to make his way over. But it's nonstop. The excuses here are nonstop. I do have a question.
You got me on these tours. How am I going to play pickleball? How am I going to keep my game up? I've only played about 15 times. I just bought a new racket.
When we do this pickleball event, right?
Yes.
And we have this tournament, and you get smoked in the first round. Right?
Depends who. I'm going to put myself against somebody that I know I can beat.
Are you going to stop? Like, what will it take
for me to stop?
What will it take? Well, first and foremost, I just want to make something clear.
Yeah.
You're not making the bracket.
Oh, you're not putting me up against like Mark Few. You're not putting me up against Mark Few in round
we're putting
one.
you up against Tyler Hansberry.
That's bullshit. He's like,
we need the most.
Tyler plays every day.
Good. I need you to.
He's got like a dig wall in his house.
I need you to get taken down a peg or two. Like
I'm not saying I'm great. I'm just saying I can beat Humble.
You're not saying.
I'm saying I can beat Humble.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Look, I have some news.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to break this to you.
Yeah.
I don't want you to get upset.
All right, go ahead.
You are not a good athlete.
Go ahead.
You were never a good athlete.
I'm not saying
you can't dunk a basketball.
You don't have to be a
great
great athlete to play
football,
pickleball.
65
you don't have
yards.
to be a great athlete.
You can't play pickleball.
I want to see me versus you in pickleball.
I've never even seen a pickleball racket. I don't know what a pickleball is.
I can't wait till we get you out there.
I've never played tennis. 3, I've probably
your
played
hand-eye coordination sucks.
10 times. I've never played a racket game.
Never.
I never. No.
Wow.
If you think I'm getting on a pickleball court, like,
all right, here we go. We got Commissioner Michael Cross coming over, brand new commissioner. It's going to be fun to like talk to somebody that again hasn't really. He's been obviously in basketball and in college. Michael, come on over if you don't mind. How are you? We are live.
Yeah.
How's everything?
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Guys, good. How are you?
Good. We were just saying it's going to be cool talking to somebody who's kind of new to the commissioner game.
I'm as new as it gets.
I know,
man.
it's crazy. Congrats.
Fresh as a daisy.
Congrats.
So, yeah, thank you.
What's it been like? I mean, head spinning. I know obviously you've been in college athletics for a while. You were an AD at Bradley for a while years ago. But is your head spinning a little bit with the way college sports has evolved and changed over the last even year? Like this is hard to get your arms around, isn't it?
It is. There's a lot of moving parts out there. The experience on campus is incredibly informative. I mean, I've had an opportunity to, be an AD, think about the challenges our campuses are facing. And there's a lot of universal challenges, not just for the Socon, but for many of the conferences in the country that don't have the economic resources that you see at the top of the pyramid. And we trying to, this is about problem solving and about doing that in the context of relationships. So taking those ideas, doing a lot of listening. I did a full tour of all 10 campuses right after. So it took me about 40 days to do that, but I was really intentional, really aggressive getting after it. And it was great. I really enjoyed it. It was learned a tons of notes, have presented different things.
When you go into a campus, who are you meeting with? What are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when I went to campuses, I felt there were some key people I had to meet with. The CEO, president, chancellor, however you want to refer to them, the athletic director, the SWA, and then coaches in basketball and football were really the starting point. It's the summer.
Sure.
People got vacations, but they went a lot beyond that. So there were conversations with athletes, conversations with trustees. There were conversations with, athletic trainers, sports information people. Each campus did it a little differently. I wasn't prescriptive. I just said, you guys pick what you think makes sense, and then went from there. But it was pretty good stuff.
That's cool. That's a great way of doing it. I mean, to me, again, that's the way you're going to get the best info. Yeah. And you need a cross section of people to be able to tell you, to be able to problem solve. What are the issues we need to really work on immediately?
Yeah.
What are those? What are the things that you come out of those saying, hey, you know what? We need to get a grasp on this right away.
So the challenge that we're facing is, how do you remain competitive? How do you remain tethered to a Division I environment that is changing in incredible ways and really driven by the economics, the FBS football money, the full stadiums that they have, the TV contracts that they have. And oh, by the way, look, this is a basketball conversation, but in the background, the CFP is going to infuse another $1.5 billion to $2 billion into the college athletics ecosystem in the next 2 to 3 years. Those dollars are just astronomical factors as it relates to the things we're trying to do. So all of the conversations really start with resources, either get more, spend wisely. It's not about cutting. It's about making sure that you're aligning your spending and your choices with what you say your goals are and being intentional about those things. So that's really where all the conversations start. Then from there, you get into some more specific things. You get into basketball, you get into, membership, you get into all the things that you're watching at various levels nationally and try and figure out, okay, how do we put this in place? So
expanding the NCAA tournament, that's something that has been a topic of conversation. It feels like for the last decade, right?
Yeah.
How do we get from 68 to something bigger?
Sure.
Do you have any thoughts on expanding the tournament, and how would that impact the Southern Conference?
Well, the model that's been talked about is this 25% of Division I threshold that they seem to want to use for a lot of sports. I think that model makes a lot of sense in many cases. There's a couple differences though. One, basketball, everybody participates in it. So on the men's side, everybody participates. On the women's side, almost everybody does. I mean, we happen to have two institutions that don't. But so if you're going to expand that tournament, the sheer number is a lot bigger. So the logistics of pulling that off are a lot more challenging. And
especially
then
with TV.
100% with TV. And then the thing that's tied to it is you've got this revenue component that doesn't exist in some of these other championships. So expanding these other championships looks different, might be revenue positive. Some of the revenue distribution that comes from basketball might start to look very different and say, oh, we've got these many more teams, we've got to do this many more units. Sort of like the people are having in terms of conversations at the P5 level, like, hey, if we bring in another couple institutions, are we making more money, or are we dividing the pie in more slices? So that all looms in the background. I think if you said, hey, speculate about where we go, I think you move from 68 and you might change your name to Field of 80, for example. I don't know. We'll see where you guys go.
Trademark that quickly.
Yeah, you might. So figure out what the math permutations are, and trademark something else. But I think that number goes up. Look, for us, I think it's a plus. I think it's a plus.
Because you can get maybe a second team in.
That's what everybody will talk about, but there's some compression at the top. I mean, look, the Big Ten, as they add teams that are really good, the Big 12 that add teams that are really good.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of, you're going to be in a 16 team, whatever, Big 12, and you're going to take 12 of them. Mm-hmm. Like, who wants to see that? I don't.
That's not my judgment to make.
I want to see a second team from the Socon.
Sure, of course.
I
do.
do.
See a second team from the Socon.
Well, you definitely do.
Of course.
No doubt. Yeah. But I think, again, that's the hard part. It's just, realignment is the other big issue right now, facing all of them. Mm-hmm. You see all these, the bigger leagues plucking other schools, and it's going to have a trickle-down effect, right? How concerned are you? How much you have to play offense in a way rather than just playing defense?
Yeah. I'd say a couple things on that front. There's certainly this top end of the equation that is happening, but we just saw earlier this week, two schools from the Northeast Conference move to the Metro Atlantic. Like so there's people making decisions in their conferences about who do we want to partner with, who do we want to associate with, who fits for a variety of reasons. At the higher end, it's dollars in terms of revenue generation. For other conferences, they may think about this differently. And they think about it from who's in our footprint, who do we associate with, who are our peer institutions. And I'm not saying the other schools, at the higher levels don't do that in terms of the economics, but those are real factors. And ultimately, I think you want to be in a position, if you're going to think about changing your membership, you're doing it for one of two reasons. You're either doing it for opportunity, which is the better lane, or you're doing it out of necessity, which is a tougher lane, because you start making deals and arrangements,
rash decisions,
or perhaps rational for survival, as opposed to having like-minded institutions. I mean, one of the things that's great about the Socon, we've got diversity of institutions, but there's a lot of agreement about the importance of education, the importance of geography. There's strong leadership from our CEOs and our ADs. Yep. We've got good coaches. There's a lot of reasons why our conference is a good spot. Yeah, great academics, of course.
So high character. That's 100%. What you think of when you think of the Socon, right? Like doing it the right way.
And I think
you don't want to get away from that.
We don't want to get away from it. And honestly, it's if you look over the course of our history, and I have, we've had 48 different institutions in the Socon in our 102 years of existence. And every one of those institutions that left for a variety of reasons, whether it was back in the early days of the conference when you had a group that left and started what became the SEC, or you had schools that said, hey, like Swanee and Washington and Lee, who said, this isn't for us at this level. We're going to go in this direction. So institutions will make choices related to what they think is in their own best interests, which as they should. And then from there, you got to figure out, okay, who are the schools that we really want to compare and associate and affiliate with on a long period of time. So
in order for the Socon to be able to get a second bid to the NCAA tournament, what are the things that you are trying to get these programs to do? Like, how do you make that happen? How do you get this league to a point where we're looking at them like the Missouri Valley of 10 years ago, where you can get 2, 3, 4 teams in?
Yeah, the math is tough. I think there's probably 3 lanes you got to think about. You got to have good coaches. Like if you don't have a good coach, you're going to be in trouble. You've got to have good athletes and good players and good student athletes who are committed to the institutions. And obviously this gets into a transfer portal, NIL, cost of doing business. And then the third thing is, what does your schedule look like? Who are you playing? How are you going about those things? And we're having conversations, not really on the coaching lane. Like that's a very institutional specific piece, but as it relates to athletes, as it relates to, who do you bring in? Those are coach-controlled decisions, but a philosophy that aligns with the institution makes sense. And then the third piece that you can start talking about from a conference perspective is the scheduling piece. We have heard very consistently the difficulty of scheduling other teams. I've watched some of your broadcasts where you've had other coaches come on and lament, here's the list of schools that I've tried to play that will not play us. Those are very real factors. So, look, you can either curse the darkness or light a candle on this. And my choice and my preference is to light a candle and say, okay, if conference A, B, C, and D are saying the same thing that the Socon is saying, well, maybe there's some things in there that we can do to start to facilitate getting games that help our teams fill out a schedule in a way that's cost effective, in a way that's balanced, in a way that's fair, in a way that positions us to have an opportunity to be successful and have our best teams be in a position to be talked about favorably, either as a seed line or, if we're really fortunate, as a second team in the tournament. But those are really rare opportunities.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, my last question for you.
Oh.
The Honor Huff rule last year.
It's not. I don't think it's official. I don't think it's officially called. I don't think it's officially called that, Jeff. I think you're making things up. So,
I think you guys are the only league still. Mm-hmm. And again, this precedes you. I'm not blaming it on you.
Yeah.
But you're the only league now that has it where if you transfer within league, you have to still sit out a year on the first transfer.
Under certain circumstances. Okay. If you're a grad transfer and you've graduated, you could go and play right away. Yep. If you are undergraduate, so if you complete your degree and you want to transfer and play as a grad student somewhere, you can play right away. Yep. If you're in a situation where you're getting no athletic aid and want to transfer, you could play right away. So obviously the Honor Huff situation is one where he was at VMI. Yep. Makes the decision VMI is not for him, wants to go to Chattanooga, and ultimately the conference decided to have him sit for a year. I think there are, and you're right, I have inherited the rule.
I'm hitting you here when you
look.
But I just wonder if this is something that you will change it. Have you thought about it? It's probably not top of the list of the things that you need to do, but for us, listen, you're the only one.
Yeah, we're the only one. So a couple things. One, I don't get to change it. Yep. It's 10 institutions deciding what they want to do. Yep. We have had conversations about this, although I wouldn't say they've been at the top of the list relative to other things that we're trying to do to do what you've suggested about how do you get a second team and all those types of things and the access questions. But the related piece to that is I do think there are some aspects to the rule that make sense for our conference. Okay. We've got 2 institutions in our conference that the military institutions where it is a different dynamic in a whole host of ways. And there is a feeling that because of that dynamic in our conference, being able to move and go to a conference institution, and look, coaches will never say that they do this, but you all well know the backroom side conversations between the AAU coach or the high school coach or the uncle or the family friend are happening. So it takes that out of play among a group of schools that are competing for the same single bid for the most part. So that's helpful. I do also think there are good academic and athletic reasons, I should say, for the pause. There was a time when all those athletes had to sit. And
I don't disagree with
the
you.
infusion of NIL, the infusion of all these other things have created a dynamic where our institutions decided prior to my arrival that this makes sense. So look, I'm sure Honor Huff did a lot of good things related to his academics. I'm sure he's going to be a better player this coming season 100%. Than he would if he would have played right away. And so I look at this and say hindsight's 20/20 on these topics as it relates to the reason for even transferring in the first place. There's people who go and say, I can get more minutes over here at mid-major or high major program, and they're getting 6 minutes a game and averaging, 1.2 and, a half an assist when they were averaging a dozen and 4 previously. Yep. So hindsight's always 20/20 on these things. We are different in that regard. I think the differences and the reasons make sense. And honestly, I think if some other people in the world had this across college basketball, it wouldn't be the end of the world because we had it for a long time. But I'm also not here pounding the table saying, hey, we got to go back to the old ways.
So you're open to whatever, whatever
we'll handle it. We'll handle it as they handle it. But there are some reasons and there's some upside. And I hope Honor shows that this year. As it relates to his play and the way he drives his team.
I'm with you. I'm with you in a lot of ways. Yeah. All right, listen, great meeting you.
Yeah.
Great
Jeff,
meeting
nice to meet you as well. Appreciate
likewise.
the time.
Thanks for having us.
Pleasure. Absolutely. Appreciate both of your time.
No, this was really fun. You got great coaches, great programs. They're fun to talk to. We got a couple more coaches, and then we got all the players. So
awesome.
We're looking forward to that.
Well, I'm glad you guys are here. You guys do a great job for the college basketball community, and we're psyched to have you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for being here.
Appreciate you having us, man. That was Socon Commissioner Michael Cross, who is doing the gig, man. Doing the gig. Next
the night commission. How about that?
We have UNC-Greensboro head coach Mike Jones. He's on the way over. He should be here in about a second. In a second. So.
We got Mike Jones, Justin Gray, Dwight Perry, and then we get to the players. Robert, you know that?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Period. I'm ready to go. I thought I'd be tired, but I got a good night's sleep last night. We got in.
I did.
Great hotel last night around here. I can't remember the name of it.
I've ever been in.
It was awesome. I know. It was like 5 times the size of our hotel in New York. Right.
I've never been in a hotel room that was that big. Coming off of staying at a hotel that was about the size of a closet in New York City. That was
What's
a
up?
lot.
How are you?
Doing
Good
great.
to see you.
UNC-Greensboro head coach Mike
live.
Jones joining us now. We are live. Mike is hot. If you want to insult Goodman, just know what's going out over the
That's
airwaves.
right. That's
Perfect.
Coach.
I love
Mike's
an opportunity with a microphone.
What's going on? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Doing great. Good to see you guys
You too.
here,
Good
man.
to be here.
Yeah.
Really good to be here.
A little low major, mid major love here. I like it.
No, I love it. Listen, I came up doing the recruiting game, covering a lot of low and mid major games. Still do. Listen, I'm debating right now, November 6th. BU Northeastern's probably the game I'll be at, which would be a good game in Boston.
It'd be a good
Two
game.
Good coaches.
I went up to Boston a few weeks ago and spent some time at both places.
Oh, you did? No,
yeah,
you didn't.
Me and Joe Jones sat down for about 2 hours and talked basketball, and I went to Northeastern's practice.
You did?
I did. Yeah, I've known Bill Cohen forever, man.
You've been in this.
Some
Mike's
good
been in
coaches.
this a long time. I still say one of my favorite memories of all time was watching Dennis Felton, Mike Jones, Georgia team make one of the craziest runs ever.
Awesome.
Right? I mean, listen, you knew before that thing, you guys were probably going to be fired.
Yeah, we were going to get fired.
You knew that,
Absolutely.
right? You knew that.
Absolutely.
And they go through and a tornado hits the Georgia Dome.
Right.
Right?
Right.
They have to move this thing to Georgia Tech. Only media and certain amount of family were allowed in to watch these games, and they had to win 4 games in 3 days. As what seed were you? Do you even remember?
Yeah, we were last.
And you win it. You win that thing.
And we won 2 games in one day.
Have you ever been a part of anything like that?
Never been anything like that, and I'm sure it'll never happen again. We might be the last college basketball team to have to play 2 games on one day. We played at 11 o'clock in the morning against Kentucky, and we played at 6 o'clock at night against Mississippi State and won both games.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So when it's one of the wildest college basketball stories of all time.
Of all time.
When the tornado, when it hit, like what happened in that moment, right?
So we were
you?
supposed to play that night at the last game. So the SEC is really late. It was like 10 o'clock start, but it's always later because the game always lasts a little bit longer. And so we were in the tunnel downstairs getting ready for the end of the game before us, which was Alabama and somebody. And the storm hit, but then they came back, I think maybe, and played the rest of the game, but they weren't going to play our game. And so there was the documentary Miracle 3, the kid hit the 3, or else a bunch of people would have been spilling out in the street and probably got killed. And so it was, hey, man, God was involved in that evening. And so we didn't end up playing our last game. We were the only game that didn't play. And so we had to play 2 the next day. That was what the league came down with at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
I remember I had to take the subway out of there. I had to leave my car, my rental car, there, take a subway. It was like all hell broke loose. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Really crazy.
Yeah,
all right, let's get to your team.
All right.
Let's get to your team a little bit.
I got one for you. I got a stat. I don't even know if you know this stat. So, 32 conferences in college basketball, right? You and Kent State are the only teams to lead your league last season in both effective field goal percentage defense and forced turnover rate.
Wow.
So
doesn't surprise me from a Mike Jones team.
Yeah. So here's my question. The Socon is kind of known for offense, for space in the floor, for shooting threes. So one, how do you get your defense that good? And then 2, why did you build a program and develop a program that is kind of zigging when everyone else is zagging, so to speak?
Well, I'll answer that last part first. I've always kind of been a counterculture guy. Like everybody says they like Mercedes, I would always say I like Lexus. If everybody said they like the Redskins, I grew up in the D.C. area, I like the Cowboys. So
really?
I've always been
Are you actually a Cowboys fan?
Nah. I would just do it to be argumentative. And so now everyone says the greatest player of all time is Jordan or LeBron. I say it's Kareem. And, my players get pissed. But I love that part of it, And so for us, I believe in certain things. I believe that you can win games with good offense, but I think you can win championships with good offense and great defense. And so we try to build from that standpoint. Defending and rebounding is the most important thing. If you want to win meaningful games, if you want to win big games, if you want to win championships. And so that's always been my philosophy, even when I first started playing basketball.
The Langleys, really good defensively.
That's
what they are, right?
That's what they
kind
do.
of what they do best. So
Right.
they fit. How much did you adapt to fit your personnel when you got this job? Because you kind of have to do that. No matter, as you get older as a head coach, you've been doing this a long time now. You might want to play a certain way, but if you don't have the personnel to be able to carry that off, it's not
Probably
going
not
to
gonna
work.
Yeah.
So how much, again, those guys, how much did they fit exactly what you wanted to do?
Yeah, they fit great. We actually recruited them while we were at Radford. They came up for a visit, so we already had a relationship with them by the time I got the job here, which was a big part of me making a smoother transition to UNC-Greensboro. But also the previous staff, Coach Miller's staff, they valued defense. They valued playing hard. And so even though they may have done it a little bit differently than we did, the core value was the same. Play hard, defend,
They already knew how to
They already knew how to do that. And a lot of the guys that I was fortunate enough to inherit, they were role players, and they became more, bigger roles for me, but they had that core defensive mentality, which really helped.
Replacing Keandre Kennedy.
Tough.
How do you do that?
Yeah, it's tough. He was really underrated in how good he was when we got him, and how much better he became in our system. So now he's having a really good career in a really good league in Italy, and I think one day he could be an NBA player. I really believe that. But he could do so much. You know, he was a 3-level scorer, so it's very difficult to replace him. And we don't have anybody who exactly matches his skill set, so we'll have to do it a little bit by committee. We'll have to figure out a way to have a guy who can create at the end of the shot clock, which he was really good at.
The kid you brought in from Utah Valley, Tim Caesar, how has he been? And obviously he's kind of a skilled, right? More of a skilled big.
Yeah, he's
a different dimension.
He's a unicorn as far as me and my coaching. I've never coached a center or a forward who has the ability to shoot it like he can. But he's also, you know, he can rebound well, and he's got a pretty good IQ. So, I mean, he brings some different things to the table. And the fact that he's a fifth-year guy really helps in an experience standpoint. So
I assume Madsen, you know, got him to guard a little bit, right?
He can block shots a little bit, yeah. So, yeah, he was a good player for them. He had a good role for them, and so I think he'll really help us.
Mikal Brown-Jones.
Yeah.
Breakout year?
I won't say that, but I hope so. I think so. He's really improved in the offseason, added dimensions to his game that he didn't necessarily have, but he's a force. Yeah, he's a force. He's a really good player, and he's worked really hard to become a better player. And he's hungry to be great, and I love that about him.
Where are you right now? Again, you and I have been in this a long time. Where are you with the way college hoops is going and has gone? I know it's such a –
That's a relevant question, man, for an old guy.
It's relevant, and it's like, where do you go with that?
Yeah.
Right? There's so many things you could talk about. But, again, we've seen it with the portal.
Yeah.
We've seen it with NIL,
yeah,
realignment, all of it so fast. Like, where do you sit with all this right now? As an older dude that, listen, you're not going to be out tomorrow, but we're at the tail end.
Yeah, we're on the other side of the mountain for sure.
Exactly.
But I just, you know, it's kind of like technology, you know. A lot of times guys that have been around for a while, they struggle with the technology. We have not. We have tried to stay with the current trends. And so we've had a lot of success in the transfer portal. You know, 3 guys that we've gotten, DeMonte Buckingham, Keandre Kennedy, Mikal Brown-Jones, are all league type players. And so we've been able to do that. Our staff has done a great job. Donnie Lynn and Brian Stith and Brett Gilbert have done a great job in identifying those guys and bringing them in. So with that part of it, the transfer portal, we're all in on that. Even though it's difficult for us now with NIL, you got to come up with money and find a good player and get them. You know, I don't know how that's going to work out in the next few years, but we're fighting that fight as well. So even though it's been, dramatic changes over the last few years, we've tried to keep pace with that and make sure that we're doing what we need to do to be competitive.
One of the things you guys have been good at least this cycle, is bringing guys back, right? You haven't lost as many transfers as a lot of these other programs have. How do you try to balance going out and finding guys in the portal with the internal development and getting guys better within your own right?
Yeah, both are super important, but I think the internal recruiting is even more important. And I always say I'm not going to recruit our guys, but we are going to every day build relationships with them. That's a part of our culture. We call it brotherhood. Everybody talks about they want it to be like a family, but we really do the hard work that goes into building that. And then at the end of the day, we build it not only with the kid, but with his family, because they're a part of that. And at the end of the day, if they decide they want to go somewhere else, that's their decision. That's their family's decision. That's their decision. But we feel like if we build a good relationships by, spending quality time, that they'll want to stay. And we've been fortunate. We haven't been victim to a lot of transfers, and hopefully we can continue that because we care about them and they know we care about them.
All right, last question before we let you get in this long line for lunch here. Give us something we can have some fun with the Langleys about. I know.
It's awesome.
Good kids, quiet.
Great.
Quiet?
One of them is, one of them is not.
Keyshaun, right?
Keyshaun is quiet. Yeah. Kobe is not.
All right, so Kobe's going to do most of the talking.
That's right.
When we talk to him.
That's right.
What can we have some fun with them about? What personality-wise?
The competition between them and their dad and them and each other.
Yeah.
When I first got to UNCG, I had them on the same team a lot. And then after that first year, I put them against each other every day.
Smart.
And the competition level went way up. They go at each other harder than any.
Do you still do that?
Oh, yeah.
They still against each other every day?
Well, now that they're both kind of in the starting lineup so
not
far,
as much.
I can't do it as much. But anytime I do,
really,
it ramps practice up.
Are
a
they
million
talking?
times. Oh,
talking
yeah.
to each other
It's the
all the
full
time?
competition.
So
thing
you like that?
I love that.
Because
We're
it
edgy.
ramps
We're a little bit
everything else up?
edgy. Yeah, so we like it edgy.
That's
So
good.
when we put them
we're gonna
against
ask
each
about that. That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mike, great seeing you, man.
Yeah,
great
great
seeing you.
seeing
Been
you
too
too,
long.
Good seeing you,
When
man.
you come
Good
to
seeing you,
Boston next time, I'll meet you in between.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
That'd be great. And you're paying.
I think Joe Jones likes me.
Yeah, all the money you're making now.
All the money. That's right.
we
That's
coming
right.
up out those pockets.
Great seeing you.
Thanks,
my man.
guys.
You
Enjoy
too.
your lunch, man. That was UNC-Greensboro head coach Mike Jones. Always a pleasure catching up with him.
Great dude. Again, it's one after the other here.
Yeah.
Like, that's the cool part. For me, I'll see these guys on the recruiting trail a little bit. And the beauty for me, again, going to Charleston is I get to see some Socon basketball. Like I already looked at the Citadel's home schedule.
Coming up next year, we got them coming in right now. Western
There
Carolina
he
head
is.
coach
What's
Justin
up, man?
Gray.
How are you? Good to
Program
see
that
you.
returns
How's
as
everything?
much talent and as much minutes
We are
production from
live.
last season as
So
anybody
Oh,
else.
yeah, I got to tell you that.
Yeah.
Right?
Justin.
Just in case.
Yeah,
Just in
Mike's hot,
case.
man.
That's right.
So all the bad things you got to say about him, just know it's going out publicly. It's going to be out there. It's going to be on the airwaves.
Everybody
How you
know
doing,
already.
man?
I'm blessed, man.
Yeah.
Excited.
I love your road to this job. Like, it's not your traditional road of a head coach.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
I don't know if some would call it a road.
It's like I don't know what
it's like
it
a
is,
turn.
right?
It was like a quick turn, and we was here. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Like it. I mean, again, you play at Wake. You play overseas for how many years?
12.
12 years.
Yeah.
We'll ask you about that. I want to find out your favorite place to play overseas after. And then you kind of get into not even coaching right away, right? You're like player. What are you raising?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
We did
what are you actually doing?
We did a really, really good job of the title of that job, right?
What were you actually doing? What time did you get in the office every day?
You could probably ask anybody there and ask me if I came to that office. It wasn't me, right? So the thing it was just a chance to be able to re-engage with the community and the fans of
They
my
wanted
time.
you around.
I did a bunch of speaking engagements. I talked to
Tried to raise some
field
money,
hockey
right?
and soccer. I don't know anything about those sports.
You were there.
But I knew a little bit about Wake, and that was always fun, and just being able to be around, be relevant, and be a dad. I think the thing that I found out was my wife was like, you got to get a real job because you're around me too much. You know what I mean? Like, we found out a lot about COVID, and we was all around each other. It was like, hey, now, got to get up out of here at some point. So, but it was a blessing, you know what I mean, to be back and sort of get this avenue of getting me back in it. And then, Coach Kelsey and, the late, great Skip Prosser. And, I come from that tree. I played with that staff.
Skip, man. Better dude than Skip Prosser?
I mean,
nobody.
It's hard to find them. It's hard to find them if it is. And just the life lessons and all of those things, I started to do that a little bit at Wake. It was just like the guys were, Brandon Childress and those guys were at the house, and I was talking to them.
You got the itch.
Yeah. And then it sort of chose, I always say it chose me, and we all want to do something that we really, truly love. And I tell people I would play basketball for free. I was blessed enough to get paid to do it, and now I'm able to still wear sneakers and be in the gym and be in the locker room.
Like, it don't work still,
I told them I was going to coach my kids' little league team anyway. So I was going to be a coach or something. They might as well pay me to do it.
Yeah,
right.
Your wife's happier with that.
Oh, listen,
right?
Listen, she's good. So it's just a blessing to be able to be back around. And
you know who he played for I don't know how many years as an assistant? Chris Mack.
Yeah, Mackey.
How about that?
Yeah.
If you want to rip on Mackey at all in any way, feel
there
free.
There were some really, really heated 2-on-2 games.
Were there?
Chris Mack and Pat Kelsey versus me and Chris Paul.
No, come on. Those were really? They were heated?
Oh.
I mean, didn't you just
Kelsey's
him?
fouling.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to say there's no way that Chris Mack is playing defense there. That's
I mean, they were fouling. Let's just keep it honest.
Just grabbing.
You know, I don't remember what game
he was playing football. You guys were playing basketball.
I don't remember what game it was, but we were playing, and it got a little chippy, you know, and we talking John, and I just remember Skip walking out. Coach Prosser walked out and said, if one of those two get hurt, you fired. That was the last time we played. Didn't finish the game. You know what I mean? So, but it was, you know, just being around that coaching tree, just think about all all that knowledge and all those
how many
things.
dudes came out of that group.
That's what I'm saying.
And they're all like different.
Yeah.
But they all have that Skip kind of values and how they deal with people.
I think that was one thing I learned, you know, was I'm really good with people, but I also know where I'm inefficient. So when I talk about being a young coach in this business, I needed to get people that was efficient in the areas that I'm deficient. And my staff is, I'm telling you,
they're really good.
They're really good
at helping you on that end.
They make me look good.
Well, you need that.
Right?
Listen, you need that. You got a great team coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody thought you were going to do what you did last year.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody. I don't remember what you predicted. 9th, 8th, 9th?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
You finished 4th. You know, you win 18 games. You got a stud coming back.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, how good is V in terms of, you know, again, having a year with him now where now he can make that next jump? Where's it going to come?
Yeah, I think, you know, for us, I had a 3-year plan. We talked about building a program. Yeah. Right? Not, you know, we wanted to be respectable. Then we wanted to be able to compete for championships. Then we wanted to be able to sustain that a little bit. You know, we felt like, you know, last year we took a step in the right direction. And the big thing is retention. You know, you return 7 of your top 8, you know, in any league. You know, you got an opportunity to be able to compete. And I think it's a testament to our guys. I mean, Vonterius has been awesome. You know what I mean? And
I can't wait to talk to him.
The thing I tell people all the time is, you know, no scholarship offers coming out of JUCO. He was here from day one.
Really?
You know what I mean? So, like, you think about the year he had last year, you know, first in the league in assists, you know, top 5 in rebounding, you know, right there, top 10 in scoring. It's like, nobody
saw that coming.
Oh yeah, you know it. But I did in the sense of he hasn't been home. We had to make him go home this year.
He works that hard. He wants to get better.
I mean, it's education is very, very important. He's going to graduate, but his A and B is getting paid to playing basketball.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Okay.
And it was like he
safe.
was so committed to that, and he's been so dedicated, and he's grown in his discipline, and those things along with consistency. You know, people follow that. So he's been really good for us. But we got a lot of guys that are that way.
When you look at what college basketball was when you were playing, right? And then you go overseas for 12 years, right? And you come back 2019, 2020, and it feels like everything is flipped. You got the transfer portal. You got NIL money coming in. You had all of this different stuff happening. How much of a culture shock was it for you stepping into that and being like, oh, all right, so this is what we're doing now?
Yeah. Well, I played in Europe. And if anybody's ever played in Europe, you know, that you probably get used to the next week, tomorrow, you know, and it's people, you know, it's 1 year here and it's another year there and it's a new team and it's a new coach. And, you know, so you live in a world of what if. I already lived in that world.
So you prepared for this in a way.
A lot of things, I'm telling you right now, you know, living in a different country. You know, people like Colorway, well, I think it's nice up here right now in the mountains. And it's, you know, like, and they speak English, you know, and it's like, so it's all these things that you sort of adapt to. And then basketball is basketball. All guys really want someone that's going to really push them, that's going to really care about them.
Be real.
And then tell them the truth. You know, there's no sugarcoating about what some of the guys that played, what Steph Curry's done in this league when he played in the Socon. Dude was really good. He worked really freaking hard too. You know what I mean? Like, so you just try to shoot it to him straight. And I tell him, you know, there is no gray area with me. My last name is Gray, but there isn't any gray area. It's black or white, you know, and we try to set that kind of standard with our guys as well.
So Wake Forest turned out a lot of great basketball players. Chris Paul, Tim Duncan, Jeff Teague, John Collins, yourself. I think it's fair to say that Randolph Childress, who works with us, is in the top 10 player in Wake Forest basketball history.
No, by far. I was hoping that you asked me a Randolph Childress question. First of all, man, like we were all in awe. I remember the first time I met him. You know, I grew up in Charlotte. I mean, you know, it's
right
like
off Children's.
basketball. Yeah.
Right.
They rolled the TV in elementary when it's ACC tournament. You know, so being able to be around and meet him when Chris got his jersey retired was the first time I met him. I flew in from Frankfurt. I remember it like it was yesterday. You know, so it's like he has that kind of persona and on me. I don't know about the younger guys, but then I also had to let him know. I think he's 7 3-pointers ahead of me in the record.
No, is that right?
Right. And I said, you should be thanking Duke because I broke my jaw and I missed 8 games.
I remember
Chill.
that. Remember that.
It's mine, man. You know it too. You know, so we always joke about it.
We're gonna have to remember that.
Oh, please do. Call me on the show. I'm available. I will tell him in person if you want me to. But it's fun, man, because he still has that competitive edge, right? And that's what makes the great players great. You know, so what he did there, yes, he was a good basketball player, but he had a certain edge about him that I sort of took as a player, and now that I try to get in my players as well.
Does Vonterius have that? Does he have that edge? Is he like?
Yeah. When we think of edge, we think of the right kind of energy, right? The energy that you play with day in and day out. We think about the discipline that you have to have. Like, I mean, you're not doing everything everybody else is doing. And then the grit, the chip on your shoulder that you walk around every single day. Guess what? They passed up on you. They thought this about you. Oh, I'm telling you right now. And then trying to do things with excellence. You can do those things. That's literally the acronym we came up for EDGE. And we have on our shirts, we live by that mantra.
So when Western Carolina is not exactly, like when you think of the best programs in the Socon, you're probably thinking Furman first. You're probably thinking UNC-Greensboro. You're probably thinking East Tennessee and Chattanooga. How hard was it to instill a mentality of winning? Because I think half the battle of being able to be a champion is getting over the idea of like, okay, how are we going to find a way to get this done? To like, all right, we're winning this. We're going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a flip that switches, and it's not always easy to do first year, second year, third year. How do you build that in this program?
I mean, that starts with me and the staff. You know, when I took the job, I'm a winner. Everywhere I've been, I've won. I don't care if I was a kid to a professional athlete to being an assistant coach to now being a head coach. Like, it starts with that kind of, and then it's consistency, it's discipline, and then having a heart like I don't know everything. You know, a learning humility piece that comes with it. Yeah. So, and then what that does is you're going to always have a culture, whether you nurture it or you don't. Something's going to be what you accept. Guess what? There is no black and white. If we're going to do it here and you're going to win here, it has to be this way. And then what it does is you get those players. That's the name of the game. We're not here talking if it's not about the players. And I understand that. So, and a lot of coaches in this league understand that. So we try to make everything about the players and giving them the best experience. But they all come in and say they want to win the championship. A lot of them say they want to be pros. We hold them accountable to those comments that they say.
Last thing I got for you. How's your boy CP going to do out in, you know?
Oh, man, he's good, man. It's just amazing.
Bench? What did they decide? I haven't even seen.
They played last night.
Yeah.
Lost a close one first game of the season. They played the Suns. Yeah. I mean, he played well, man. I mean, like, how many minutes he play? I don't know. He had 14, 9,
off the bench?
And 6. I think he started.
No, he started.
Somebody's out.
Somebody's
out. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, he's a winner, man. It's the same thing. So
yeah.
He needs put him anywhere.
He needs the ring, though.
You say he needs the ring.
Well,
I mean, he wants the ring.
But no,
he wouldn't be playing. He wouldn't be playing.
I'm saying, like,
I think if he doesn't get a ring, he'll be perfectly fine having 9 figures in his bank account while Jeff Goodman's sitting over here saying he needs.
He'll be one of the all-time greats.
For him, imagine what it would mean though to wait this long and then get it.
Oh yeah, it's gonna.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
It's gonna mean something to him for sure.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think
a lot of guys get it early and then they never get another shot.
It's amazing now to see like he's one of the came in. He was one of the youngest guys. You know, and he's one of the older guys.
Yeah.
You know, now him and LeBron are one of the older guys that's in the league. So it's just a testament to again his discipline, his consistency that he has.
He's just got to stay healthy for the postseason.
Yeah.
Was he wired the same way in college that he is? Like there's it's kind of legendary. Like the most competitive dude, the toughest dude. Like you better be there to win if you're going to be playing with.
He's always been that way. I mean, cards,
really,
ping pong,
everything.
Oh, we done had some
battles.
One more. When you win, I'm out. What are we talking about? Why are we playing again? Pick up. We living in the same dorm. I hope you got to
A lot
ride
of fights
home.
over like Madden.
You know what I mean?
NBA
Throw the ball
2K.
out the gym. It's like those things. But the thing that really, really makes him unique is he cares about his teammates.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He has a really, really good sense of making everybody feel a part of it and how to talk to one and how to talk to the other. But if you're not about your business, it's black and white.
He's not going to have a lot of patience for you, right?
A lot of Kobe.
Yeah, same thing.
I mean, you think about all those great ones, like they're that way. That's what makes them that way. Kevin Garnett, you know what I mean? Like
it's
all he does.
non-negotiable, like you said, and you're carrying that over now to this program. All right, Justin, great seeing you, man.
Appreciate it.
Seeing you.
Pleasure.
Good luck this season.
Pleasure.
Keep it
Western
going.
Carolina head coach Justin Gray, also known as the greatest three-point shooter in the history of Wake Forest
Facts,
University.
no cap.
Appreciate it, man.
I cannot wait to send that clip to Randolph Childress, our guy Randolph Childress. Sorry, we got one more coach on the docket here. Wofford head coach, who technically it's his first season, but it will be the second year that he is coaching Wofford. We are live. Be aware.
Wonderful. That's right. How are you?
Dwight Perry, Wofford head coach. Good to see you, man.
Good to see y'all. How y'all doing?
Good to be here. And good to have you here full time now. Last year was a crazy year.
A little bit.
Was it not?
A little bit. It was definitely it's day by day. Yeah. I think the best thing, honestly, though, that helped me is it allowed you just to only focus on what do your guys need, right? Like, how can you help your guys be there mentally, physically, emotionally? And you were able to honestly streamline just everything else was irrelevant.
Which is hard because you can say that, but everybody's asking you, are you going to get the job?
No question.
Are you going to get – what do you got to do?
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you hear it with every interim coach. It's what do you got to do inherently to keep this job because it's an opportunity.
100%.
But like you said, you focused on the players, what they needed because they had gone through some stuff here.
Yep.
To be put in that situation, how difficult was that to, again, be able to compartmentalize of like, hey, it's not about me.
Yeah. I think, honestly, if you would have asked me that, if anyone would have had a crystal ball and you asked me that before it took place, I would have said it would have been next to impossible. Because, again, there's another element, if we're being honest, in this profession. There's an element of trying to get the job and doing your best to get the job. And then there's an element, okay, if you don't get it, then what's next, right? In our profession, what's next? And that's
you
a
put
scary,
everything into like keeping that job.
Absolutely.
And then, if you don't.
And so, but having said that, it really was a lot easier to just focus on the players and just focus in season of, again, like, okay, what do we have to do to put our best foot forward against this team? And as soon as that game ended, all right, you turn the page to the next game. I think if that had taken place out of season, again, there's so many other factors and variables and things that can, obviously distract you. To where the season, it honestly helps with that process.
Yeah. So it was early December, right?
Yep.
When Jay McCauley was put on leave and you were put into the interim role. How did you kind of find out that all of that was happening? And then two, how do you address the team and move forward there? Because there's got to be an awkward conversation to have.
Yeah. There's no handbook. There is no game plan to prepare you for that. After the fact, you obviously do as best you can to try to reach out to different coaches in the profession that have had, the opportunity to take over in the middle of the year. And what you quickly find out is everyone's situation has a unique twist to it, and it's just different. And no matter how similar that transition is in season, it's always going to be apples to oranges, right? And so I think, again, I found out the day that he found out that he went on leave. And so for our guys, I believe it was a Monday, and we were scheduled to play Coastal Carolina on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
And so our administration and myself, we met with our players, told them we were going to be there for them. And honestly, it goes against probably what a lot of people would do. We canceled practice that day. We didn't practice before we played Coastal Carolina. And in a small way, it wouldn't have changed if I knew if it would or wouldn't. But I honestly think it helped us. We beat Coastal Carolina that day, then the next day on Tuesday. And I honestly think if we had tried to just kind of suppress their feelings and, bury those emotions and, hey, let's just go out there and let's just focus on getting better, all the cliche stuff, I honestly think we would not have performed as well as we did on Tuesday.
Your playing career, You played for Tubby.
Played for Tubby Smith and Billy Gillespie.
And Billy.
Yep.
Talking about two totally different people.
Slightly.
My God.
Slightly.
You can't go from one end of the spectrum to another like that. True or false, was there a time in you got to start an NCAA tournament game? Tell everybody the story. You sort of got to start it.
Yeah, no, I did. I mean, again, playing is. I mean, that's a loose term. Playing, you know, I did a lot more sitting than playing. But no, my freshman year at Kentucky, believe it or not, I actually started our first round NCAA tournament game versus Villanova. And my freshman year, my cousin was a senior, and he started. Really good player, same last name. And somehow, through an error, I was input as a starter in the book instead of my cousin. And, I mean, this was awesome because this was my freshman year, first tournament experience. It's at the United Center in Chicago. You're playing Villanova. Michael Jordan's at the game. And, again, as a freshman walk-on, this is great for me. Like, the pressure is really low. I know if I'm in the game, it's because we're up. Like, so I'm just taking this experience all in. And the clock winds down. And one of the assistants comes over and he whispers in my ear, very matter-of-factly, he's like, hey, just to let you know, we made a mistake on the book. You're going to start. And he just walks off. So I'm thinking he's joking.
Like sweating.
Yeah, I'm like, that's a funny joke. That's a great prank. And you go to have the starting lineups and only 4 guys are sitting down. And everyone's looking at me like, hey, man, you got to – I'm like, oh, you're serious. Because, I mean, the rule, you either have to take the technical foul that's assessed for input it wrong, or you got to start. And so
So they do the intros and everything.
They do the intros.
You go out, do like the handshake or anything?
I made it up on the fly. Couldn't even tell you what it was. You know, and after the game, all your text messages are blowing up because, you know, if you're watching the game on TV, your picture comes up, you know, on the starting lineups. And everybody's just like, what is going on? You know?
That is so funny.
But no, it was cool.
How many minutes did you get?
I got less than a minute.
I fouled you right away?
Right away. Now, which is great.
Shouldn't have fouled. What were you doing?
Now, listen, I'm glad that happened as a freshman. Because if I was an older player, I may have pulled up from 30. It was definitely a good thing.
An older player with Billy, that would not have got. First of all, this never would have happened in the first place.
No question. But no, it was cool.
What did you learn from playing for those two again, who are very different?
Oh yeah.
What did you learn? From either as a player that now you take as a first year full time head coach?
Oh yeah, a lot. I mean, growing up, I grew up in Durham, North Carolina, so decent quality of basketball in that area, right?
Just a little.
And you find out very quickly. You go to Kentucky, and right, wrong, or indifferent, it's just a different ball game there, right? Like. And so I think, again, and people handle that differently, but that pressure, being under that microscope, I think it exposes a lot of things. And obviously some bad, you know, especially if you're probably not doing what you're supposed to do. But for me, it was great because you get to see, you know, in the most pressure-packed situations, how you're going to respond and how you can react and how you have to grow and adjust. And so I've been able to, honestly, it's not even knowing that at the time, that experience is invaluable even to today.
You lost 2 guys this offseason to transfer, both headed to the high major ranks. BJ Mack, Jason, I'm going to try to get this, Pavletsky.
Jackson Pavletsky.
I played blackjack with both of them.
How about that?
Back in Bahamas.
Okay.
I played blackjack with both. BJ was hilarious to play blackjack
I can imagine he's probably a bad blackjack
player. He was
if I had to
awful.
guess. Yeah, that sounds
awful,
about right.
But, man, he had fun doing it.
I can see that. That doesn't surprise me at all.
So how do you –
Jackson I thought was a walk-on.
Oh.
When I saw him at the table. No, but you could look at him. He was very offended, I think, when –
I'm sure knowing him,
he still
I'm
hasn't
sure
spoken to me since.
Do you like how I sit here and try to ask a question? He just cuts me off and just goes and says, look, I got this covered.
Gotta have fun.
How do you navigate that now, heading into this season? 2 guys that I'm sure when you're thinking about putting together this roster, I'm going to have these 32 points available to me.
I think our situation is very unique. You know, even in today's day and age, we don't have a grad school. So when you have a BJ Mack, I think that helps in some ways because you have a little more clarity. And again, in a normal year, BJ would have exhausted his eligibility and he would go and play professionally. This extra year of COVID, he's obviously able to utilize that, get a master's, go to grad school. So for us, we knew going into the season that was his last year. I think Jackson's situation is different, obviously, with him being a first-year guy. But your overall point, I think it speaks to, obviously, the climate. And the reality is, I think there's a lot of stuff that you can try to worry about and, get fixated on. I think the most important thing you have to do is you just have to give the guys that you have the best experience possible. You got to try to love them. You got to try to coach them hard, be honest with them, and give them the best experience on and off the court. And then just go from there. And I think, honestly, we've done a good job of that, especially starting this summer and fall, because at the end of the day, obviously every school has their pitfalls and they have things that, they would prefer. But Wofford still is a special place. And if you get the right type of kid, again, I truly believe you can build with those guys for an extended period of time.
I can tell that he's ready to handle any situation that's thrown at him. He was able to go from being an assistant coach to an interim coach and have a good season. And now we have the sound in the background. See how he's able to change the way that he's speaking to match the sound.
You got to be able to. You got to adapt. You got to be able to adapt.
Trust me, again. He's dealt with Billy Gillespie. This is absolutely nothing. You don't have a ton back. You don't. I mean, this is kind of a completely different team, as Rob was saying. Corey Tripp going to have to take a big step forward. What else are we going to see this year in terms of some guys that are going to have to step it up?
Yeah. It's exciting for me. You see the preseason rankings that will probably come out. It's not a surprise to know probably where people view us. Yep. But one thing we've talked about as a program, we haven't shied away from that. Like, we already know probably how people view it on the outside. Yep. And that's a reality, right? Like, I think in today's day and age, people can sit here and say they don't pay attention, they don't know, they don't see it. I think that's next to impossible. So you got one or two options. You can either put your head in the sand and just try to not deal with it, or you can just attack it head on and say, hey, this is what it is, and this is where we're perceived. Now, right, the real work begins, though. And if we're being honest, it's already started. And so I look at that as an exciting challenge. You talked about Corey Tripp. I thought, in my opinion, I could be biased, I thought he was one of the most, if not the most improved player in our league last year. When you look at what he did as a freshman to what he did as a sophomore. And to be honest, that's really been the backbone of Wofford basketball dating back to Mike Young. You have all these guys that come in. People don't really know much about them a lot of times, and they just get better. And as we all know, no matter what program it is, those ingredients, a lot of it goes back to hard work when people aren't watching. Yeah. And so for us,
got to evaluate, got to develop.
Got to.
That's Wofford, right?
And you got to know on the front end the kids that want to get better and won't run from that. Because in today's day and age, if we're being honest, there's a lot of things kids chase and getting better and willing to grind when people aren't watching and when their phones aren't out. There's a lot of guys, right, that want to do it then. And there's honestly, unfortunately, very few that are willing to do it when the lights are off.
Last one I got for you. Kyler Filewich. Lone returning front court piece.
Yep.
I'm going to give you a stat. It's probably not going to make you too happy. You guys ranked 354th in college basketball last season in 2-point field goal percentage.
Okay.
You need that size inside. What do you see?
I've seen, the great thing about Kyler, there's not a guy on our team that's more competitive than Kyler. I mean, he has, it may not come across, especially off the court, because he's super smart. He's super nice. He's a great kid. But on the court, there's a fire to him that, honestly, very few people on our program and even in the league match. And so what I've seen is I think he's a smart guy. He knows that. And he takes that personally, as he should. The great thing is he didn't get, because of playing behind a B.J. Mack or a Messiah Jones, he actually led our league in field goal percentage. He didn't get the minimum attempts in order to warrant winning that award. But
we'll give it to him.
He's a guy. I think he knows that, and he understands that, and I think he uses that honestly as fuel and a chip on his shoulder to prove. Obviously, the data is the data, but I think he takes that personally to try to fix that.
Yeah, you got to make sure you show him that number. Then.
Oh yeah, I will, and I have.
Great seeing you, man. Congrats on the gig.
Appreciate it. You guys do a great job.
Go out there and
appreciate you, man.
Do what you do.
Thank you. You guys are logging a lot of miles.
Yes,
we are. We're trying to.
Good miles, though. Other than the fact that I got to see him too much.
Here we go. Thanks, Dwight. That was Dwight Perry, Wofford head coach. Coming up next, this has been the interview you've been waiting for all day.
No, this is not what we're going Samford first here. They're throwing a little wrinkle into our. What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you, Jeff Goodman. Man, good to see you, man. Heard some really good things about you. Some really good things about you.
We are live, so
you're back home after starting. You went Akron first, came back home, and now playing Bucky ball. And he said he's known you since you were like 15 years old. And I think he told the story to us of like, first time I saw him, like I loved how hard he played, but he had no idea what he was doing. And now it's like, man, the progress you've made over the course of your career, it's amazing to watch. How much of that, even going from 28% three-point shooter 2 years ago to 38, like that's work. That's work in the gym. How much has that taken for you, for your skill level to catch up with maybe the effort and toughness?
It took a while because like I said, I was just playing basketball in high school when I first started my freshman year of high school, and then I just played hard, kind of stronger than everybody. And then as I just keep going, I realized I didn't want to go Division II, and then so I ended up going prep year.
You did.
And then I was thinking the same thing, my offensive game not good enough.
Didn't shoot it well enough.
Yeah, I didn't shoot it well enough. Didn't finish well enough. They didn't know how to play against bigger competition. So I always heard that I was undersized, and that kind of made me work harder to make sure I get my skills up so I can be a threat. So I can make all the people mad for saying that I was undersized, and just for being with around Coach Bucky, I knew him for a long time. So to see where he get players at, he putting players in the league, and his skill development just goes through the roof. So I just keep working, and I just trust him, and I feel like it's been good for both of us.
Define Bucky ball.
Oh, Bucky ball. Fast, a lot of pressure, because we press whole game. You gotta be tough. You gotta be smart, and I feel like it's more than just the physical part. You gotta be tough and smart mentally. So that's one thing I have to work on is learn how to play play with the refs, because I'm an aggressive player. My team needs me to stay on the court. I can't do that if I'm in foul trouble. So just learning the things when to take a foul, when to be aggressive, when to reach and stuff like that. You gotta know how to shoot. You gotta know how to shoot in bucket ball.
How much fun is it to have that level of freedom, right? I gotta imagine when you're out there playing, right? Is there any time when he's that's a bad shot, you're getting benched for that shot, or is he just kind of let you guys rock?
We know. So we try to make sure no contested shot, because we don't need that. We take layups you're settling, we take a contested shot. So he preached on taking the right shots, because if I take a bad shot, it get contagious. Now the next person want to take a bad shot, then now we got 5 possessions in a row when we got taking bad shots. So I feel once everybody just take the right shot and try to create for others. So he say a lot draw 2, and once you get the second man, you pass it off, man. That's a way easier shot than taking a contested 3.
So the rumor has it that you don't like the officiating in practice very much.
Of course not. Of course not.
He thinks they're out to get him. that the coaches.
Hey, I think they have a secret huddle and say all right, how are we gonna make Jermaine mad today? Because some of the calls I can't believe.
and then as bad as he is, I hear your twin sister during your games.
Yes.
What's your name?
Jermaine
Marshall.
I heard she is relentless on the refs.
Yeah,
sticking up for you.
She's not going to let up at all.
Loud. You hear her?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
She's in where's she sitting?
Yes.
She's sitting
she sit probably 4 rows.
And you can they make a bad call on you and you hear her.
Yeah.
Do you ever want to go up to her and hey,
nah.
Never let her go.
It motivates me.
It does. Hearing her.
If I'm playing bad, I'll hear her come on, man, come on for it. You're better than that.
Really?
And then so they go you're right.
So she'll give it to you real.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
Really?
Most definitely.
That's awesome.
I remember I remember when we came back from chat, we was down 19, and then it's like it just wasn't like flowing for me the first half, and then the second half I like just hearing her, and then we're on that side of the court the second half, so I can like see her. So I get fouled. I'm looking at her like, yeah, man, like come on, like play harder, like get going.
That's good. That's good. Hold you accountable.
Yeah, sure.
So when Coach Bucky was here, he talked up Ryland and he talked up Dallas.
Yeah.
What have you seen from them over the summer? What have you seen from them in the fall? You've played with two smaller guards before.
Yeah.
What have you seen from them and kind of their development this season?
I like Dallas a lot because everybody makes mistakes. Basketball is a game of mistakes, but how hard he works to make up for his mistake. Like say he make a bad pass, turn the ball over. He's going to be the first one picking you up full court. He's turning you, getting steals. Like that's how hard he works. I can go to battle with somebody that's going to work hard because I know I'm going to work hard, give all I got. And Ryland, just a veteran guard, smart, make the right passes, take the right shots, make the right shots. So very smart, veteran player.
I saw him his freshman year. Actually, I was at the Myrtle Beach tournament, and I remember seeing him as a freshman when he was at Utah.
Yeah.
And he played a ton, and I think he's been hurt a lot through his career. But to have, I mean, again, you're old. How old are you now?
23.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's got to be 22, 23.
Yeah.
That's how you win now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You win. You better be older. You better be older, and that's the one thing you guys have. And now I feel like now you guys have like your culture set.
Yes.
I mean, you know the system. You've been in it. You can kind of teach people, the new guys coming in,
and
a whole lot easier than when you came in, right?
That's how I be at practice. Like, so I don't have to like get much reps. I can just like teach the young guys like, hey, you put me in this. This how your position supposed to be in the zone. Like just different stuff like that. And it's beneficial for like everybody because like coach don't have to worry about my position because I'm telling because I already learned that. Right. So it's just like a player-led team. Yep. So the players hold other players more accountable than versus coach coming in my first year. Coach has to teach us how things supposed to run.
Well, listen, Jermaine, it's a pleasure to catch up with you. Best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Show off the ring, man. Show the camera right there.
Just got to show off the ring.
Love it. Love it.
A lot of diamonds.
Best of luck in another one next season, man.
Thank you.
Great seeing you. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, and we will be back with more players, some more of the talent coming in for the Socon Conference. Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands grown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time. Josh Tasker.
You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jermaine Marshall.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors.
This is Field of 68 after dark.
Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know, the big DJ Khaled guy.
Hands brought up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Tasker. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know, the big DJ Khaled guy.
Hands brought up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Tasker. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Tasker. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Tasker. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Tasker. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jarrell McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands brought up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Earl McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands brought up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Earl McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jermaine Marshall.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dauster here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out.
Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands thrown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner. You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal. Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Jermaine Marshall.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors,
This is Field of 68 after dark.
welcome back to Socon Media Day. We made it through all of the speeches. We made it through all of the people up there at the podium, and we were joined now by the stars of the Furman Paladins, Marcus Foster and Mr. One Shining Moment himself over here, JP Pegues. JP, before we get into anything else, man, how many times have you gone back, pulled up YouTube, and watched that highlight?
Man, plenty. Actually, it's whenever I go back home or wherever I'm walking around, people always bring up that shot and ask me what my reaction was to it. And, you know, I've watched it a million times by now. So.
You watch it a million more. That wasn't the first time you hit a game winner, though, right?
Mm-mm.
State tournament?
Mm-hmm. Yep, full
so you're
circle.
Like gold hat to this. Did you react differently? Do you remember how you reacted when you hit that one in high school? And then with this one, obviously a lot bigger, the country's watching. What was the difference in kind of how you reacted?
Actually, you know, part of my reaction was the same. Like the first thing I do in big moments of that is I look for my parents and I look for the stands. So in high school, I know the clock expired fully. So I just ran to my parents, but that was the first thing I was looking at, seeing my parents' reaction.
Cool. That's very cool.
With Mike and Jalen gone, you guys are now stepping into that kind of leadership role. And the thing about Furman is we've seen this happen before, right? You guys can kind of roll through players, and it's almost like an assembly line. Yeah, you lose these ultra conference dudes, you got two more coming up. Marcus, I'm gonna start with you. How have you kind of expanded what you're doing, not just like on the court, but in terms of being the veteran, being the senior, being the leader?
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm just basically using all the things I learned from Mike and Slaw because I've basically been here their whole career. And so I've been able to get the opportunity to just watch and see the things that they made mistakes on, the things that they've done well. And so my biggest thing is trying to become a leader on the team and just making sure I'm a voice, and I just show the guys what to do through my actions. That way I can inspire them and just lead the group that way.
Yeah, I say the same thing. Just learning from those guys every day. I feel like in my position last year, coming into the role of being the starting point guard for the team and having to adapt to a leadership role, they helped me there a lot too. Just natural leadership and knowing how to confront, how to talk to people, when to speak, how to talk, and just stuff like that. So I feel like that's what I kind of took the most from them, because that's what I've learned from them coming in as a freshman.
Is the locker room a little quieter with them gone? Both those guys were big personalities.
We still got a loud locker room. Yeah. We still got Gary Heen. He's a character. Him and Tyrese, they keep it alive.
Yeah, there you go.
What, when I saw you guys down in Atlantis, down in the Bahamas, I watched you guys, not a lot, but a little, just because, again, we talked about before, the competition wasn't the greatest to be able to see where you guys are at, but I could see the talent on this team. And the fact that, again, everybody looks at on the surface, you lost 2 dudes. So they're almost like, I think people don't understand how good you guys can be this year. Why can you be as good, if not better, and maybe take another step? Because I think people are expecting you to take a step back, not forward.
Yeah, this team has great team chemistry, and we all enjoy playing with one another. We enjoy sharing the ball, just enjoying each other on the court. And that's one thing that we'll take a huge step on the court, just showing that we're willing to play together and that we all want to win. And that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I'd say pretty much the same thing. I think it's the standard that, this program holds themselves to. I feel like every year, we max out in the off season, how much better can we get? So guys like Alex Williams, Tyrese Huey, just all different type of guys. And then we have another great class coming in with guys like Cooper Bowser, a freshman, Edrin Brunson.
About him. I saw him and I'm like, this dude's got a chance to be like, honestly, first thing I looked at, and this may be disrespectful in a way, but I'm like, how are the high majors not all over this kid? Am I wrong? 6'11", can run. Like, how do you get a kid like that? And when you see him in his progress, because back then he didn't know what the hell he was doing. He probably still doesn't. But he's probably come a lot further now than when I saw him a few months ago, right?
Most definitely. He's super hungry. He's always in the gym working, always seeking knowledge. And on the court, he just wants to learn and get better. And we never hear him complain about anything. So, I expect great things from him, and I expect him to contribute heavily during this year.
JP, what is his game like? Explain to people, because people have no idea. 6'11", long. Go ahead.
I'd say my biggest thing that I noticed from when he first walked in was just hustle and effort. Like you said, he doesn't really necessarily know what he's doing out there, but the intensity that he plays with and his effort level, just do the small things. He's flying all over the place, 7-foot wingspan. He's protecting the rim, just doing all the little things that we asked him to do. So I feel like it's super easy to play with him on the floor.
Just throw a lob up there and let him go get it. Right?
It makes it easy on you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I want you guys to both do this. I want you to break down where you've seen the most growth in Marcus's game, and Marcus, I want you to break down where you've seen the most growth in JP's game this offseason. You start.
Oh, sorry, JP. Okay, I think he's always been the dog, but this year I just think he's more stepped into that role and just being confident in himself and just being able to just go. And that's a credit to Richey and just letting him be himself. And I just think he's more vocal this year, and he's just really confident. And when he steps on the floor, and when I'm on the floor with him, I think we're going to win every time just because I know how great he is. And when he's on go mode, there's no one stopping us.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Marcus, like you kind of said with me, is confidence, but also just, one thing that surprised me the most is since I've been here, just his ability to shoot the basketball and his ability to defend. On this team, we think that Mark can be whatever he wants to be on the floor. We believe that he's a top 10 shooter in the country. And we believe that he can be a super high-level defender when he wants to be, just because of, his athleticism and his hunger to defend. And, he's super aggressive, and we love that about him. He's gotten way better at making those simple reads and making, just the correct reads in general. So I feel like that's what I've noticed since I've been here.
So those 2 guys came back last year when a lot of people thought they'd be gone. How much did that impact you guys staying this year? Even, again, listen, I'm sure you're both good at opportunities to NIL. I don't know how far it got, but my guess is some coaches hit up your people, your AU coaches, whoever it was. Hey, you know what? If he wants to transfer, we'd love to have him. Why? Why do you guys stay at Furman?
I love Furman. When I came here, I guess 4 or 5 years ago, my plan was to stay here until my eligibility was done. I came here as a red shirt, and I'm just seeing the progression through every year. And like, I just want to keep getting better while I'm here. I don't really want to just get better here and then just go somewhere else. I want to stay here and just build something meaningful. And I really love my teammates. I really love playing with JP, Alex Williams, Garrett Heen. Like, I don't think it gets no better than that.
I definitely think what he said. More so, it's here in Furman, I feel like it's a real family aspect. Like, it's different here. I will say that. Like, the coaches, they love you, no matter how good you are at basketball, they treat everybody the same. They want to develop you on and off the court, and I feel like that's different. Just them wanting to see you be your best in every aspect. And I feel like that's why I came here.
Last one I got for you guys is we talked about it heading into the game that we did last year at the Bon Score Wellness Arena, right? That you guys had gotten close, right? You'd won Socon regular season. You'd made it to Socon tournament title games. You had a buzzer beater. You lost, right, in the tournament title game. How rewarding was it to get over that hump, to take that next step, to be able to say, like, okay,
get over it.
Here.
Also beat Virginia.
Yeah, you've been here.
Just get over it.
But I'm saying, like, you're here. You've been here for 5 years, right? That to finally accomplish what you had put together, like, was it a relief? Was it excitement? Like, how did you feel after you finally got there?
Honestly, it just made me more hungry, just knowing that we could actually do it and that we could do more. Because I just felt like we could have been even better, and like there was still a lot of things for us to improve on. So I mean, it just made me hungry because I've been here for a minute. I've seen us lose in the first round, been through heartbreaks, and so finally doing it just made me hungry just to do it again.
I think it was a super emotional aspect of it, just to see when that buzzer went off and understand and take it in that we finally accomplished our goal, coming back from, the heartbreak, like he said last year. I feel like that's something to really think about and something to really reflect on. And I just feel like, with us being how close we were, we all wanted this so bad for each other. So to finally see that dream come true, it was amazing.
Well, listen, we appreciate you joining us, even though you didn't give us any scoop on your coach.
It's tough.
Richey.
It's tough.
No,
it's tough.
No dirt.
No, he's always on point.
I know you want your playing time. I know you want to protect your minutes here. I get it. But, man, next year you got to come up with something.
I got you.
Listen, great seeing you guys.
Yes,
all right, good luck this season.
Appreciate it.
Can't wait to watch you
Best
guys.
of luck,
Thanks. There you have it. Furman's new duo.
The new duo.
The new duo.
Hold on. You can't leave yet. You gotta let your AD
That's
get
right.
the picture
Look at
here.
I've known this dude. Right now, taking picture right now is maybe the best AD in the country.
Up there.
Right?
Up there.
Back when I was the ops guy.
Jason Donnelly was an elite recruiter. He would go out and, peach him. He would be out there instead of evaluating players. He'd be upstairs eating peaches.
Yeah. Listen, thanks, guys.
Great seeing you guys. Take care.
Best of luck this season. Win some games for us, all right? More buzzer beaters? More buzzer beaters?
Hey, win games easy, right? Win games easy.
All right. Coming up next, I'm not even sure who we have up next at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of a revolving door.
Yeah, we'll get Taeshaud Jackson over here from VMI. He might be your new favorite player in the country.
I love this kid,
Taeshaud,
man.
come sit down right here, man. Let's go.
What's up, man? How are you?
What's going on?
Good
to see you, man. Yeah. So we're live. Grab the mic. Hold it up. Talk
Tay
live.
and I had a great talk earlier before everything started, and insightful.
Yep.
Like that's my biggest thing, and I want you to talk about that a little bit at VMI and your story coming from Denver.
Yep.
Went to school out in LA.
Yep.
And then you end up at VMI, which you said you never would have seen this coming.
Yep. So obviously VMI is not your traditional university. It's a military school. I had no prior knowledge to what VMI was or what I was getting myself into, but during the recruitment process, my coaches helped me a lot to help me understand what I was getting myself into. I actually have no interest in joining the military, but my coach Wilson, thinks that eventually I would be in the years to come. But
they're still trying.
Yeah, they're still trying. They're still trying. It's gonna be a hard take though.
Yeah.
But
what was it like? Again, was this your only Division I offer?
Yes, sir. It was
coming out of high school.
Yes, sir. It was.
Why?
I would say the COVID year. I also had double knee surgery on my left knee. I broke my cartilage, so I had to take a postgrad year. That's actually why I attended the school in California to do a postgrad year extra year.
I didn't realize that. So you did 4 years in Denver.
Yep.
high school and then went out there for the post?
Well, actually, I did 3 years in Colorado, and then I did my senior year at the prep school, and then I did a postgrad year.
You did.
Yep.
So what has been the most difficult part of the adjustment of going to a military school, especially like VMI? Like there are military schools, and VMI is at the higher level.
Yeah.
We were talking about your bed.
Yeah.
Like tell everybody about what you have to do every morning and night with your bed. And what your bed is.
Basically, my bed is like it's a narrow wooden pallet. I would say around every morning. Well, I have to get up early for morning lifts, so around 5:30, I'm rolling up my hay and putting it in my wall locker and putting up my bed rack, and I'm leaving for the day. But every day I have to put up and put down my bed.
How long did it take
he
you?
He would have lasted about literally 30 seconds at VMI.
Yeah, I would have seen a wood pallet for a bed, and I would have said, you know what, I'm
out.
How long did it take you to get adjusted to that?
It took a while. It definitely helps with having my peers along with me, helping me, and the upperclassmen, helping us like learn the ropes and teaching us like what we can get through and some things we can kind of avoid. So that helped a lot. But definitely, I would say my peers. But it took about, I'd say a month or 2 months to really get adjusted to the military aspect.
And now, when you're home from school, do you find yourself like falling into the same routines? Can you sleep past 5:30 in the morning at any time?
Nah, my internal clock won't let me sleep past 5:30. Yeah, so even on the weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, I'm waking up at 5:30, and then I'm just realized like, yo, it's the weekend. I should be sleeping in a little bit, but kind of the military, might help me a lot with the structure and the discipline with that.
I saw your teammates doing some stuff on social media.
Yeah,
Draymond Green.
Draymond
it's
Green.
a big thing for you, right?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, so all right. First of all, do you talk as much as Draymond does?
I do.
You talk a lot. I mean, I can tell. Listen, I can tell already. Look at Andrew, Coach Wilson behind. Yeah, he talks. And talks trash or both. Just talks.
I got a little mixture of both. Okay. Talks trash, and then also like communicate on defense and just trying to help the guys. But I would say a lot of it's talking trash. That's how to get the guys fired up. Yeah.
I like it. What are we going to see differently in your game from last year this year? Because obviously, you're kind of the key returning piece. Yep. A lot of the guys that came in with you last year decided to transfer out. What is it that you're going to step up in terms of your game this year?
Leadership. I would say leadership. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of that last year with us not having a full team, but I would say coming into this year, definitely leadership. Even being a younger guy, being a sophomore, that can be kind of hard in the college aspect. But my biggest goal this year was to bring leadership to our team.
You mentioned that when you first got there, the adjustment process was helped by the veterans. Now I know you're a sophomore, but you are a veteran with 9 new guys.
Doesn't he sound like a veteran, though?
He does.
Right?
You sound like a 35-year-old. I wish that you were kind of like running this operation that we have going on. I feel like we'd be a lot more efficient. No, but with the 9 freshmen coming in, like what are you advising them on? Like how are you helping them transition to what is frankly probably a new way of life for a lot of them?
As far as basketball, I would say just the change of pace of the game. Obviously, they're kind of used to being the man on their high school team and playing out of soul place and getting away with a lot of things. But Coach Wilson does a great job of emphasizing like we have to control what we can control and make sure we hit the right details and everything matters. As far as the military side, I would say the biggest thing I help them with is knowing that they're sacrificing things for right now for the future. So it's the biggest thing.
So what do you want to do down the road now? If you're not military, I know you want to play basketball as long as you can. What else? Even when you're done, hopefully playing basketball, making money playing, what do you want to do?
Yeah, actually, I want to get into real estate. I want to sell houses. My grandfather, he actually has a lot of real estate, and he kind of helped me a lot when I was younger, and I helped him a lot with his properties and like maintaining a lot of the properties. So real estate, my backup plan.
Well, listen, Ted, we appreciate it, man. Great catching up. Really good meeting you.
Yes, sir.
Can't wait to see what you do this year and how you take on that leadership role with another young group.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys.
All right. And
Awesome.
keep talking,
Thanks,
man.
Yes,
keep
sir.
talking. Don't stop talking. Don't let Coach Wilson say anything otherwise. Thanks. That was Taeshaud Jackson from VMI, and now we got the Langleys coming in.
Dude, what's up, man? How are you, Jeff Goodman?
How we doing? Rob
What's
Dauster.
up, guys?
Good
How
to
are
see you. Rob Dauster. Good to see you. Sit down, guys. Mics are live, so
yes, that's right. That's right.
All right. Be aware as we get
All
in.
right, so one of you likes to talk and one of you is quiet.
Yes, he likes to talk.
He likes to talk. You're quiet.
I'm quiet. I'm laid back.
All right, we got to get you going then. We got to get you going.
Yeah.
You know, all right, I'm going to start with an easy one.
Okay.
All right, give me what it's like when you guys are put against each other in practice, right? When Coach Jones put you guys, because for a while it sounded like you were on the same team. And then he was like, no, we need to ramp this up.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So when he puts you up and you're guarding your brother, what is it like?
It's definitely competitive because I think one thing we have in common is we don't like to lose.
Yeah.
We don't like to lose. So, like, when I'm going against him, he knows what I'm doing. I just got to figure it out to do something else.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just the competitive nature that we have in us.
Trash talking too?
A lot of trash talking.
It depends on
So
who
is that
starts
where
it.
he talks?
Yes.
Like he'll talk doing that.
Yes.
He won't talk here much, but
Right.
he will talk trash to you.
Yes.
I only talk if he talks first. if you talk first, then I got to say something back.
But I feel like it's more intense.
You
and-
like it?
Yes. I think it gets us better. It gets us ready
Probably
for
gets
the,
everybody else going too.
Right,
My
right.
guess is like the competitiveness when people see you guys going at it, probably takes everybody else up a notch.
Yes,
right?
absolutely. So I mean, practice is it's been fun when we're against each other. So
I remember when Wes Miller got you guys. I remember talking to him, and he's like, "These dudes, you are gonna love them so much because they are dogs. They just get after it on the defensive end like nobody you've seen." Where did you guys get that? Because most guys don't come in that way into college. Like, what do most guys want? They want to score the ball.
Absolutely.
Where did you get that from?
Just competing with our older brothers. Really? We got two older brothers. One went to North Carolina A&T and one went to Greensboro College. So just playing with them at an early age just kind of got that competitive nature in us and kind of instilled in us like, we don't want to lose. We're not going to lose to nobody else, and we're not scared of nobody.
yeah, I think that happened with just AAU. We always played together, and we were always the underdogs. So it was kind of
who'd you play with?
Gators, and then start off, and then we played with CB3
at the end.
Yes,
That's
sir.
Right. That's where I remember you.
I'm just imagining what backyard football games are like, or driveway basketball games are like. If you got two older brothers,
Yes, sir.
Were they wars? Were they battles?
Yes.
Broken
Yes.
bones, skin knees.
Yes,
Definitely battle scars.
Yes, bleeding, coming in the house bleeding, but nothing crazy to the extent of just being injured, but just being competitive.
Yeah, that's what brothers do, right?
Yes, yes.
All right, let me ask you guys this, and I want you to answer at the same time. All
Okay.
right, who's the better defender?
Me.
Me. All right.
Love it. Love
All right.
it.
Who's the better shooter?
Me.
All right, this is good. I like
who's better at Madden?
Me. Me for sure.
No, he's out on that
Me
one.
for sure.
I don't really play Madden like
All right,
that.
ready? I got
2K,
one.
2K probably.
I got one. Who's better looking?
Me.
Me for sure.
Nah, it's definitely me.
For sure.
All right, this year's team. What's going to be the biggest difference in both of your games? And you know what? Why don't you answer about your brother?
Okay.
Okay, instead of answering about yourself. Yeah.
I'll
What's
go.
the biggest difference?
I say for him, a lot of people don't think he's a two-way player, just a scorer, but he's much more than that. He runs the team for us. He scores. He defends. He's a leader. He places in the role of everybody on the court. He's what coaches want. So he makes everybody better.
I think about Kobe, he's so good defensively that people don't recognize the offense and that he can make shots and hit open shots. He's one of those guys where if he takes a shot and a hand is in his face, he's gonna knock it down. He's one of those clutch players. He's gotten the role where he can develop in the offensive side. And I think that is what we need him to be. We need him to be more efficient and take a lot of shots this year.
In the Socon, it's kind of a conference that is known for what teams can do offensively, right? From Furman to guys there back in the day. You guys were, and this is your coach, your coach's quote. we were head and shoulders the best defensive team in the league last year. I got another stat for you. So out of the 32 conferences, only you guys and Kent State led the league in both effective field goal percentage defense and forced turnover rate. So you're best at making teams miss and best at forcing turnovers in the conference. One, where does that come from? And two, is there a certain level of pride for you guys on that end of the floor? Like, we're doing it differently than everybody else?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we hang our hat on defense. So night in, night out, if our shot's not falling, we hang our hat on defense. The defense has to be there. Has to be there at all times. But yeah,
I mean, I think Coach got the right group of guys. He recruits really well. Guys that really want to be dogs on the defensive end. He doesn't really recruit nobody that doesn't want to play defense, you know. Now, if you don't play defense, you can't get in the game. So, I mean, like Keith said, we hang our hats on playing defense, and defense create offense.
Give me the biggest surprise this year. Who's had that offseason that you guys are like, all right, people don't really know about him yet, but he's going to either make a jump or maybe it's a new guy?
Yeah. I think we both said, I mean, Donovan Atwell.
Yeah.
I think he'll come in and surprise a lot of people. He's not on anybody's scout report just yet, but I think he will be there. Yes, sir.
Why?
Just because he's one of the best shooters in the nation, in my opinion, one of the best shooters that I ever played with. So I think that speaks a lot, speaks volumes. He's one of the guys that didn't really play a lot of minutes last year as well, too. So this is his year where he can make a good mark.
Yeah. You guys finished a game out of first place for the Socon regular season championship last year. Mm-hmm. You bring back, I think it's what is it, like 7 of your top 9, something like that. Mm-hmm. Bring back a lot of important pieces.
Yes, sir.
How do you get over the hump? What needs to happen for us to look up at the Socon conference standings in late February and see UNCG in first place?
I think it comes down to maturity. Just building on that maturity, building that leadership, and just talking to the guys, making sure everybody's on the same page and we want to win.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't really have us high on any boards, but we're hungry. I think that's going to stand out. I think we're going to show a lot of people that they're wrong. So,
well, we appreciate you coming by. You were good. Hey, you were way better than you give credit for.
I
really
appreciate
good.
that.
All right, really good. And you, my man, you're going to be. We didn't worry about you.
Yeah. Great.
I was a little worried about this dude.
Yep.
You were good.
Yep. Best of luck this season.
All right. Great catching up with you guys. All right.
Kobe and Keyshaun Langley, the twin brothers.
What's up, how are you, man? Jeff Goodman. Nice to see you.
Coming up next, Chattanooga.
We got a guy that I want to name a rule after.
Oh, boy.
I asked the commissioner earlier. I said, we're going to change the
really
rule.
Did.
What'd he say?
He was non-committal. It's non-committal. He said it really not in his hands.
Yeah,
is what he said.
Right,
it's more in the institution's hands.
Mm-hmm.
But how hard was it?
Can you introduce him before you do anything?
Honor Huff. Everybody knows him. We don't even need to introduce him. He was, obviously a guy that, I feel like, again, it just wasn't fair last year. What happened?
Yeah.
Only league in the country, which they don't allow undergrads to transfer and be eligible right away. You had to sit out.
Yeah.
But I do think there's going to be some return for our investment here.
Definitely.
And I think you're going to be much better
Definitely.
because you sat out.
Right.
Why?
Right. I always say when we're talking to Coach, I actually kind of, through the course of the year, you kind of just actually took a step back and like, okay, this is actually beneficial for me. So I gained 14 pounds, was getting stronger, was big, lifting almost every day. Being able to hone in my craft.
Huge now, by the way.
I mean, you can't really tell, but
you are.
I'm bigger.
Listen, no doubt.
Shooting
I put on
mechanics
14 pounds
is,
last year too. So.
He put it all here, though. That's the problem.
Just shooting. I mean, obviously I can always shoot, but just more consistent now. I feel like I'm more consistent. Seeing the game a little better. It's like a video game. When you're watching it from the outside perspective, it's, I know where that's gonna go. But when you're playing, it's a little harder. So now it's like I kind of could sit back and kind of digest and look at it from an outside perspective, and now I just I know what I need to do to make sure I'm effective at all times.
When you're looking back at it now, it seems like I don't want to say thankful. You can see how there was the beneficial of sitting out.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to get to that point? You're like,
Right.
okay, this is a good thing,
Right.
and not just like, oh man, I'm not gonna be able to hoop this shit.
Yeah, before I committed, my dad told me, I want you to go, coach. I want you to sit. I want you to get better. I couldn't see it. I was like, no, I want to play. Yeah, I want to play. So the first probably like 5 games, I was just so mad. Like, not even like, I was just angry. Like, I just want to play. I want to get out there. I'm watching them play. Went through a little rough patch in the middle of the season, especially when Jake got hurt. It's like, I wish I could play. But, probably halfway through the season, I just kind of sat back and like, okay, if I just dwell on it, I'm not going to get any better. So what's the point of that? Then why not waste a year? You might as well just put your head down, work, and get better. So when you come back next year, it's go time. So I think that's what I did.
Your dad wanted you to sit.
Yeah, he wanted me to sit. He wanted me to commit to Chattanooga the first day I got in the portal. Yeah, he was just like, you're going.
Just because of coach?
Yeah, he just
trust.
I
mean, they were the only one that offered you scholarship, right?
So
Only
D1?
D1?
Like, yeah,
out of high school.
So he just kind of the loyalty aspect of it, and everything he told me that out of high school happened. Really? So it was just my dad was just kind of like, we got to go where you're wanted, and a coach could tell you something when they called me, but it's like, go with the guy who called you and did exactly what he said he was going to do. So I think it worked out for me.
So that was the only offer you had?
Yeah, I had a couple before that, but they got the coaching change and 2 point guards had committed on the same day. So that was my last one. So it was my dad was just like, you're going. Hey, same day.
A little bit easier now at Chat than BMI.
Way easier.
With some of the things,
not a little.
Right?
Way easier.
Go ahead. Explain this to people because people don't know what you went through at BMI, how difficult it is. And I don't know if you had any, like at that point, was it just BMI? I don't even know what I'm getting myself into.
So really it's kind of like, the coaches can't really tell you everything. So they know when to
tell you what they want to tell you.
Yeah. So it's kind of when I get there, it's like, it's a shock, especially as a freshman. So, you wake up 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, they're banging on your door, yelling your name. It gets crazy. So having the freedom, kind of autonomy to live out what you think a college life would be when you first get to college, it feels good. It definitely was a shock my first year.
How late are you sleeping now?
As late as you can.
As late as I want to. Right? Before I would go to sleep like this, long days. So
I'm sure you're worn out, right?
Now it's just a lot of freedom about the day. Classes.
Don't even know what to do with it?
I don't even know what to do with it, honestly. Right. I couldn't even tell you. Get in the gym. That's how I tell you.
So supposedly he wants to be the next Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I do.
You're trying to take our job.
I mean, hey, that's what I got to do.
You ain't Stephen A. Last I checked.
Just want to argue with him real quick.
He's got good points. You, on the other hand, got nothing.
I got charisma. What do
you got? Nothing. I don't know. I don't know what I bring to the table. Is this what you like down the road?
Yeah, sports broadcast, sports analyst, something like that. Like I don't really want to play after
you
college.
You got the personality.
So, I mean, I hope so. That's what I was taught when I was a kid. So I've always wanted to do that since I was a kid.
The word is among the coaching staff, you can argue about anything.
Anything I'm really passionate about. Yeah, anything.
Really?
We can go back and forth.
What is it? Give me something that you're passionate about right now.
Kyrie Irving.
You like Kyrie?
I feel there's a lot of slander on his name
because
of his.
I probably
outside,
added to it.
His outside, what he does on the outside, not on the court. So
well, here's my problem with Kyrie.
What's
my problem with Kyrie is everywhere he's been, I feel like he's left in the worst place lately.
I hear that a lot. I do hear that a lot. I feel like he's not the leader though, which is why I feel like
he thought he could be the number one.
That's what I scolded him on.
And then he realized,
right? It's not. He has to be. He has to be Robin. He can't be Batman.
Correct.
That's why I would scold him for that one. But everything else, I can't scold him. But that one, I would. He should have never left the Cavs. He should have stayed Robin. That's what I will say.
The only other thing I'll say about Kyrie, and I've said it before, it's not new, is he needs to be less condescending to people.
Which I
personally.
Yeah, I don't agree with his
I know you don't
outside the court stuff. I just like on the court.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah,
come on, talent-wise?
Yes.
Kyrie's like a top 5 talent in the league.
Ever.
If he just ever some of those other things. Well, some of the shit he can do is insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
He's got to win.
My coach doesn't like that. I like to play like Kyrie. He don't like it. He don't like the layups and stuff. He don't like it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again.
Hey, look, if you got a layup package like Kyrie Irving, I don't think that your coach would be complaining because you're finishing everything.
What's your diet? I hear you.
Yeah, I'm a pescatarian. So
what is that, fish?
Yeah, just fish.
Just fish.
Yeah, I don't eat no meat, red meat, nothing. Just.
So how'd you gain all the weight?
Eating a lot. I probably ate like 5 times a day.
Really?
We would list in the morning.
Yeah.
Eat. Make sure I eat. Go shoot. Eat. Come back. Eat. I was always eating the lift. That's all I did.
Really?
I had protein shakes obviously all the time. So it paid off.
You ever seen Coach Earl play tennis?
Yes, I played against Coach Earl tennis. I played tennis in high school.
Oh, you did?
I did.
And
yeah.
did he beat you
won.
pretty good?
That's when his back was kind of like good.
Did he kill you?
No, he didn't kill me. He won though.
How many games you won?
I didn't win the game. We only played one time.
one time, one
The
game,
set,
or
the
like
set,
a set?
I want a set. I want a set.
All right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you,
I'm decent. My
Yeah.
senior year, I made it to states.
so he's a little overrated from what he's saying. A little bit overrated.
He's pretty good, but I just think
Overrated.
I'm underrated.
He was a year away. He made state. Did you hear what he said? He made states as a
My
senior in high
senior
school.
year, yeah.
He did.
A
I did.
year
Really?
removed from that,
Yeah.
he got beat by his coach.
Because my prep
I'd say
school
his
was kind of
coach
like
pretty
you got to
good.
play a different sport. So
you play tennis?
yes, I play tennis. Yeah.
All right. I want to ask you one more thing real quick. Basketball question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
I'm
we did a
having
poll.
fun talking to
Well,
him
no,
about
we did a
whatever.
poll for the almanac,
Mhm.
right? And we anonymously. I have
Can't say the word anonymously.
Anonymously.
Ask me to spell it.
It's in my head now. So like every time I say, it's like, is it the right way?
It's
Am I
true.
saying it the
You've
right
screwed
way?
it up a bunch.
Like 7 times.
Yeah.
So we asked a bunch of coaches without putting their name to it. Is that better? Who questions about this year's this season, the Socon this year? Player who scares you the most,
Right.
best prospect, all that. They voted breakout player Sam Alexis.
Right.
What have you seen from him? Do you think that's going to come to fruition?
Oh no, it's definitely come to fruition. He's taking a big step. From last year, obviously playing under Jake, learning from him, kind of learning the ropes of how to be. Because the center, kind of our offense and our defense, kind of leads the team. So he had to take a bigger step in kind of leading us. But he's taking a big step in his jump shot, and just being more efficient and all that stuff. Being able to play more minutes too. He got tired a little quick last year, I feel like. So this year, putting all that together, he's going to be a problem. So they're right on that vote.
Freshman wasn't in shape, huh?
Nah, not that much as he is now.
Listen, great to talk to you, man. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Can't
Thanks
wait
for
to
having
see
me.
what you do back in the court this year.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
got to
sir.
change the rule.
We
All right?
should.
We're
Honor
naming
Huff,
it after
right?
you.
That's what you said.
We're naming it after you.
Honor Huff, right?
When we
Right.
get done.
Thank you.
All right. Great seeing you, man.
Oh man, that was interesting. I did not expect the show to end up being an argument about Kyrie Irving.
You like that?
Yeah, here we
You
are.
like that?
Here we
Pretty
are.
good, right?
Here we are. That was fun. I've never met someone that has a rule named after him.
It's pretty good. I saw you in the background.
All right, I'm not sure who we got coming up next here. Someone, are we going? Andrew, you getting back? You getting back in here? Are we getting round 2, interview number 2?
We're on.
we're actually on.
Yeah,
Still on. We're still live.
We're still on, so be careful. All right, off the record. I had to remind you.
That could have been good.
We don't
Maybe we
really
shouldn't have
take
said
many
anything.
breaks.
Maybe we
We
shouldn't
don't
have
take many
reminded you.
breaks here. Who we got? You got somebody? All right.
I think it looks like Citadel. They're Citadel. We're gonna have another St. Mary's situation over here. Should we bring another chair over? Or should we make them all sit together in the same chair?
We'll bring another chair over.
I'll get another chair over there.
Yeah, grab another chair for him. Figure it out. I can do it. Absolutely. No, we got 3 old dudes coming. That's for sure. And I'm told these guys from the Citadel are going to be fun. And maybe they'll let me hang out with them when I come into Charleston. What's up, man? How are you? We got 2 mics
How
for
you
3
doing?
people, so you
Okay.
got to share. Can you share?
Yeah,
Sure.
we are live. We are live. So if you're
Yeah,
gonna send any
we're
slander out
live,
there,
and
just know that it's
you got to share the 2 mics. Bathroom.
All right, well, let's talk about him while he's gone. Grab the mics.
That's right. We'll talk
about him while he's gone.
About the little guy.
Yeah.
Right? 2 big guys here, and I love we got veterans.
Can you introduce them?
Yeah, we obviously we got Quentin, we got Winston coming, we got Elijah here. All you guys are old dudes.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it's crazy at the Citadel. Like, you could take grad transfers now, and that's a major advantage for you guys there. It's also different how you guys are doing things there. It's not like you're doing the military obligations. If you had to do them, how long would you last? Be real. Be real.
We were just talking about it earlier that if we would have came out of high school, it definitely would have been a little bit different. I think I probably still would have been fine. My dad went here.
That's right.
My dad played with Coach Conroy, so like it would have been tough, definitely, because I wouldn't have been in the right mind. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know if I would have been ready for that right out of high school, but it would have been interesting. I mean, like I feel for them guys going through that. But
I'm sure the freshmen.
Yeah.
Are they complaining? Like, not complaining, but like how hard it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be like you're watching these poor guys, and you're like,
Yeah.
thank God I don't have to deal with this. Right?
It's just for them. It's just more just time management. Like at first it was pretty hard, but they're starting to figure it out, and they're starting to strive in it now, and starting to really know how to maneuver and how to really get around, and they kind of teach us some things, so about time management, about just how to handle different things. So it's been good. It's been good for all of us.
You guys all, when Winston gets here, he can weigh in on this too, but you all have kind of a connection to Coach. That's why you guys are there, right? Go through with me why you guys. I know you obviously played for him.
Yeah. So E is coming. I'm Winston. I played.
I was wondering how many times I didn't want to correct him. I wanted to see how many times he would say.
So I'm connected to Coach Conroy because my dad played with him. So my dad was a year older than Coach Conroy. My dad graduated in 1998. Coach Conroy graduated in 1989. Okay. So that's how we were connected. Yes, sir. So when I went into the port, it was already a friendship there, a level of trust. I mean, he's real good friends with my granddad. So my granddad and his uncle used to sit at the games all the time together, watching my dad and him, of course. So like that was a level of trust that was there that I knew that was going to be there throughout my whole time. It was kind of a no-brainer coming. And then
for me, I was at Vanderbilt when he was there. Yep. So I played under him for a year, and just kind of having that familiarity and knowing him just really helps. Yeah.
There's a lot of good decisions that he's made, Quentin. Spent time as college in Nashville, and then goes to Charleston. So I got to know, what is the better city?
I want to hear this. I want to hear
better
this.
city to be a college student in?
Yeah,
Nashville or Charleston?
Ooh, that's too because I haven't been in Nashville much, but I'll be in Charleston again this winter for a few weeks.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I've only been in Charleston for the summer, so I haven't seen what it's like in the winter. Like Nashville, the summer is super nice, but then like when winter comes, like all the colleges come back into town, and like there's a different like feel. Like in the summer, you have all of like country music awards, CMA festivals, like all that stuff, like live music, and then bachelorette parties, obviously, and then you have the like schools come in, and like that's a different vibe. So you get kind of like two different seasons there. But with there he is. There's he. But with Charleston, you know, it's really nice. Like the beaches are awesome. Like being able to just kind of get away on our off days, like go to the beach, sit down, just relax. During the summer, it was a little bit busier at the beach, but now like I went a couple weeks ago and it was just really quiet, like peaceful.
Where you guys living? What part of
West Ashley. West Ashley. So it's like we stay about like 20 minutes from campus.
So up north.
Yeah.
Downtown. You can't walk downtown.
West.
No, you can't. Yeah, like straight west. So you go over a bridge and then you just follow Savannah Highway out.
Oh, okay. Why'd you choose way out there? Is it near the water?
No. Not really. Not really. So like of course, there's a bunch of beaches in Charleston. There's one that's like 30 minutes from us. It's like a private beach. There's another one that's about 30 minutes. So, I mean, we just enjoy the place. It's quiet. It's quiet. It's nice. Good price.
I enjoy
Can't beat it.
When we stayed down there last year, we did like near downtown, not too far. So we went in. Yeah. My wife gets this place, Airbnb. We hadn't seen it or anything. So we go in and we got there like right before Christmas. Super quiet, right?
Very.
Super quiet
Yeah.
at that point. All the students are gone. I didn't know that. All of a sudden, one night, it's like Saturday night, 2:30 in the morning. It's me and my wife. And I hear these dudes, middle of the night, they're singing the Star Spangled Banner as loud as they can.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I think it was Citadel students.
Maybe.
I think it was.
Maybe.
No, I think it was.
Saturday night, 2:30.
So I wanted to go over.
You know what's funny? Elijah's over there laughing. Elijah's scooting, so you're in the shot. You can see the picture right there. Pretend like you guys like each other. You know why? You want to know why he's laughing over there?
He was the one.
Because it was him. It was him.
It probably was.
Figured it out.
It probably was. It probably was.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, all right, do I go over? You know, my wife's pissed. I'm like, whatever. I'll deal with it, whatever. So I just wanted to go over there and be like, hey, in like 20 years, you're going to understand. Like, you're going to have a wife. And trust me, guys, can you do me a huge favor? And just keep it down. Just for my sake of taking care of my wife here. I don't care what you do for me. But all right. So interesting, like super interesting story. Engineering?
Yes. Mechanical engineering undergrad.
All right. Something about a robot, like a dog, a robot dog or something? Tell me, what the hell's going on here?
So our senior year design projects, almost every engineer does a senior design project where you get put on a team and you have like a project. I was put on we were trying to recreate like an animatronic elephant my senior year. It was really like a very difficult project to do as seniors. Like there's so much stuff that you're still learning. Like you get all the basics done in undergrad, and then like people really specialize after that, and they really start to learn more. It's like continued learning, as with all like fields. But we were tasked with trying to like do different things to recreate an animatronic elephant. So it was kind of building like a robot elephant.
Wow. Very cool.
Can you recreate an animatronic Jeff Goodman?
Yeah, there you go.
If you're going to make an animatronic Jeff Goodman, all it's going to do is it's going to sit there, it's going to eat 2 desserts at every meal and say, I'm going to spend 7 weeks in Charleston. That's all it's
I'm with it. I'm with it.
Right? Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. Can't
You're
beat
going
that.
to see a lot of me on King Street. That's all I got to say.
can't wait.
Can you get me in? Because we felt a little old trying to go to some of those places on King Street. Will you guys bring me in?
Yeah,
because
of course.
Well, I
You
am
just let me know.
old. Because you're old.
You just let me know. You just let me know.
Right?
Yeah, man, we'll show you a good time.
All right, good.
We'll show you a good time.
Do I have to bring my wife?
You can bring it if you want to.
I'm kidding.
Only if you want.
Everybody has fun, man.
She's more fun than I am.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
So how good are you guys going to be this year? Again, it's a different group. Certainly, second year for Conroy coming in.
Make Elijah answer this.
Yeah, because you know. Well, how good do you think you're going to be this season?
I think we're going to surprise a lot of people. I think, as you said, it is a very different team. You know, we have 3 grad transfers up right now representing a school that's, you know, mainly cadet heavy. And I just think we got great pieces. I think we have 2 bigs that have potential to be all conference. You know, they didn't show up on the preseason rankings, but I mean, we really don't care about the rankings. I mean, I just don't think the team last year and the team this year are going to finish in the same spot. I just think the work ethic's there. There's a different sense of urgency that we attack every day with, and I think we're going to surprise a lot of people. I really like, however cliche that sounds, I think we really do have some good pieces, and we have some good freshmen coming in as well. They got size, they got skill. So I do really think that we're going to surprise a lot of people.
Quentin, the adjustment from playing in the SEC, right? Is there a different vibe when you're in practice? I know you guys haven't actually played in games yet, but is there a different vibe when you're in practice? And what kind of, I guess both of you can answer this, when he's coming down, like, is there a leadership, an expectation? Like, what's the difference playing in the Socon now from the SEC?
I would say just like Coach Conroy really expects me and these 2 to lead like the team, like really set the tone every practice. Like, we understand like all of the guys in the core are going through a lot of different things, but like it starts with us every day. Like, we can't ever have a bad practice. We can't ever be the people lagging behind. Like, we got to make sure we bring the energy every day so that they have the energy they need to have the best practices they can. Because that's really like, in order to have like long runs, like we just have to have everyone ready. Like, we can't have anyone falling behind, making sure we pick them up and bring them along when we need to. And then they're going to find their own way along the way. Somewhere they're going to find their stride and they're going to start taking off. And we understand like freshmen always are going through all types of different things, adjustments, like picking up with the speed of the game, understanding I got to watch more film, understanding I got to like learn these different plays. Like, it's not just throw the ball and someone goes and scores. Like, we have to start that every day, and Coach Conroy expects that out of us.
Did you know, Rob, that we are sitting amongst a TikTok star right now?
What did Coach Conroy tell you?
Huh?
I said, what did Coach Conroy tell you?
No, he didn't. I got some other stuff, though. I did.
Now,
here's my question.
I am.
Here's my question.
I enjoy it, so I embrace it.
Are you a TikTok star on your own, or did your girlfriend make you who's carrying who here?
So,
and you better have the right answer.
Yeah.
Might be watching.
Exactly. So my girlfriend was the one that made the TikTok. So like I actually wasn't
carrying you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I wasn't for doing the TikTok, and then and she kind of made it and was like, hey, we're going to start making videos. And of course, you just got to say yes at that point. So
Yes.
exactly. So we made a couple of videos, a couple blew up, and then we kind of stayed with it, and then. Now we're like at 113,000 followers. We have we have a couple of videos
Dancing?
over 5 million.
A lot of dancing?
A lot of basketball videos. Yeah. So my girlfriend plays at North Carolina A&T.
Okay. So like what? Give me an example.
That's like
not a big TikTok guy.
Yeah. I mean, that's like one of us like dribbling and making shots. That's kind of mainly what it is. Like us dribbling, making shots. We're making videos. It's just like us just kind of like vlogging or us like walking around, Doing different stuff.
No dance. Like, has he done any dancing in these TikToks?
I've danced a little bit. I have no rhythm.
Did you see that face?
I have no rhythm. She
If
dances.
he dances or not.
She dances.
So it's called dancing, but he's not really dancing.
He claims he's not dancing.
I'm not dancing. I'm doing dribbling videos. She does all the dancing. I have no rhythm to dance. And that's why I told her, I was like, there's no reason for us to make a TikTok because I can't dance. Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm gonna look stupid. But
expose you.
Exactly. But I mean, it's worked out for the best, I guess. I love it.
Wait, hold on. No, do you have any NIL coming in off of that yet?
He does.
I do.
I do.
Yeah,
We have some companies that email us.
I know who drinks around when we're all going out.
We have some company email us and we'll do some videos from company. The most recent one was Starry, the soda. So we've done that one. We've done one with Bumble. We've done one with Socon Dig. I mean, and we've done a good amount. We've done some toothbrush companies. We've done some big. We started out with small, and now we're doing some.
It's awesome.
Some big.
It's great.
Yeah, exactly. I'm loving it.
Why not?
So we got a TikTok superstar. We got a guy that built a mechanical elephant. Like, what do you do over here?
Boring guy.
What's going on?
I just bring all. I
to the table.
I just bring all the excitement and laughs and energy. Like I let him make the money. I let him be the brains, and I'm just the face. I'm the vibe. I'm the vibe. Yeah.
You're the good-looking one.
I'm the good-looking one. I bring the vibes. Yeah.
I got one more for you. You want to be an athletic director?
I would love to. That's my dream job. That's my dream job.
Really?
Yeah. So at first, my dream job was to be a high school athletic director.
Okay.
And then I met some people, and they've kind of told me not to limit myself. And now since I've opened my eyes to college too, I would love to be a college athletic director. So
let's
I'm
talk.
working on my
when
MBA
we get
right
down
now.
there, I know a lot of those ADs.
Please.
I don't know if you met Jason Donnelly from Furman, who was here.
Yes, sir.
Great dude.
Yeah.
And he used to be a coach, an assistant coach of Villanova.
Cool.
So I can.
I would have to meet all them guys. Like that's the like dream
network.
dream job. Exactly.
Just network.
Exactly.
Like that, you got the personality for it. And honestly, not a lot of ADs are TikTok stars.
That's all I got going.
Interesting combination.
I can say that in my interview.
Great seeing you guys. I'm gonna see you again
Yes, sir.
December
Thank you.
7th. I get there.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
Last year I was down there for the win over Chattanooga.
You're gonna be sick of them.
All right.
That's how
You will be sick. You will be sick.
You got to come to a couple of games while you're down there.
100%. I already wrote
yeah.
it down. I think I'm there for the.
Tell them what game you were at last year.
You'd be there for
I
college
said,
Charleston
I'd be-
game. You'd be there for a college Charleston game. That'd be a
Big
big one,
game.
packed
Big
out.
game.
Yeah.
I'm
Big
1-0
game.
watching you.
Oh, okay.
Program.
Yeah, the college
Chattanooga
Charleston
last
game,
year.
and I really don't remember what else is.
There were a few. I
Yeah.
wrote them down. There were about 3 or 4 games that I'm down there for. So I'm going to try to get there, and I'll try to come by practice. I'm going to actually come down in the morning. Conroy said at like 5:30 in the morning I should come down. You guys will still be sleeping.
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
asleep.
yeah.
No, I know you guys.
Yeah, my team has to be up though.
Yeah.
And that's what I said. All the freshmen.
They'll be up.
I'll take a video and send it to you. All right, I'll let you know what life is like.
I got one assignment for you.
Talk to
You
me.
got to get him in a TikTok.
Oh
You
yeah.
got
Oh
to get
yeah.
him in one.
Oh, he's gonna make an appearance.
All right,
Yeah.
all
He's gonna
right,
make an
all right.
appearance.
I mean, I can do it.
He's gonna make an appearance.
He's got rhythm. I'll
My-
send you guys the video.
No, I don't
we got
have
a
rhythm.
My
video
only
of him
request is he has to
dancing
post it on his
DMX.
Twitter. He has to post it. I
Yeah.
follow him on Twitter, so he has to post it on Twitter.
Yeah, you got it.
100%. We're
Let's
in.
do it.
We're
Let's
in.
do it.
All right, let's- Great seeing you guys. Can't wait to see you in
Yes,
December.
sir. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
fellas. That was fun. I'll tell you what. I think out of all these media days, that's going to be the last time we talk to someone that built a mechanical elephant.
You think?
All right.
Those
Let me
guys
move
were
the
good.
chair out of here. We got 2 more coming.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I can vamp. I can do it. What's up, guys? How are you? What's going on? How's everything? Jeff.
Kyler,
How you doing? You too. You too. Everything good?
Yes, sir.
You guys, stretch drive of today's media day, right?
Yes, sir.
No practice today?
No,
So
sir.
you're off? Yeah. Day off today? How's it been? I mean, now you've got Coach Perry, who's got 3/4 of a year of experience. How's it been so far in the off season for you guys?
It's been really good. I mean, I think we have a kind of starting to build a culture that everyone's really liking and enjoying, working hard, and it's been great so far in the off season.
I have to agree with him. You know what I'm saying? We got some new guys. Obviously, they're coming in, showing them the way from the core. Me, Kyler, Jackson Sybil is probably the core 3 from last year. We played the most minutes, just showing them the ropes, and they're enjoying it and taking the bull by the horn.
What was last year like? I mean, it couldn't have been easy. I remember, obviously, everything breaking with Macaulay and everything going on. What was it like for you guys as players to go through all that? Because there was a lot of uncertainty for a while, and your head coach leaves, takes a leave of absence, and somebody, interim coach takes over and he's trying to get a job, but he's trying to keep you guys focused on having a good year. What was that like?
It was obviously like it's a mental battle fighting through that. But I mean, at the end of the day, as a team last year, like our main goal was to be the best we can be. So we try to block out a lot of that noise, like especially when that thing was going on, is that the media is going to blow it up and a lot of questions.
You're accusing me of blowing it up?
Yeah.
You can say it. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
You know, just
I was just trying to get the truth.
Yeah, for sure. It's just you know what I'm saying, just focus on us as a team and continue to grow, and I think that's what we did. Obviously we came up short of our goal, but I don't regret nothing that happened last year.
Yeah. With when you found out that Coach Perry was going to be the guy taking over as the interim, was that something that you guys wanted? Was that like, how did you find that out?
Yeah. I think the whole team wanted that. We had meetings saying that was our plan, that was our goal. You know what I'm saying? I think he's ready for the job. He's got us prepared. He did a good job stepping in last year. So, I mean, I think it was all in all good for us.
So you went to bat for him? Like you talked to the AD and everything?
Yeah.
Sure.
And I mean, like once he got it, that's when we knew we'd have that continuity a little bit from the second half of last season, and we really thought it was something we could build on. And it's been great so far. I think we got a good thing going.
So I think that's really one that's kind of unique, but two, I think it's really special that you guys are able to have that relationship with the coach where you can say, like, look, we fought for you.
Right.
Now coach us. Like, we wanted you here, you know, now make us better.
And
let's go win.
For you.
Yeah.
I think he understands that role, you know what I'm saying? He's a good player coach. He understands our emotions, and he does a good job balancing the off the court relationships with the on the court relationships. And I think that's one of my favorite parts about him.
He said when we talked to him about you guys, he said, you know, you should be able to make a big jump this year, both of you guys. What's it going to be, you know, in terms of what we saw last year from you? And obviously you guys lost a lot of key pieces, so there's opportunity now, certainly to make that jump. But what are we going to see from both of you guys?
Talk about each other. I want you to talk about
for me and Kyler both is just, you know, obviously taking in that leadership role, to being the next guys up. I think it's really just that next man up mentality. You
what
know
about
what I'm
on the court though?
Yeah.
Like in your game,
Yeah.
forget about the leadership part. We know that as
Yeah.
returning guys, you have to.
Right.
There's no choice there. But I guess about his game, what have you seen that we're gonna witness this year that maybe we didn't see last year?
It's just more aggressive, like being more aggressive and more physical down low. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of the times last year, no hate to BJ Messiah, obviously they're great players, but a lot of the time we were running through them. So just a little bit more faster pace with Kyler, because he's a guy, if he sees something he doesn't like, he's getting it out, he's moving the ball, he's setting screens. So just more of a collective effort offensively.
Kyler, about Corey?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy, he obviously had a lot of big games for us last year, and we're going to need that to an even larger degree this year. You know, big-time shot maker, can facilitate well, really good on-ball defender. So we're going to need a little bit of everything.
Good scouting report.
Oh, yeah. And I think
quality. Somebody reads the scout.
Sure. With the guys that you did lose, when you talk about kind of the continuity factor, right? Leadership is a buzzword. It's cliche. Like, what is that on a day-to-day basis? Is that like you hitting up the younger guys and saying, hey, look, you're coming over, we're watching this game together, or, you know what, we're all going to get lunch at this spot, be there, or waking them up and saying, hey, look, it's 6 a.m., we're all going to go get a lift? And like, what is that in actuality on a day-to-day basis?
I think it's all those things, but in a consistent matter. Like, you can do it 1 week after you had a bad week, but can you do it when you've had 2 good weeks in a row? So just being consistent with that, showing the guys and showing them the enjoyment in it. So now when they come to the gym, they want to be there. They're 2 feet in, have 2 feet in it every time, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we have a really tight-knit group. And I mean, everyone will say that, but I truly believe it. We do basically everything together, whether it's hanging out, watching games, no matter what, we're always together, always in the gym working. So one thing we did a lot, kind of along the lines of what you said, is like we played more pickup that was just like players, not coach initiative, than like ever before, because we just have a lot of guys that love to play. So it helped us build a lot of chemistry and stuff on the court before we got into practice and stuff.
Because you figure out each other's games.
For
right?
sure.
It's more than just like, okay, we run this set, we run this play, I know he's going to be here on this action, right? You figure out, okay, so this is where he actually wants to be to catch the ball, right?
And it also allows guys to figure out the role early, you know what I'm saying? with the less pressure of coaches not being there, to Kyler's point of the pickup, coaches not being there, guys are more comfortable and they understand what they need to do and what they have to bring to the table for us to be successful.
Kyler, where are you from?
I'm from Winnipeg, Canada.
That's what I thought.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
hear it in the accent that much.
No, yeah, I know. But that's what my parents say. They
Yeah.
say I have an American accent.
Yeah, you got
now.
rid of it?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you drop into it?
A little bit, maybe if I start saying like, "Oh, A and stuff." That's a big one that everyone always says.
Are you a hockey fan?
I am. Yes.
I mean, the Winnipeg Jets have been gone.
I'm not a Jets fan. I'm a Toronto Maple Leafs fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
When does the accent come out the most? Is it when he's mad? Is it when late at night?
It's in mad when he's joking around sometimes, and if you put a couple guys from where he's from
Yeah,
around him,
start talking like that.
he'll start bringing it out more and more when he,
When his buddies show up from home, it's like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
yeah, talking
for sure.
a different language.
Another big guy, Zach Edey from Canada.
Yeah.
Did you know of him at all?
Yeah, I
growing up?
played against him once in AAU going into my last year of high school, and I mean, he was good. You could see it, but he's not what he is now.
It's
for
amazing,
sure.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
The way he has progressed.
Oh yeah.
Because he only started playing when I think he was like.
Yeah, it would have been like his second year playing,
Right.
or second or third year playing when I
It's
played against him.
crazy to me, like again, how dominant he's become.
Oh, for sure.
And pretty cool to watch.
Were you a hockey player growing up?
I was. I played till I was about 13.
What position were you?
Defenseman. He had to be.
I played a little bit of defense and a little bit of right wing too.
All right.
I could shoot the puck a little
Could
bit.
you?
Yeah.
Could you skate?
I was decent skater. Decent.
So when they realized that you were going to be 6'9", they were like, "Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's
this
when I
guy's cut
kinda
out for the
something
ice."
else.
Yeah. Picked up basketball a little bit more.
Well, listen, we got to get Wofford back.
Yes, sir.
Right? I mean, that's certainly the goal for you
Yeah,
guys here to
absolutely.
leave it in a better place because, yeah, I think we all have high expectations of Wofford basketball.
It's Wofford, man.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
No,
why
but
you guys are there.
It's absolutely,
Absolutely.
true. Like, I mean, you think about again what that program's done
Yeah.
for a long period of time now, and it's like, I don't know. You see you guys, down in the preseason poll, and we're like,
Right.
what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
This isn't the way it should be.
Mhm.
How much when you see that poll, and we'll get you out on this, like how much does that motivate you? Like, no, this isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely will piss you off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Seeing the poll, and we know we have the confidence in the guys who brought in. Maybe the media doesn't know, but I mean, we try not to pay too much attention to that. We knew what was going to happen when we lost those special guys last year. But like I said, next man up mentality, and I don't think it's nothing like a retooling year this year. I think we're going to be ready, and we're going to come to play, and we're going to make a jump in the preseason poll. Our regular season it's not going to look like that. That's for
Preseason
sure.
polls don't mean anything.
Exactly. It just like he said, use it for motivation. I think it could be really good for us, to be honest.
You got it up on the wall of the locker room.
Yeah, been had it.
Yeah, but all of our minds for sure.
All right. Corey, Collar,
Thanks a
great
lot.
seeing you guys. All right. Take
Best
care.
of luck this season. All right.
Good luck this
Thanks for
season.
coming over.
Take care, guys.
That was again. You forgot to introduce people. You're not very good at introducing people. That was Corey Tripp and Kyler Filewich. I have trouble saying that. We have your favorite
That's your
guy.
job.
We got your
That's
we
your
got your guy
job,
coming up here.
finally.
Western Carolina.
We're supposed to have them
Yep.
earlier, these guys.
Trey Jackson.
What's up, guys? Jeff
Vonterius
Goodman, nice to meet
Woolbright.
you.
We are live, gentlemen.
You're good. You're good. I got you. Jeff
doing,
Goodman.
bro?
How are
Good
you,
to
man?
see you.
Good to see you
Good to
guys.
see you.
We've been waiting for you
Yeah.
guys. You know that? Supposed to have you right out of the gates, first players, and then I don't know what happened.
Schedules got messed
I
up.
don't
First
know.
and foremost, man, I can say this 100% factual. The best beer that we've seen all day,
Best beer.
right
Yes,
here.
I agree.
Best
I
beer all
agree.
day. Grab the mics. Talk to the mics.
Yep.
Appreciate
Tell
it.
the people you love them.
Yeah, I love y'all.
There you go. So, all right, what was last year like for you guys? Because I don't think any of us had the expectations that you guys were going to be able to do what you did last year.
Yeah. Well, it was a
Right?
journey. It was just a journey. We put the work in, so it was the fruits of our labor. It was fun. It was fun season though for us. We got a lot of ups and downs and everything, but we learned a lot.
More
during
ups,
that.
though. More ups
More
and
ups,
downs,
more ups,
no?
more ups. Yeah. More
I mean, I
ups.
know everybody goes in the year saying, like, all right, like, we're going to win the league, this, that, and the other. Everybody says it. Again, when did you realize that this team actually had a chance to take a big jump? Because this program needed this.
We kind of knew it from day one with me personally because I was here from the first year the coaches got here, so it was a big change. With the players we brought in, it just felt different. Like it was fun. Like it was never a moment where I just got bored with basketball. Like every day was fun. Everybody pushed each other every day, so we already felt it from the beginning. Exactly, that we was gonna get it done.
Like you said, like
everybody on the team, we're in the gym all the time. So I know
that's what I hear.
Yeah,
that's what I hear. You guys are
like we love putting that work in. So like when you can go in the gym and then see your brother in there hooping and everything, it builds that trust. So it's just fun being on the court with everybody too.
Yeah. So coach still says he's the best shooter on the team. Truth? What I mean, where are we now? Like realistically,
we can let him say that, but it's more about the actions.
Coach got a clip. I can't even lie,
shoot that thing.
I got three all day.
Yeah. Coach can shoot that thing. I beat him a couple times in some shooting competitions. He hasn't challenged me yet. We're gonna see what he does.
He's getting older. He's getting older.
He can still shoot it though. It's still money.
I'm sure he can.
It's still money.
The thing that I asked him is, Western Carolina is not necessarily a program that you look at in a league as good as the Socon. Like the first thing you think of is Furman, right? And then you probably think of Wofford, and then UNC-Greensboro. You got to get a little bit down the list before you get to Western Carolina. And I do think that there is a mindset when it comes to winning, right? How do you guys instill that? How do you guys get over the hump? How do you guys set that level of expectation internally?
We really don't worry about all the outside noise. You know, we worry about what we got in our program. We know we can play basketball. We do this every day. So what other people say about Western not being on top of winning, we don't care about that. We expect to win every time we step on the court, no matter who we play against. So,
I second all that he just said. I don't even have nothing to say.
He said it. He said it well.
He said it. Sure.
I mean, this dude, your story is amazing, man.
Yes, sir.
I mean, one scholarship offer coming out of JUCO,
yes,
right?
Yes,
so out of high school, take me back. Give me your road here, because I think for a guy that now is a preseason player of the year in the league, like this is a cool story.
Yeah. I'm just blessed. You know, I'm thankful. You know, I'm honored to even be mentioned as the preseason player of the year. You know, especially knowing my story coming out of JUCO, one offer from Western Carolina to being preseason player of the year. So, you know.
What about out of high school? What was your deal there? Why'd you end up going JUCO?
Honestly, I didn't even have any offers coming out of JUCO either. I had found this one coach, Coach John Jefferson. He believed in me. He wasn't even the head coach at the school. He was the assistant coach. We didn't even know who the head coach was going to be. And he trusted me. He believed in me. He told me we're going to get somewhere. And I trusted him. I trusted God, trusted him. And we just got to where we're at now.
What school was it?
Lawson State Community College.
And there was no head coach.
No head coach. And when the head coach came, he brought 13 new players. He didn't even know me.
Oh, come on. Seriously?
He didn't even know me.
So you were like the only dude. Like
I was like me and like two other people that the coach that was there before recruited. So
you weren't even sure. Like you weren't his guy at all.
My first year, I didn't even play as much.
Really? Because you weren't his guy?
I didn't really say that, but, you know, I just had to prove myself. He kind of came in with the guys, you know, he already knew. So I had to show him over time, you know.
What was it that you committed to Coach Gray, right?
Yes, sir.
What was it that he saw in your game that he was like, okay, I got to get this guy?
He just said he like big point guards. He just said I'm a dog. You just know, like, he wants somebody that's going to go out there, expect to win every time he play, somebody that's going to work hard. Now, he told me from day one nothing was going to be given to me. And I told him I don't need it. I'm gonna take it. Exactly. So that's why
I heard. Coach by the way, I heard he loves drills in practice.
Yeah.
Somebody told me you hate drills.
No,
like, hate them.
No, I love basketball. Period. You know, I just like competing. Like,
that's what everybody said.
I love
like anything competitive, you're good.
Yeah.
But if it's a drill,
no, I wouldn't necessarily say
you're not loving it.
I don't necessarily say I don't love it, but you know, just competing is just way better.
Yeah, of course. For
sure.
Of course.
For sure.
What do you guys need to do now to take that next step? Challenge, win a league title. What is it?
Take it one day at a time, you know, all the cliche sayings that everybody says, you know, take it one day at a time, you know, enjoy the journey, put the work in and stuff like that too. So, you know, and just know each other, have that trust that we put the work in. We know what we can do. We know what we're going to do on the court. We know we're going to win games, you know, all that other stuff. But once that adversity hits, how we going to respond to that? So
I got one more for you guys. I don't want you to answer this for each other. I want you to tell me what V needs to do, and you tell me what Trey needs to do. If you guys are going to win it this year, what's the next step in his game that we're going to see, and vice versa?
Just staying consistent at what he do. Like, he work on his game, just trusting himself, just not being hesitant, just being a dog, being a leader as he is, just being Trey. That's it.
Same thing would be, you know, just doing everything.
You guys are on the same page.
I'm about to say the same thing. You know, we in the gym all the time, you know, just trusting the work that we put in.
I mean, you can tell you're the only guys that showed up here with basketballs.
Right, I know. They're both holding it tight.
You got to keep the ball in the hand, though.
all the time.
Exactly, always. But just the work we put in. So, just continue to be consistent with the discipline and everything too. Just staying true to ourselves and staying true to the system that we in, and just having that trust and coaching everybody else too.
Right, I got a random funny one for you about Trey. Okay, I hope it's right. I don't know. True or false that you make your own toothpaste?
I don't make my own toothpaste. It's already made, so I just use what was made.
What do you mean? Explain this to me.
I don't brush my teeth with fluoride.
So
I just brush my teeth with baking soda and peroxide.
Really?
Yeah.
Every day?
Every day.
For your whole life?
No, this actually just started a couple years ago. My mom
Why?
told me about something, so I took her word on it. Once you get some knowledge, without applying that knowledge, you doing nothing. It's just
interesting.
Without wings.
All
So,
right. Interesting.
yeah. So I just feel like I've been trying it. It's been working. So I'm not.
Why
I'm not gonna
change
deviate
it?
from it. I'm not
Why
going to deviate
change
from
it?
it. Yeah.
Well, listen, great catching up with both of you guys. Good luck this season. Can't wait to see you this year and make that next jump.
You guys. That was Taeshaud Jackson and Socon preseason player of the year, Vonterius Woolbright. Western Carolina picked to finish 4th in the league, but first in all of our hearts, I guess.
Right.
Next up, we have
Jeff Goodman. How you doing?
We have Jockey Ones and Jalen McCreary from Mercer. We are live, guys. So grab those mics.
All good.
Thank y'all for
What's
having
up,
us.
Jalen? How you doing? You guys good?
Yes, sir.
We did a little roast. You missed it. I think you heard some of it.
Yeah, I heard
of your
some of
coach
it.
earlier.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Did you know half that stuff?
Not really.
That his
Not
feet
really.
were that fat?
No, I could
Did
tell.
you know that?
His fingers are.
His
pretty-
fingers are fat too.
Yeah, mini.
He's just fat.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Be careful. Right. Be careful. I don't want, listen, I want you guys to get
He
minutes
just said
next
that's
year.
crazy.
Right.
That's crazy.
He's looking at me like, who is this dude? I've known him forever. So I can kill him. I can have a little fun.
understand that,
I can have but he, listen, he's an old school guy, but obviously last year didn't go the way you guys would want, right?
Yeah.
A lot of injuries. I remember seeing you guys actually when you came in and played in Charleston against Citadel before the game, and you guys were already banged up then. What's got to be different besides health this year for you guys to get back on track?
I just feel like consistency, just doing everything, we all got to be everyday guys for our coach. And if we do that, I feel like it'll translate to the game. And just being consistent in your everyday life, it'll make it much easier when it's time to, compete, I feel like.
Yeah. Also, just doing the little things, like going to the ice bath and hitting the normal take when we need it. Like it has to just be a routine in our lives. Can't be just, I'm not feeling well, so I'm gonna go. Like it has to be every day.
So last season, you guys rolled, I don't even know if you guys know this, 15 different starting lineups throughout the season. Wow. How much did that hinder continuity? How difficult was it to go through a season where, you don't know who's going to be available from game to game?
Yep. So the way I thought about it was, guys are up and down. Like being a freshman, it was like I got away from my opportunity. So like when somebody went down, it was like, all right, so this is my time to pick everybody up. Just being that spark guy, it was kind of more of I guess you could say just trying to take on that role of being an older guy before I even could.
Yeah. I would say just me and him played every game last year, but it's a team effort, so we gotta just try to limit the injuries and just try to just do what we can. Take care of our bodies. We got to do our part too. Take care of our bodies. Like he said, Normatex, ice tub, the nutrition is a big part. I took accountability for myself this summer to eat better, and now I feel better. So that's the goal.
What did you change? What did you cut out?
Just the sweets. I got a bad sweet tooth. Well, not no more, but yeah, I just.
He's already had 4 of those cookies. Were you eyeing those up?
Nah,
You only had a 5-minute break.
I got the discipline now. It was hard at first, I'll be honest, but just having the consistency of just eating right and then changing and then looking at my body fat and see how my body is changing over time is motivation also to just stay on track and keep doing what I'm doing.
You started getting that 6-pack and you're like,
Most definitely.
You know where he started his career, right?
No.
Tell him
Oh,
who's your
South
first
Carolina.
couch with.
Yeah, South Carolina.
Frank Martin.
Yeah, with Frank.
Can we get a Can we
That's
get a
still
good
my
Frank?
dog, yeah.
We killed Frank last week. We
That's
saw him.
still my dog to this
Oh,
day. I
man.
text him every now and then, but yeah.
How do you describe? Ready? Frank Martin on Twitter. One word to describe Frank Martin on Twitter right now. Be careful. Be careful. He'll call you later.
I don't really know too much about.
Entertaining?
Yeah,
He's
entertaining.
Right.
Risky.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I would say that,
No
yeah.
doubt. That's good. That's way better. I like that. No, Frank's one of a kind. Is he
Yeah,
not?
most definitely.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of a kind. He's a great guy off the court. People see him on the court and just think he's just full of rage, but he's
like a teddy bear off the court.
Yeah, most definitely. He takes care of his players and makes sure that we're doing okay. It's just he's just so passionate about basketball. He knows one way how to coach. So.
All right, so Ja was laughing back there when we were hitting Greg Gary up, but he doesn't know I got a little bit of dirt on him too. Yeah, he has no idea that I got a little bit.
Okay.
So tell me about the importance of carrying your girlfriend's bags around campus.
Yo.
That's crazy.
See,
You know-
I'm good. I'm a reporter, man. No, like this is right. This is big, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's a big thing. Yeah. I can't.
Caught in 4K.
I do carry her bag around here and there.
You got to do it.
Yeah,
listen.
It's my girl.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I'm not making fun.
You know
I'm
what I'm
saying
saying?
that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is,
Well,
so,
hold on. What bag are we talking about here? Is it?
It's a Marc Jacobs
I don't know
tote
what that is.
bag.
I don't know what
it's-
that
it's
is.
really
So
expensive.
it's like a backpack.
It's really
It's,
so you're.
it's her backpack. But it's really not.
Okay.
It's really not her backpack. But she uses it as a backpack.
It looks good though.
Yeah, really good.
All right.
Does
She
it look
looks
better
good.
on you or her?
Say it again.
Does
Yeah,
it look better on
exactly.
you or her?
Is it embarrassing? Like, is it one of those where
Yeah,
you're carrying it and it's a chick bag?
You hear him? Yeah.
So
People
like
be
the
yo.
people looking at you
Yeah.
like,
what do you?
what do you
doing?
got that going on?
Yeah.
All right.
People look at me a little weird. You know, it just depends. But
Hey,
it
you
is
never
what it is.
in a million years did you think you were going to get asked that question
No,
in this interview?
That one threw me off.
Right?
a
That
little
was
bit,
pretty
yeah.
good.
Yeah,
You were
caught him in
rattled.
4K. He
Totally
wasn't ready for that
rattled.
one.
Jalen's over there like, where's this going?
Yeah, that's a fact.
All right, I got one more for you.
Okay.
You have I think you have a contest with Coach Coomer.
Correct.
GPA,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
All right. So basically, my freshman year didn't go to
Okay.
well, my first semester.
Yeah.
I didn't go to
Me either.
Just,
I almost flunked out
you know
of
what I'm
Arizona.
saying? It's just a freshman thing.
Yeah, I got
So my second semester, I had like a 3.3. Like it wasn't too crazy.
Yep.
But at the end during the summer, we made a deal. If I get a 4.0, he have to get my name tatted on him.
No,
Yeah.
shut
I
up.
did not know that.
And
Oh, come
if
on,
I
man.
if I get a 2.5
Can we get
or
this
lower,
done?
yes, 100%, it's gonna happen. Right now, I have 3 A's and a C, but the C's gonna go. I promise.
All right.
It's gonna. We're gonna.
I'll talk to the professor.
Yeah,
for
I
you.
need it.
Like I'm
I
in.
need it.
I'm gonna do whatever we can do
Yes.
here.
So
Look
Coach
at it.
Coomer-
Look at Jalen's like this would be.
I did not know that.
Will you be there for it?
Yes. I
Like
would
if this
definitely.
happens,
Yeah.
we need video.
And he said I could pick
Yes.
any place on his body. So it might be somewhere every time. Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
don't even get me going.
Yeah.
Any place in his body.
Yeah.
You might go back on that one.
So where
I
you
don't know.
think-
we gonna see that?
You know, I wouldn't do him dirty because me and his wife are pretty
Yeah.
cool. So
I like his wife too. I met her.
yeah.
She's awesome.
Exactly. So I'll probably go somewhere like just somewhere that he can see it every morning.
No, somewhere
So,
everybody
like-
else has got to see it. What do
Yeah,
you mean?
maybe his
Can't
wrist.
hide it. Yeah.
Like somewhere that you can't. Like, it won't, you know what
I
I'm
say you
saying?
go right in his face.
Right here.
Forehead.
Forehead. Got
Yeah.
it.
Let's go
Got it.
forehead.
Right there. No, you know what you got to do? You got to get it right here.
That's what I'm
It's got to
saying.
be right here so that every morning when he wakes up and he goes and he brushes his teeth,
He gotta see
just
it.
see
Yeah,
it.
but then forehead,
Ja.
everybody else
Yeah,
has got to
that's
see
it.
it.
It's his
Exactly.
job right there. Just a
He gotta see
reminder.
My name and my GPA. So
That's
it's
great.
gonna happen. I
Good
promise.
luck.
How
I
did
appreciate
that? In all seriousness, how did that flip for you? Was it just putting in more effort? Was it?
Yeah, you know, I was a damn near straight A student in high school, and just getting that, just coming to college, like it was more of like an adjustment, like from the girls to the I was just so distracted, and then as like time went on, I got to lock in a little bit more. So you know, freshman thing.
You needed a little wake
might
up.
have been
You
the
need
best
a little.
interview of the
Yeah,
day.
you need a little bit of
This
a
is
wake up.
really good. I didn't see this going this way either,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah.
I didn't know where we were going, but
Yep. And
I
then
had some ammo.
then I found the girl
Nice.
with the bag.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it kind of went like that.
works.
Oh,
Yeah.
you stop chasing everybody else. There
Exactly.
you go.
Yeah,
That's
see,
how,
that's
that's
what
how
I'm
you got
saying.
I was in class, but I heard she came to the open practice also. He was showing out.
That is true.
All right, well,
statement.
listen. Great meeting
Yes,
both of
sir,
you guys.
definitely,
Good luck. Hopefully I'll see
definitely.
you this
Yes,
year.
sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us,
Hopefully you had
fellas.
as much fun
Yep.
in that one as we
Hey,
did.
hey, here, I need this. If you end up scoring more points than him this season, then he's got to carry the Mark
That's
Jacobs
right,
bag
he's
around
gotta carry
for at
it.
least for at least one day. All right.
They were great.
That was
Phenomenal.
fun, man. That was fun. I think we got one more coming here at some point. That was fun. Jock and Jonas,
How great was
Jalen
that?
McCleary. When you were like, I got one on you, and I didn't know where you were going.
You
with
had
that.
no idea where it's going, right?
Yeah. You know what's funny is that now I hope all of the student sections for every school in the Socon ends up watching all this, and they're all gonna just light them up.
There he is.
all
Last
right.
but not least. Jaden, how you doing? Good to
Jaden
see you, man.
Seymour, East Tennessee State.
Waiting
So
around,
you showed up with a basketball
waiting.
too,
Yeah,
man.
sure.
Look at that.
I like
The real hoopers
the way
came
to
to the
do it.
interviews with a basketball in
Right?
their hand. We are live, so
You're good.
Don't
Don't
say
worry.
anything
You haven't
crazy.
said anything
Don't say
wrong
anything
yet.
crazy.
It's okay.
Yet.
It's okay.
There you go. How much dirt do you have on him? Should we just start with that?
No, I don't have a lot of dirt on him. Brooks didn't give me much.
He's got your back.
Not too much. See,
What he doesn't know, the only thing I got, and I don't even want to go here yet, but he doesn't even know this. So he started his career at Wichita State, but he was only there a couple months before Greg Marshall got fired. He has no idea, but he has no idea why Greg Marshall got fired.
He got Greg Marshall fired.
I was the one who wrote
That's
the story.
Welcome to SoCon Media Day. Hey, when your
I
old
was
coach
the one
got
who wrote
fired,
the
yeah, that
story.
was my fault.
Well, when you punch a player,
Okay.
no comment.
Okay, yeah,
let's move on.
let's move on.
Let's move to Brooks Savage. All right, Coach Savage, 38 years old, first year head coach. I've known him since he was about 18, believe it or not. What's it been like so far for him, for you, being around him?
It's been good, really. I feel like he's been pretty hard on us, but it's a good just to like help us get the best out of us, and I really appreciate the way he coaches. To be honest, I really like the way he coaches. So he's been good.
How would you describe it? Yeah, how would you describe his coaching style? You've been around a few
tough
coaches
love,
now.
I say. Yeah, tough love for sure. Just wants like energy, wants us to go hard, but it's like if we're not doing what we're supposed to do, then it's tough love for sure.
So you have a new head coach. You got a new staff. You got 11 new guys in the program. It's you and Justice Smith, I believe, that are the two holdovers, right?
We got me, Justice, Allen, and Braden.
So you got 4 guys left over,
Mm-hmm.
11 new players, new coaching staff. How have you guys gelled? Like, how do you come together? How do you figure each other out? Are you still wearing name tags in practice? No.
Nah, I say our gelling process has been pretty good, to be honest. Just like I feel like we came together pretty naturally as a team. So like between us as players, we cool on and off the court, just like learning each other. It took a little bit, still getting like our chemistry together. But in terms of just like liking each other and liking to play with each other, I felt like that came pretty easily. And I feel like our staff went out their way to make sure we had a genuine relationship with them. So I think that helped us just all come together as a team pretty easily.
When he got the job, right, I'm sure that there were points in time where people were reaching out and saying, hey, look, come to this program, do this, transfer here, do that.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you stay?
First, I say Coach Joe had a pretty big role in that. I built a relationship with Joe over my last year, so he said he knew Coach Savage and trusted him, and like it would be a good situation for me. So I just trusted him just because of that relationship we built. And then personally, I don't really like moving around too much. To be honest, like I don't like just changing schools a whole lot and just going all over the place. So I felt like I was comfortable here still, and if Joe could trust Coach Savage, I felt like I could too.
Yeah, moving's not fun.
What do you like? What do you like about Johnson City and everything there? And obviously, like that program, when they had it going, they support the hell out of it. Like, how much have you been able to see that now with Coach coming in a little bit?
I can say I can see the support, and like I feel like we got more energy from the community coming back, and I could see really what I appreciate is just like even through our struggles for the past couple of years, we still had fan support. Like whether it was going good, going bad, we still had the fans having our back, still coming to the game, still supporting us. It might not have been like as popping as when they were doing.
Sure,
You know,
you got to win at a high level to get that.
They had 30 wins, so you wouldn't expect it to be the same. But I still appreciate just like all the support that we had, that I've had through the years.
So, what Coach Savage told us in the almanac, the preseason thing that we put out, is our identity is taken from Pat Riley. Culture, all that kind of good stuff. How have you seen that come to fruition? Like, is that something that you've seen in practice? Is it a change within the locker room, within the program?
Yeah, well, I can't say change just because this is what came into, but he just making sure that we got to play hard, be tough, be connected, and make sure we condition. Really, just like make sure we a tough team, hard playing team, like whole bunch of junkyard dogs. Really.
So you in better shape now?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This dude was a top 100 recruit coming out of high school. Top 100 recruit, right? Tore ACL, didn't you?
Tore my ACL junior summer, junior spring.
Right. Missed a lot of your
most of my senior year.
Right.
Well, the whole summer, I missed a whole live period of the summer, so where I could actually be recruited, and then I missed most of my senior year too.
Who'd you play with? Who?
Team Charlotte.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember trying to see you on the ground. In your game, what do you need? Obviously, you were really productive, especially on the glass last year. Really productive. Do you want to be offensively? Are there going to be some other ways that you look to be able to score in this system?
Yeah, I feel like changing system. I'm playing a little different, and just like over the years, just like working and building my confidence in my game, and what I'm able to do, I feel like I'll be able to produce an offense in different ways.
Like what?
I said,
what will we see?
Shooting.
Yeah.
Definitely get better. Just like really confidence. I feel like it was all confidence.
Really.
So
that's what it is.
Yeah.
Generally, that's really what it is. You put the work in.
Exactly.
You know, and then you make some.
Exactly. So once I felt like I started getting a little comfortable towards the end of last year and started hitting more threes, so I feel like I'm just building on that.
Kamari Peterson, junior college All-American, comes with a little bit of hype. The coach talked him up a little bit when he was here before. Point guard is such an important position in college, no matter the level that you play at. What have you seen out of him so far?
Q, a dog. He's just a dog. Great player. I love playing with Q. He can score, can pass, play defense. I feel like he can do a little bit of it all. So I feel like it's great to have him.
Going to make your life easier, huh?
Facts. Good addition to the team for sure.
Jaden, appreciate it, my man. Great seeing you. And good luck this season. Get this program back on track, right?
Got to. Yeah, got to.
Got to send it out the right way.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, man.
Thank you.
That was Jaden Seymour, East Tennessee State. And
that wraps up
this was the Socon Media Day. I don't know if you guys can see it in the background. You can over Goodman's head a little bit. Trey Jackson from Western Carolina said that he's always in the gym. Yeah. And he's over there. He's doing form shooting drills over there right now. So that's probably why he's a better shooter than Justin Gray at this point.
This was great, though. Honestly, listen, as much as this whole media tour was a grind, and it was. I mean, it was. For the last 3 weeks, we've been on the road when we're generally not necessarily doing that. I'll tell you, I had a blast. Like, starting with the Summit League and ending with the Socon was the right way to do it, because those are two leagues that just don't get enough credit.
And they're fun.
This was how much fun was today? How much fun?
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Freaking awesome.
And I think the biggest thing is that, and I don't know if we talked about this on air or where we talked about it, but the Summit League, and it goes for the Socon, it goes for the CAA. I think it goes for the WCC to a point. The Mountain West is that the leagues don't get the same amount of coverage, right? So a lot of when you're talking, and it's not like a shot at the Pac-12 or the Big East or anything like that, but a lot of these guys are media savvy. They're media trained. They know how to answer a question without actually answering a question. They've been asked just about everything that you could possibly be asked. There's not really a lot of secrets. And
well, that's not true. Yeah, I would ask them.
But like we're able to have a little bit of fun with some of those guys. But this is it's just such a different vibe, and these guys all are excited to
talk to you.
Here.
They're excited to talk to you.
No.
Who's excited to talk to you?
Not you.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
true. No, but it's
fun. It's fun, man, because they don't get the same level of coverage. Yep. They don't get it, and they're really good college basketball players in good programs, and all of them.
Stories.
Yeah, great stories. Yeah. I mean, we've told a lot of great stories. We've talked to a lot of coaches that generally also aren't going to get as much coverage maybe this year nationally, but they're going to be guys that, again, you're going to look at in a couple of years.
You've embarrassed about 28 different head coaches, and I'd say about 34 different players.
I really have. I mean, honestly.
I'm trying to think, like,
what's
you got worse as it went on. Like you stopped.
I
you
started
getting-
digging.
Yeah, you started digging.
I
And it
started
was like
digging a
you
little
asked-
bit more.
So the one where you asked the kid, where you asked Ja about carrying around his girlfriend's bag was pretty bad.
Well, he just wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, the one when you asked Alex Carabin if Donovan Clingan was fat and lazy when
that
he
was
got to
good.
school,
That was
like,
pretty good.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's just
Good or bad,
I know-
however you want to say.
Well, I just knew that it once we kind of hit this week, and I heard you say that with Carabin, I was like, I don't know where this is gonna go. We
It's
might
only
be in
gonna go
trouble
down.
with Socon. So
no,
we made it through,
but
man. We made it through.
We had a blast. I mean, honestly, that's the one thing I'll say is like this all got me excited for the start of the season, which is we're 10 days away now.
10 days.
Like that's what this did. This gave us 3 weeks of going out, seeing coaches, seeing players.
Can we do some programming notes real quick?
Yeah, let's do
some
it.
Programming
Let's do
notes. So, and Trevor, you can
I
clip
clean
this.
up my.
You can clip this after the fact. So, 2 things that we need to talk about and then we need to discuss moving forward. One is that we will start Field of 68 after dark. The live shows will begin Monday, October 30th at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to run 4 that week, and then starting November 6th, we will be going 11 o'clock Eastern time until about 12:30 a.m. Eastern time every single night. The other part of it is we can't say where yet, but we will have a streaming partner. We will YouTube will not be the only place that you are able to watch the Field of 68 After Dark live this year. Hopefully,
We'll break
hopefully
that news
soon.
probably next week.
Maybe we'll give maybe we can get like a Woj bomb or a
Yeah,
Shams
we'll
bomb
figure it out.
to have them break it out. What about like John
It
Rothstein?
would be
Maybe
a Shams bomb.
maybe we can get John Rothstein to break the news for us. Like one of like the great news breakers in basketball in college sports.
I can't break news when I'm always freaking holding down. These
Hold on. I just want everyone to understand, like Goodman, 1, he leaves his phone right here, right next to me. 2, his font is so big on the phone that the people on the court right now can be able to read it. But you have no idea how many calls he got. You got FaceTimes from coaches. You got calls from coaches. Seth Davis called 3 times. You better call him back. You're going to be in trouble.
What's going on here.
He has
but
3.
I can't take any of them.
I know, but I'm looking at the number right now. He has 14 missed calls and 333 missed text messages, unread text
I gotta
messages.
go.
So he's got to go answer all this stuff. Listen, this has been a blast. This has been SoCon Media Day. We are live from Asheville. You know what I need?
What do you need?
I need a nice fresh IPA. We'll see you guys later.